Just a reminder to those in the chambers, we will get started momentarily. Everybody must have a seat. It's a fire hazard to stand against the wall, so please find a seat if you cannot. Just a reminder, we will get started shortly. Everybody does need to be in a seat. It's a fire hazard to stand on the back wall. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. The regular meeting of the Oakland City Council shall come to order. And again, we do have an overflow room open downstairs. Please make sure you grab a seat. And if you are standing along the aisles, including staff, please make sure that you do find a seat so that we do not have any fire hazards. Okay, and I'll hand it over to Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council meeting of Tuesday, December 17th. Before I give instructions and call roll, we will have translation instructions. Can I have Maria please give the instructions in Spanish, and immediately following we'll have the translations in Cantonese. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos a esta reunión. Una vez que activen los canales de interpretación, por favor, busquen en la parte inferior o la parte de abajo de su pantalla y cuando miren el icono del mundo y miren interpretación, por favor, hagan clic en ese mundito. Tendrán la opción de elegir el idioma en que quieran escuchar, ya que esta reunión se llevará a cabo en varios idiomas. Para escuchar en español, hagan clic en Spanish o ESP para español. Y luego, si gustan escuchar solamente en español, hagan clic donde miren MUTE para silenciar el audio original. Si se están reuniendo por medio de un teléfono inteligente, por favor hagan clic también en los 3 puntitos. Una vez que se activen los canales de interpretación, busquen el icono del mundo, seleccionen en español y hagan clic allí. Y luego, para escuchar solamente en español, silencien el audio original, donde verán MUTE, audio original. Muchas gracias.
大家好，歡迎啦，大家嚟到參加呢個歐倫市議會嘅12月17號2024年嘅呢個會議嘅。咁一陣間呢呢個啟動咗呢個語言翻譯之後呢，大家可以喺呢個如果喺 Zoom 上面可以喺個屏幕嘅底部嘅選項單裏邊呢，右方呢係揾到一個係地球圖標。用你點擊之後咧，係揀選呢個係語言翻譯，然後咧大家可以揀選呢個 Cantonese 係廣東話，咁咧就會係聽到我同埋同事嘅呢個係輪流幫大家咧係做呢個即時傳譯嘅。咁如果你係用呢個係平板電腦或者係呢個智能手機係上嚟嘅話咧，咁請你咧係留意可能咧係見到係3個逗點。或者係有呢個係 more M-O-R-E 係更多咁嘅字眼嘅。同樣道理咧，係請你係點擊之後咧，就揀選就係選擇語言翻譯，然後咧揀選咧呢個係廣東話或者係 Cantonese 咁樣咧，然後最後記得係要撳呢個係DONE 係登完成嘅，咁樣就得。咁然後嗰度仲有一個係小按鈕咧，如果係淨係想聽到翻譯員係廣東話嘅翻譯，就唔想聽呢個英語會議嘅英語原音嘅話咧，咁咧你可以係撳個按鈕嘅 Mute Original Audio 嚇，咁你就係淨係聽到翻譯員嘅聲音㗎啦。咁我相信大概係咁樣，係多謝大家。OK，next，thank you。
Thank you. Before I call roll, I will give speaker card instructions. If you would like to speak on any item on this agenda, you must fill out a speaker card and return that card to a clerk representative. They are seated at the front table. You must submit your card before the item is called or by 5:15, which is an hour and a half after this meeting has started. If you're looking to submit an online speaker card, they were due 24 hours before the start of this meeting. On roll, Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Councilmember Cobb.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Council President Bass.
Present.
Showing 6 members present with 3 excused, Fife, Ramachandran, and Kaplan.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Oakland City Council. This is our last scheduled meeting of the year. We are here in City Hall on unceded Ohlone territory, and I'm going to take a point of privilege because I see all of these seniors here who have been advocating very hard for our senior centers and senior services. And I know I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues on the City Council and our staff when I say we see you, we hear you, and we want to make sure that we serve you. And so we're going to take things out of order because I know some of you have to get on a bus at 4 o'clock. So what we're going to do before we start the meeting and our regular agenda is I will ask our City Administrator, Justin Johnson, to share some updates. And then for seniors who signed up for item S11, which is our budget, for seniors only, we'll give you a minute to speak before you have to get on the bus and go home. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, please share an update.
Thank you through the chair to members of the council, members of the community. So thank you for the opportunity. On last week, I had the pleasure of spending some time with the Senior Coalition here locally, and so we conveyed what the circumstances were with respect to a budget, but also talked about the fact that our staff is working through a solution that's something that's more sustained. So I want to thank Assistant City Administrator LaTonda Simmons, as well as Curry Foley, as well as Anna Bactus, who, and as I speak, I'll ask Anna to come up and she can share something more specific with respect to how the department has been able to work towards a solution to make sure that the senior centers are preserved, but also want to acknowledge the fact that the Senior Coalition, when I met with them this summer, were very specific and clear about how they wanted to be a part of the solution. So I'm just very grateful of their insight, their input, and frankly, their guidance in trying to help us work through this situation. And so I want to go ahead and call up Anna, who can share a bit more details about what the path forward actually is. And so thank you. And we also are reserving the bus so we have more time, so we aren't rushed.
Hopefully.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And it is so good to see so many seniors show up today. This is impacting your life. As a senior coming to the senior center, and it's very important, I know, that we preserve the services and working with the administration. And thank you, council members, as well. We have come up with some possible solutions so that we can keep the senior centers open. It's not to say that we can keep the centers open and operating as is, because we have to be a part of the budget solution, and which is a very hard task for the council as well as our administration. So what we have come up with is to be able to keep all 4 senior centers open. With a caveat that our staffing will be dramatically reduced. So therefore, we will have to make some adjustments in the operation of the senior center, but it is such a great opportunity for us to be able to keep the centers open and keep programmings going, especially the programs that are important to you, that are priority, including meals, and all kinds of health programs that will keep you at home safer and for as long as possible independent living. So that's what we are, and we will be working with all of you by asking you through a survey what senior center program should we prioritize? Because we will be limited in what we can provide at this point, and we want to make sure that we listen to you and we deliver the services that's most important to you. So thank you to council and thank you to the administration. Thank you.
Madam.
Thank you so much, Anna. Appreciate that update. It's also come to my attention that Council Member Reed's ceremonial item recognizing the East Oakland Senior Center Food Bank volunteers. The seniors, just a second, those seniors also need to go on the bus to go home. And so just in terms of the order of the agenda, after hearing that update, we'll take the ceremonial, hear any senior public speakers, and then allow you all to go home. Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, there was a reference made about the 4 senior centers. Can you tell the public which 4 senior centers are we referring to?
Yes, thank you. Anna?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Gallo. So the City of Oakland runs 4 senior centers. They're East Oakland Senior Center, West Oakland Senior Center, North Oakland Senior Center, and the Downtown Oakland Senior Center in Lake Merritt.
So what happened to the Fruitvale Senior Center?
So that's not part of the city's senior centers, and I understand the Fruitvale Senior Center is one of our partner organizations because they provide senior programming specifically to the Spanish-speaking community, and they do receive funding from the city, not from the Aging and Adult Services Division.
I'll follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just given the time constraints we have with our senior community, again, what we are going to do after hearing that update is we'll hear Councilmember Reed's ceremonial, and then we will take public speakers from the senior community for the budget item S11 as well as for item 3.2.
Reading in item 3.2, adopt a resolution recognizing and honoring the East Oakland Senior Center volunteers for their outstanding dedication, service, and commitment to the well-being of Oakland senior community.
Well, hello, everyone. We are so excited to honor our seniors today, never realizing that we'd have so many seniors here with us as we honor our East Oakland Senior Center volunteers. So we're going to welcome them up now. That's right. Let's show our seniors some love. Come on in here. Just fill up the space. These are the leaders in our community who show up every week, serving thousands of community members with food, with nutrition, and their advocacy and fight to ensure that we deliver on investments and budgets that prioritize our seniors have been with me for 4 years and with my father for 24 years, as many of them have been volunteers at the East Oakland Senior Center for over 20 years. And so I want to recognize these community gems. They are the lifeline, the bloodline of a deep legacy here in Oakland. And I'm just going to give just honor and recognition to them. The East Oakland Senior Center is located in District 7 in the Ira Jenkins Park in Oakland's Brookfield neighborhood. It's a vital community hub that we are working to sustain, as you heard, the quality of life for East Oakland residents. The center delivers programs such as exercise classes, karaoke, line dancing, the food pantry distribution that these volunteers lead, alongside monthly daily trips to destinations, to the theaters, to bowling alleys, and casinos. They have fun and they get out. The center hosts a number of our community meetings, private events, and they have been a community hub, a safe place for connection and enrichment for many years. And so we are grateful for the city administrator and his team for working to ensure that we sustain and continue to maintain our support for our seniors in our community who rely on the center and also the East Oakland Senior Food Pantry. This pantry has been dedicated for decades, serving with the Alameda County Food Bank, nutritious food weekly. They prioritize our seniors and they serve the wider community until supplies run out. And I tell you, they get there early in the morning and they don't leave until every leaf is gone off that table. And many here, how many of you have benefited from the East Oakland Food Pantry? And so they have just been dedicated and tireless in their work. And I'm going to just acknowledge the names that I have here, and then I'm going to bring up the champion of this amazing group, Mr. Fred Robinson. And so I want to acknowledge Mr. Fred Robinson, Ms. Brenda Walker, Antonio Avila, Vincent Boatwright, Maria Campos, Janet Hill, Armando Hurtado, Rodney Jackson, Olga D. Lee Hassau, Carolyn Paul, Jeanette Pierce, Ray Pryor, Gus Dobbins, Stephanie Hamilton, Hunter Harris, Ricky Hill, Zong Hong, Cicero Jones Jr., Jose Cruz Morales, Adolfo Morgan, Douglas Moss, Deborah Nicholson, Adriana Rodriguez, Dolores Rosas, Chip Roth James, James Sherrill, Portland Smith, Beatrice Tapia, Zing Wang, and Leslie White. Anyone here I didn't recognize? I'm going to have Mr. Fred come up here to make sure everyone is acknowledged and accounted for. Let's welcome Mr. Fred Robinson, our fearless leader of 20 years, who hasn't been paid a dime for all the work that they do every day.
Thank you, guys. This is the first time that this group has been honored by anybody for 20 years. Just imagine that. They've worked for free for the city for 20 years. This group, when the pandemic showed up, this group said they were not going to leave their community out. They told me that the pandemic was going to kill people, hunger was going to kill people, and they told me that they could do something about the hunger. So they worked all the way through the pandemic, feeding the community, and we have eliminated hunger in our community with this group of people. So we want to thank you guys very much.
Thank you. I'm going to have Anna come up here so that we can recognize our seniors. Michelle, our amazing director. Y'all get up here, We wouldn't have the seniors without the support of these two. I'm going to actually let Michelle share some words, and I'm going to ask my team if they could come and help me to bless our amazing seniors. And so we have some individual gifts to give our seniors and our senior leaders, and we also have a collective gift to donate into the work of the food pantry team. And so I'm going to let Michelle share some words as our director.
I just want to thank all of our volunteers. Thank you. Are dedicated. They've embraced me. I've been the director since January 2022. And East Oakland Senior Center is my 4th site. I've been with the Human Services for almost 14 years now, but these dedicated volunteers have been there the whole time. They've embraced me. They've supported me, and our members, they've taken good care of them. So we value and appreciate and are grateful for their ongoing support of not only just the center, but their overall love to their community. So we thank you, we honor you, we celebrate you, and we're grateful for you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to our volunteers. So the food bank pantry, Mr. Fred, you are one of the most amazing seniors I've ever met, and the dedication. And Ms. Brenda and everyone else, you show up at hours that I won't even be out of bed to be able to set up. So your dedication to the program and feeding East Oakland residents you're making a big difference in keeping folks alive and well in the community, so thank you.
Thank you. Continue to support our senior centers across the city and ensure that you support and come out and join us at the East Oakland Senior Center. And so each of our volunteers will get a gift of love from us and Roots Community Clean 360 with a bag of essentials and bath goodies and organic products so that they can feel good and refreshed from all of their amazing work. They'll each also get a resolution signed by all the council members. And in light of some of the challenges, we have worked to raise $5,000 to give. Mr. Fred, come on up here. Mr. Fred is always working to secure money to help our seniors, and we wanted a part of our legacy to be giving back and investing deeply into the food pantry. And so I want to thank my team. If my team could come up here, and just the community partners who have helped us to invest deeply and raise this $5,000 to give to our senior center. You got. ShopRite is going to add $500. Thank you, Ali. So $5,500. Come on, anybody else? Anybody else? Thank you, Ali. And so we'll get a picture. Thank you, Council President Bass. But if you would like to make a donation to the community fund for our East Oakland Senior Food Pantry, please reach out to us at District 7 at oaklandca.gov so that we can give them more. They deserve it all. Thank you. We're going to take a group picture.
We do have one speaker on item 3.2, Mr. Gene Hazard.
This is our food bank partner. She gives us everything.
Okay, as we are waiting for the speaker on the ceremonial item, we will take 15 minutes to hear any senior speakers who came to speak on the budget item afterwards. And then we'll continue on with our agenda.
I will yield my 10 minutes to the seniors.
So through the chair, for the seniors wishing to speak now, Council President Bass is giving you 15 minutes to address the council for comments. So I've set 15 minutes on the clock. The clock is in front of me, so just be mindful of the time so you guys all can speak. Thank you.
Okay, you ready? Okay. Hello, my name is Melody Davis. I'm a community activist for East, West, and North Oakland. All I want to say, I'm going to keep it very, very brief. You're going to be shocked. All I want to say to all you guys sitting up there, you guys are going to be a senior one day too. So when S11 come up, think about it. What would you want? What you want to save? What you want to be proud of? That's all we asking. That's all we asking. We don't want much, because when you're at home by yourself all the time, you get lonely, and that brings on sickness. Okay, all your hips start hurting because you're laying in the bed all day. You're not getting up. Please, I'm just asking you guys, help us out here. I'm short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. My name is Linda St. Julian, and I'm part of Dan Kolb's district. But actually, I sit on the board at the mayor's office for people with disabilities, and that's how I heard about this. I am a member of North Oakland, but I don't attend much because I'm doing a lot of other things. But I just ask you guys keep the center open because it's very, very important. And you all, it's going to be sweet and short. Think about our seniors, because we are the ones that vote.
Hello, my name is Glenna Hamilton, and I attend East Oakland Senior Center. I just wanted you to know it's very important that the center stays open. I have been paying taxes for over 50 years in Oakland. And when I retired, I said, I'm going to join the senior center. And so I look at this, and sometimes I'll say, don't throw us under the bus. And the reason I say that is because sometimes I feel our city don't care. And so it's amazing where it seems like East Oakland sometimes get the short end of the stick. And it's been going on for a lot of years. So what I'm saying to you is we need our director. We need all the seniors to be able to have a place to come, to have a place where they're not sitting at home. And one day, you will find yourself needing somewhere to go. And so, because not only do we pay taxes, we vote, and it's important. We vote in all these elections. And so I came here once before and you gave a promise. You promised that we won't interfere, we will not take away the center. And then we're back here again because things are happening. But you have to keep in mind, like I said, I've been paying taxes in Oakland for over 50 years. And my taxes is when I was younger making more money than I'm making now. So right now, look at our centers, keep your hands off of them, and keep your promises. Don't touch our centers, please. And don't touch our directors either. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Antoinette Warren, founder and CEO of Warren Publishing Group, Senior Advocacy Alliance, celebrating 13 years of successful advocacy. I was appointed by Mayor Jean Quan to the Mayor's Commission on Aging under the supervision of Tracy Jensen, City of Oakland first Senior Services Administrator in the Human Services Department. I was seated for 6 years and chair of the commission for 3 years. The Mayor's Commission on Aging, established in 1980, works in partnership with the Department of Human Services to develop and evaluate programs to address the special needs of Oakland's diverse senior residents and to advise the mayor and the City Council about issues affecting Oakland seniors. A primary function of the commission is to support the city's network of senior centers. During my tenure with the commission, I was seated on East Oakland Senior Center's Board of Directors for over 2 years. Their senior programs have always promoted socialization, fostering interaction, and boosting overall well-being. They understand seniors are one of our most important and vulnerable populations. As a senior services advocate, I have worked with East Oakland, West Oakland, Downtown, and North Oakland senior centers, assisting with program development, holding social and educational events. All Oakland Senior Center staff understands that it is required to have hands-on engagement and programs that will stimulate the minds of seniors they serve. Scott Means, past Human Services Director with Aging and Adult Services, along with my business, Warren Publishing Group, has presented for the past 9 years a celebration honoring individuals, public and private agencies who have made a difference in the lives of seniors during the month of May, which is Older Americans Month. All of our celebrations have been held at each of the Oakland Senior Centers. And we also currently are working with Anna Bakhtas, the new Senior Services Director. As of 2024, there are 61,606 seniors in Oakland and growing out of a population of 354,142. Therefore, it is critical that the City of Oakland work out a plan to have these senior centers open at some time during each week. Older adults need to congregate to fulfill many of their social, physical, emotional, and intellectual needs, which help them stay healthy and independent. Keep all the senior centers open. Keep East Oakland Senior Center open. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Angela Galbraith. I am an employee with the City of Oakland for 5 years. I was taught to be of service. I instilled that into my son, who is now in service with the OPD, who serves at nighttime, where I don't sleep because my son is out policing the City of Oakland. He's also policing the seniors that come to our centers that's vulnerable. So when I say I'm disappointed in my city, I'm very disappointed. I leave my house across the street from a golf course to come down to work in Brookfield every day. And the disparity that I see leaving the Oakland Hills to come down to East Oakland is heartbreaking. And what I want y'all to be is be of service. Don't be of disservice. Service the City of Oakland. And it's not fair that seniors are taking the blunt of this. My job is on the chopping block. And I'm okay with losing my job as long as I keep the senior centers open, especially East Oakland. It's the only senior center in the East that serves a population that's undeserved. I spend my own money to pay for coffee, for cream, for sugar, anything to serve them. Because where are y'all at when they're hungry? Where are y'all at when they're cold? Where y'all at when it's hot? We are a service center. We serve them when they're cold, when it's hot outside, when they're hungry. It's not fair that they should be getting the bottom on the pile of this. It's not fair. What I ask, and I know that y'all not gonna do it, is release the senior centers. Let the advisory council run their own center. They are very capable of running the senior centers they own. Let them, set them free. Y'all go do what y'all need to do. Let the senior centers run on their own. Charge them $1 for rent until they can get their money up. You know, don't close none of the senior centers. Let them go. They can run independently. They can be a nonprofit, but closing them is not an option. When seniors come in and they might be abused, they might have had their money taken, they might have been scammed. They're not coming to you, they're coming to us. I need to speak with them. I've been trained. They need to be called, the police needs to be called, and they need a social service worker. Because where y'all at when PG&E sending them emails about send this money here or pay this over here, and they're doing it because they don't know. Y'all not there. I'm there. Like I said, I come to the hood. I get my car broken into to make sure these seniors are taken care of, and I will support them. When if I have a job or if I don't have a job, I will be at the senior center making sure they're taken care of from 9 to 5. So do not close East Oakland. We don't want y'all closing one day. We don't need no part-time hours. You can leave a director. Like I said, my job is on the line, and I can lose my job. But the senior center, especially East Oakland, needs to be open at all costs. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I understand we have 2 minutes, right? So this is what I'm going to say. Make sure that the senior center stays open, no cuts to the senior center. And I need to say this to everyone. Remember that we all are somebody. We have hopes and dreams just like everybody else. I want you to keep on loving us so we have the capacity to pay our taxes. And remember to eat healthy, City Council, because you guys can afford it. We are, right now, I feel like I'm on fire, so I need to calm down. So my point is, do not close any centers. We don't want to lose any directors. And when you promise us something, somebody is listening. And if you're lying about something, they have a way of catching up with you. And also the city, you guys get handsome salaries. Let's be fair, especially the administrator. I understand, I can't imagine what he makes. And also stop cutting these small programs when you have these programs in here you're paying $200,000 a year, and what are they doing? And remember, I'm from the Tolan Heights, and I pay a lot of taxes. Thank you.
My name is Peter Benenson. I haven't seen any drafts of current budgets or proposals, but I have looked at budgets in the past. They're usually composed of line items, dollars and cents. They're supposed to be objective. They're supposed to be dispassionate. They are claimed to be providing equal treatment to all, and many other wonderful things like that. It works for roads and bridges, and it works for some other items. But if any of those repairs from any of those entities are not done, will anybody suffer from isolation or loneliness or hunger or the attendant medical conditions that follow from those consequences? That's the question here. So if the potholes aren't fixed, if no more concrete barriers aren't erected, if more cameras aren't installed, is any of that going to happen? The senior citizens aren't line items, nor are those centers that function way beyond provision for bingo games. They provide a break from isolation. Many people who are living alone. They provide warmth, shelter, safety, affordable food, purpose, friendship, and belonging, among many other things. It's much more than a building and bingo. They're a very cost-effective form of health care. So I asked you to consider that when you're thinking about cutting provisions. I've heard it said that one thing we could cut would be Meals on Wheels. Well, I would suggest to anyone who wants to do that, try going out one of your meals during the workday for a week and see what the consequences of that are for you. This is a vulnerable population, so please take care and take care of the centers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your comments. The 15 minutes that the council president allotted for those who had to get on the 4 o'clock bus has ended.
I'll allow 1 more minute for the speaker. Thank you, sir.
My name is Peter Pursley. I'm a client at the downtown Oakland Senior Center, and I'm here to urge no cuts in any of the senior center programs. I think one thing that binds humanity, no matter what part of the world you live in, no matter what your politics are, is a respect and a commitment to the care of seniors. These are people at the end of life. I'm 82 years old myself, and I have been told from many sources that if I want to live much longer, I've got to be active. And the senior centers are the way we do it. I take dance classes, believe it or not, and I love it. And the people who work at the senior center are fantastic. They're talented. They give us so much, and I think it's essential for the ability of seniors to continue as healthy as possible a lifestyle, and the centers are the vehicle. Please support them.
Thank you for your comments. That was the 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I do want to summarize where we're at in terms of the senior funding, and then we'll go back to item 3.2 and Councilmember Reed, and then I will run through the order of the agenda because we have a lot to cover today. So seniors who are still here, thank you so much for turning out, and for those who've already left, we want to make sure we thank you. Just to recap where we are, the city administrator and our HSD team has shared that they have put forward an alternative proposal to keep our 4 senior centers open. They will be going through what the services are that will be provided, and so they explain that there's a survey they would very much like you to complete. And again, those senior centers are West Oakland, East Oakland, North Oakland, and downtown. And certainly, if there's any corrections the staff need to make while I'm recapping this, please do that. I also want to share that, as I understand it, the general purpose fund contracts for this fiscal year for the following organizations are intact: Family Bridges, Eden INR, SOS Meals on Wheels. And I do want to make sure the staff confirms that the Unity Council's grant is also intact for the Fruitvale and San Antonio Senior Center. We'll make sure that we do that, Councilmember Gallo. Lastly, and I also want to share that I did speak with the city administrator, and we'll cover this when we get to the budget item about making sure that those contracts and others are expedited this month. Lastly, there are some funds that are covered in the current budget by the sugar sweetened beverage tax. Those grants, including Mercy Brown Bag $150,000 and SOS Meals on Wheels $125,000, are proposed to be reduced. And I do want to share with Councilmember Kaplan that we are looking at ways that we can potentially make sure those can go forward. So Councilmember Kaplan, if you can speak very briefly to that.
Thank you so much, and I really want to appreciate all of our seniors and all of the people who work with the seniors. As an aspiring future Oakland senior myself, it's very important to me that we retain these services, and so I've been working together with our council president and others to identify other available funds that can be used to save some of these services and functions throughout the city. And so, since I know some of you have to leave, we'll talk about this in more detail later when we get to the budget item, but we did want to share, and we have a handout to go with it, some new additional funds that we have been working to track down and bring in to help save services in Oakland, including thanks to the incredible work of a lot of people bringing in events at the Oakland Arena and Coliseum, that we have substantially increased revenue there, which can be used to further shore up our budget, as well as the additional revenue we've been identifying in funds, including Measure BB and others. And so I wanted to share that we continue to undertake that work. We'll share more detail at the budget item, and I look forward to making sure we have a strategy to preserve our senior services. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so seniors, please rest assured that we all very much share your concerns about serving our senior community. So we'll go back to item 3.2, and Councilmember Reed, if you would like to make a motion and close out that item.
Yes, thank you, Council President Bassam, for your grace. I would like to move the item And I also just want to thank our seniors. Certainly our office, as we were preparing to honor our seniors, had no idea that there would be a budget challenge that could be impactful to them, that would bring so many out. And yet I'm happy that many were here so that you could be recognized and honored, and that the face of who you are could be before us as we're making these really critical and impactful decisions. I want to thank those who partner with our office to serve 400 seniors and single parents last week at the East Oakland Senior Centers, our corporate and community partners and many volunteers, including our seniors that were recognized. They served 400 seniors and they were blessed with all the food, meal bags, blankets, socks, gloves, and many resources from our community partners who tabled. And then I finally want to thank our seniors who have loved on my mother, from the East Oakland Senior Center to the West Oakland Senior Center and the North Oakland Senior Center as West Oakland has merged with them, for just your care and your concern for her and your deep love and support and resources that you have strengthened me in as I care for her. And finally, I see one of Oakland's amazing community pillars, Mr. Miller. He is one of Oakland's non-agenarians. He is 96 years old, and I would like Mr. Miller to please stand and be recognized with us today. He is still involved, he is still serving, he is still volunteering, he is still at neighborhood council meetings in Sobrani Park and Brookfield and Columbia Gardens. He is still on the ground showing up at community events and community fairs, and you may be our most amazing living Oaklander here with the age and the wisdom that you have lived out. And I just want to honor you for your strength and support to me over the last 4 years. Thank you, Mr. Miller. We love you. I love all of our seniors. Thank you, Council President Bass.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Let's call the roll on 3.2.
On item 3.2, moved by Councilmember Reed, seconded by Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Call.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran.
Okay, thank you everyone for allowing us to take things out of order. I'll run through our agenda, which is quite full. Before I do that, since this is our last scheduled council meeting of the year, I do want to make sure that I express our deepest appreciations to the entire Oakland staff, and especially those who support the City of Oakland in conducting our business. That includes our City Clerk's office, and KTOP, as well as our City Attorney's office, the City Administrator, and all of the departments and the staff who work under our City Administrator. As I said, we have a full agenda today, including our budget and election items. Just a reminder that our meetings are public forums, and so the public has a right to express your opinions on matters before the council. And we do ask that everyone is respectful and does not disrupt the orderly progress of the meeting. Please make sure that you take out a speaker card if you wish to speak, and that you come to speak within your time when your name is called for that particular item. In terms of our agenda today, we will start with our Love Life acknowledgement with our at-large council office. We then plan to go to the District 7 staff recognition ceremonial. After that, I will take another ceremonial item as the chair's privilege. I believe we have some guests who are going to make some remarks, given that this is our last council meeting and the last for a number of our council members. And then at 5 o'clock, or as close to 5 o'clock as possible, we are going to take item number 8, which is the 2024 emergency declaration. This is related to our budget, and both Councilmember Ramachandran and Councilmember Fife are excused. However, they will be able to join us at 5 o'clock to participate in that very important item. From there, we'll go through any modifications to our agenda. We've got our consent calendar, 2 public hearings, and then we have our main item, which is our budget item, and 2 items related to the elections. and then we'll wrap up with announcements, adjournments, and open forum. So I do hope that is clear. Madam Clerk, without further ado, please go on to item 3.1.
Going to item 3.1.
Oh, I'm sorry, our Love Life acknowledgement. Let's see. And we do have our at-large office, and I believe Michael is reading that today.
Check, check, check. Good. Cool. Before I get started with the Love Life acknowledgement, I just want to say that this is my this is my final meeting with the at-large office at the City Council, and I just want to say to everyone here in the room that it has been an absolute pleasure to serve the City of Oakland as the legislative analyst for the at-large office. Thank you for that privilege. We acknowledge that in service to our beloved City of Oakland and all its citizens, adhering to the City of Oakland's official motto, Oakland, Love Life, we enter into this space committed to embody love as our guiding principle. We acknowledge Love Life as our motto as we denounce violence in all forms and the conditions that create it. We acknowledge that when we demonstrate love, we also exhibit respect and kindness towards each other. We commit acts of love as an intentional force to generate tangible solutions in regards to all of our actions. We recognize as leaders, we must set an example and precedent for those in community who have entrusted us with these duties. We welcome and appreciate all contributions to this space, and even when expressing disagreement, we request that we lead with love in your heart. We seek to find common ground and tangible solutions that demonstrate love for our city, its residents, and all constituents. We acknowledge that when we lead with love, we are able to uplift a thriving city rooted in equity, equality, justice, inclusion, and opportunity for all. We commit to the action of Love Life as our motto and mantra. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to item 3.1.
Going to item 3.1, a resolution honoring past and present District 7 staff for their dedicated contributions to the City of Oakland under the leadership of Councilmember Treva Reed, recognizing their service and commitment to the community. 6 speakers.
Come on in, circle around. Look at you all. Come on. Get around a circle. Wow, team. Wow, today is our final day serving publicly here for District 7. And we're just so honored to be here to recognize and honor the strength of support that I've had in each of these mighty leaders over the last 4 years. And I want to thank you all. I don't know that I'll get emotional, but we did it. We walked out everything that we honored in our community values, our community pillars, working 24/7 on each of your watch to keep our community safe and protected, to keep our community clean and beautiful, to keep East Oakland prioritized, being the district that's furthest from City Hall, to keep us served and connected, to keep our community working and our businesses open. You have done that and more. And I needed everyone to see and recognize the work that you have brought to this office, the expertise in your leadership, the longevity of how you've worked to stand with me and our community. You are phenomenal leaders. You were accomplished before you came to my office. And I hope that the work that you led along with me, listening to our community, responding to them, meeting them where they are, helping to mobilize them, empower them, and helping them to show up here with us. We have had a force multiplier of an army of neighbors with us over the last 4 years, and we could not have done what we have accomplished without the community at our side and without your leadership alongside me, and in partnership with our city leaders, our city administrator, all of the directors, our community partners, our faith partners, our environmental leaders, our labor leaders, our business leaders. We have done great things, and I'm grateful for you and how you've helped me build on our legacy of ensuring that we put people over politics and politricks, and that we would never cut deals that cut community out. Everything that we did was to value what we hold deeply, which is loving people in action, which is leading with integrity from the deep well of our own lived experience. A number of you are native to District 7, live in District 7. You honored our value of transparency and accountability, and most importantly, unity. You all were a unified force with me, and as I look at you, I look at the dynamic of this representation of our community right here. And so I want to acknowledge each of you, maybe briefly, by name, and I want to share first to our Chief of Staff. Our Chief of Everything, Haley Hester. Haley Hester, throw your hands up if you don't know Haley. She has been at my side before we came on council. She was on our campaign team. I was her teacher at church, and never thought that one day we'd be standing together in City Hall. And here we are, and look what God has done, Haley. And I'm just going to share briefly, because there's so much about each of them, and I want to encourage you to pull up the legislation because it speaks in depth to their bio, to who they are professionally, who they are as academic scholars and leaders. These are phenomenal people alongside me, but I'm going to give the meaning of their name also. Haley Hester, her name inherently and spiritually means heroine and creative. Chief of Staff, maybe I'll highlight a couple things. Haley has her master's degree in public administration and her degree also from Cal State University, East Bay, her bachelor's in psychology from Holy Names. Just these brilliant women alongside of me. She's a lifetime member of BWAPA, Black Women Organized for Political Action. She's an interim board secretary for the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. I can go on and on. I don't even know how Haley has time to be with me to the wee hours of the morning with all the boards and commissions that she serves on. But let's recognize Haley. Josephine Guzman, her right-hand woman, is our district representative, and Josephine's name means she shall increase in wisdom and understanding. And I know one of my colleagues is just waiting for her last day on my team because she is still going to be around here, and I'll let you see when she announces that publicly. But Josephine is our district representative. She's currently pursuing her master's in public administration and nonprofit management, social change, and philanthropy at Northeastern University. She's proud first-generation Latina. She's a deep East Oakland native and a daughter of Mexican immigrants. She graduated undergrad from Mills College with a bachelor in education and public policy. She's the bomb. I want to acknowledge next Nadia Morales Saleh, and her name means hopeful and blessed. Nadia is a recent graduate from UC Berkeley, where she obtained double degrees in political science and English literature. She's known for her exceptional writing skills and has been recognized and awarded for her literary talents at the national and international stages. Let's honor Nadia. Did you throw your hands up, Nadia? I want to acknowledge Samantha Akwe, whose name means listener and attentive to God's voice. She is our communications director, and she has been blending her passion for storytelling and public service as a poet and dedicated public servant. She enjoys helping organizations harness their leadership and creativity to craft impactful narratives, and I thank her for capturing my voice and my heart for the community. She earned her Bachelor's of Art in English from Spelman College and has a Master of Public Administration from San Francisco State University. I want to recognize what I call my assistant. He may be a fellow, but he has been an assistant to me in so many ways. Oh my God, I wish he was going to be here longer. He'd be my policy director. But Mansour Ahmed Taleb, whose name means one is victorious. Y'all better snatch him up because I'm telling you, he is an amazing king who has come alongside me. He is originally from France, but we done snatched him up over here in the U.S., and he's just been a relentless advocate. He's an aspiring judge and a social architect dedicated to building a more equitable world. He was born and raised in France to a resilient African immigrant mother and an overachieving, hardworking father, and his unique fusion of identities fuel his dedication to justice, and he is on his way to law school. And now, my staff, those are the team who with me now. The other ones, ooh, they brought me through. First of all, we got to welcome Jocelyn Mapp. Strong and mighty. I can't tell you, when she was away on medical leave, everybody in the community was asking us on every corner where Jocelyn was. And her name means joyous and righteous. She is our former senior district representative, and she brings years of experience in public service and community engagement. She's got a deep commitment, being from Deep East Oakland, to enhancing the quality of life for residents and local issues. Y'all saw her on the ground addressing illegal dumping, public safety, homelessness. That is a fearless woman, and she and I are both alumni of Hampton University, and we love the work and contributions of Jocelyn. Next, we have my sister, who has been a voice for me and now a voice for many, Crystal Rahim, who is our former communications and public relations manager. Crystal's name means clear, sparkling, and blessed. And during her time with us, Crystal helped us to lead out on the Ebony Alert. That legislation is trailblazing now across the country, as California is the first state to acknowledge an Ebony Alert notification system to address the magnitude of missing reported Black women and youth and girls and boys in Oakland and throughout the state of California. And she has worked alongside me, leading on our Human Traffic Advisory Council. Welcome back, Crystal. And Latasha Perry, oh my goodness. My sister met us on the street, volunteered at our Community Safety Day of Actions, and we were blessed with her coming from a volunteer into our office. Latasha's name means Christmas child and witness of Christ. She is our former district representative. She's a native of Oakland D7, a dedicated community advocate, realtor, public servant, and a deep passion for uplifting underserved communities. And she now serves with BWAPA and her work with Bridge Association Realtors as the chair of the DEI committee, and she is one to champion housing and home ownership equity. Call her if you need a house. Araya Hunter is not here. She's our former communications director, princess and beautiful. I want to acknowledge Vashawn Huff, who is our former chief of staff, whose name means God is gracious and accountable. She's not here. But one who is here is Rosa Velasquez. She helped to get this started from the campaign, leading out in the district, leading over and having founded one of our Latino chambers. She went from founding and launching a chamber to meet our business community to serving alongside us as our former district representative. I am so happy to have Rosa here. Rosa's name is Rose and God's gracious gift, and she blessed us with our first District 7 baby. Where is he? Oh my goodness, okay, just a few more. We have, I cannot believe he drove all the way down from Sacramento, is Mateo Ramirez Mercado. Yes, our former district representative. Mateo's name means gift of God and honor to God, and man, did he walk that out in his love for our community. He uses his experience from all of his college degrees, many of them, to serve our district. He oversaw our policy areas of homelessness and housing and community development, as well as our constituent cases. And he worked hard for us. And now he is working hard in the Sacramento area in his hometown under Councilmember Lisa Kaplan and her leadership in the city of Sacramento. I can't believe Mateo is here, and I'm so grateful for him. He came to our office with a lot of legislative experience, and it has benefited us. Stephisha Ecoy Walton. I am so grateful for you. Your name means crowned and illuminated. She is one of our Urban Leaders Fellows in the District 7 office. Stephisha, there is nothing that you cannot do. And the light of your character and your presence helped to uplift our community in so many ways in the time that you volunteered with our office, and certainly when you served as an Urban Leaders Fellow. I'm grateful that we could have that partnership to invest in you because you deserve it. And I hope that you all would connect with her. She's an advocate for equity in education. She's a parent organizer with Family in Action for Quality Education, a board director for Education for Change Public Schools. She's a business leader. She's an LGBTQ rights leader. She's a champion and a retired professional basketball player from California Polytech University at Panoma. Get it. Okay. Oh, I'm not, is that the final? Okay. Well, I had to save this individual. I don't even want to cry. Brandon, get up here. This was our first chief of staff. And certainly on the campaign team, but long before the campaign team, Brandon, our fathers, I see the Honorable Gordon Barranco, Judge Barranco in the back. I know so much of what's going on in your lives right now, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that you even had the time to step away from everything that you're facing to be here with us today. And I think it exemplifies, I know it exemplifies how you stood for us in so many times of crisis and chaos and continue to show up and show out and strengthen others even when you've had a magnitude of other matters in your own life. And we are better because of you and how you helped me to start off leading. You were the icing on the cake, helping to bring me into this office. He served alongside my father on his staff, and I was blessed that Brandon continued with me. We served together with Nancy Skinner in the State Assembly where we got to work together. But before that, our families were connected at the hip and deeply connected with a love and heart for each other. And I want to thank his family for how they poured into me and my dad and our family. Long before I got here, this family has been a part of our lives. And I'm grateful for what you invested in me and all the ways that you invested in this community and how you still invest in us. We have given out over 500 laptops with Brandon's leadership now with AT&T. He's a regional manager with AT&T. And their public affairs and legislative affairs, and he helps to make sure that our community is connected with free Chromebooks and laptops and internet service and access for our seniors, for our youth, and for our families. There are many things that I could say, but I want to tell you how much I love you. And you helped to bring all of us, you helped to make sure this chief of staff right here was well prepared to grow and develop and to lead as you moved on to opportunities that God blessed you with. I love you so much, Brandon. So let's recognize my team. They each have gifts from me and more to come as we close out this time of leading and serving in East Oakland. Thank you very much for the time you've given us.
Here, a Haley spoon. 1, 2. Okay, then.
Thank you. Thank you all. I love you all.
Through the chair to the D7 staff, before you depart, could you please go down to the city clerk's office and check the status of your Form 700? Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Going to the public speakers, as I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Black Homeless Advocate, Shamar Teese, Brooke Levin, Mr. Gene Hazard, Salvatore Hawkins, Vivica Okoye Walton. Sorry if I said your last name incorrectly. Please approach the podium in any order. And again, please go down to the clerk's office and check the status of your Form 700 as you prepare to depart D7. Let me check Zoom. Again, anyone in chambers wishing to speak, please approach the podium. Please state your name for the record before you begin.
Thank you. Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Vivica Ecoy Walton. I am the proud wife of Stafisha Ecoy Walton, who just got recognized for District 7. And aside from me congratulating her and telling her how proud I am of her and how her work will show and that she'll get her flowers when it's time, and that I really want to say to Councilmember Reed, you are the epitome and model of leadership. In District 7, if nobody else says it, I do. As an emerged sister, as a sister that has watched you walk those streets, knock on my door, and have a conversation with you in my living room that made sure that I supported you for the last 4 years, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for what you leave here. Your legacy will not forget you, and I appreciate that we have strong Black women to show those others that's going to come after you, including myself, that we can do it and we can continue and we will not let you down. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you, Oakland. You deserved her.
Thank you for your comments. Moving to the Zoom speaker. 1 minute, we have Brooke Levin. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, members of the council. I wanted to just say briefly that Treva Reed is the epitome of a person with high integrity. She has served with love, compassion, and regard for everyone in this entire city. I live in District 1. I worked for the city for 26 years. I have been an advocate, as all of you know, around many things. And Treva has been willing to listen. She has been supportive of many things, including Oakland's parks, Measure Q. And I just really appreciate everything she's done around the budget. Her integrity on the budget has been outstanding, and even though some of her directions have not been heard by other members of the council, believe me, many members of the public, including me, highly regard her integrity on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, all names have been called. If you do wish to speak, please approach the podium in any order. Black Homeless Advocate Shamar Teach, Mr. Hazard, Salvatore Hawkins. At this time, all names have been called.
Okay, I'll entertain a
So
motion.
moved. Thank you, Council President.
Second.
Thank you.
On item 3.1, moved by Councilmember Reed, seconded by Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
She must be out of her seat or on her way down.
Kaplan is excused at this time. Councilmember Ramachandran is also excused. Councilmember Reed.
I want to say thank you, and thank you to all of my council colleagues for all the resolutions that you've signed for those that we recognize today.
Councilmember Kaplan. Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Fife, and Ramachandran.
All right, thank you all. And I will take a point of personal privilege and ask Councilmember Jenkins to briefly introduce the next person.
Yes, thank you. So Senator Jesse Argine, our new state senator, wanted to recognize the outgoing council members. So we have Sal from his staff with some commendation and some words for the outgoing council members.
Good afternoon. My name is Sal Harkins, and I'm here on behalf of State Senator Jesse Argine to commend the great magnitude of public service with a lot of outgoing city council members here. And at first order of business, I would like to commend President of the Council, Nikki Bass, longtime city council member, great dedication to her district and District 2, as well as the city of Oakland. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend Treva Reed for her contributions to East Oakland, District 7, and also the city of Oakland. Also, City Council Member Dan Kalb for his contributions to North Oakland, District 1, and the city of Oakland as a whole. And last but not least, City Council Member Rebecca Kaplan for your contributions I present 4 certificates, one to each of you, for your exemplary public service. And if you guys can make your way down so I could officially present these on behalf of the Senator. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm in. Oh, yep. Sorry.
I'm next. Well, no, I didn't need that.
Yeah, you are.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for your patience. As I mentioned earlier, we are taking the agenda out of order. It's about 5 o'clock. Before we move on to item number 8, the 2024 emergency declaration, I do want to ask if my colleagues have any modifications to the agenda. Okay. I will just share that for item 5.26, honoring Tanya Love, Councilmember Fife has asked that this be withdrawn and moved to the first regular council meeting, January 21st. And on the non-consent calendar, again, we are going to take item number 8 right now because I do believe we have Councilmembers Fife and Ramachandran available on Zoom. And then when we get to our non-consent calendar, we'll take the budget, item S11 first. Then we will take item number 9, the certification of election results. And then lastly, item number 10, the declaration of vacancies and call for special election.
We have, Madam Chair, we have 2 public hearings.
Yes, we do. I was just discussing the order of the non-consent calendar. So just to recap again, we're going to take item number 8, the emergency declaration, because we have 2 council members on Zoom with us. Okay. And then we will go to our consent calendar, and I'll ask Councilmember President Pro Tem Kalb to chair. Then we will have 2 public hearings. And then our non-consent calendar. And again, that will first be item S11, our budget balancing item, and then item 9, the certification of election results, and then item number 10, declaration of vacancies and call for special election. Okay. And we do have a couple modifications from the city attorney. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, this is to note that 2 items on consent, 5.44. It's a settlement, Oleander Coleman and Nestor Matos versus City of Oakland. And then the other item, 5.45, Daniel Vallejo versus City of Oakland. Those will be withdrawn and rescheduled to the January 9th City Council meeting.
Okay, thank you for those modifications. And we are just checking to make sure we have the 2 council members on Zoom. And for this particular item, we need all 8 council members available. There should be 6 of us on the dais and 2 on Zoom. And we can start as soon as we have Councilmember Reed back. If someone can make sure we get Councilmember Reed back in the chambers. Okay, council member called to the dais. Oh, great. Okay, thank you. So we have 6 council members on the dais and 2 on Zoom. Councilmember Fife, thank you for joining us. Councilmember Ramachandran, congratulations on your new addition to your family, and thank you for joining us. Okay, let's read in item number 8.
Reading in item 8, adopt a resolution declaring an emergency pursuant to, to the Article Section 2B of the California Constitution, necessitating submission of general tax measures to the voters before the next regular election for the City Council. And I have 9 speakers on this item.
Thank you. Let's hear the staff report. Welcome.
Thank you. Erin Roseman, Director of Finance. Today we have in front of you a resolution declaring an emergency pursuant to California Constitution necessitating submission of a general tax measures to the voters before the next regular election for the City Council to consider. So this item to the City Council seeks to call an emergency declaration so that the City Council can place a general sales tax on the next election for the next special election in April. This unanimous declaration of emergency by the governing body is required to place a general tax on a special ballot election that is not consolidated with the regular election for members of the governing body. Adoption of the proposed resolution enables the city to proceed with placing these measures on the ballot, aiming to generate additional revenue to mitigate the severity of service and program reductions caused by the ongoing budget deficit. I'll take any questions if you like.
Thank you, Director Roseman. And just to be clear, so if we unanimously pass this emergency declaration under state law, it will allow us to place the sales tax measure that we discussed yesterday on the April 15th special election ballot.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions or comments on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Gallo?
Madam Chairperson, for clarity's sake, can you explain to the public what the sales tax will be? Sales tax on what items? What's the sales tax?
So this item today is the emergency declaration that allows the City Council to place a general tax, sales tax, or transaction and use tax. Is it actually a transaction, action, and use tax? It's slightly different than a sales tax. It's an item that this body considered yesterday and moved forward or continued to the January 9th council meeting. So this declaration allows for that to go on the ballot if the council so chooses at the next meeting.
And the voters will have the opportunity to vote on
That
this
is
item.
correct.
Thank you.
Correct. So there's a 2-step process. Today, if we approve this item unanimously, then on January 9th, when the new council considers the proposed sales tax, if the new council moves that forward, then it can go onto the ballot and the voters can decide. Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record before beginning. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. You will be called after the in-chamber speakers. Ms. Asada Olabala, Black Homeless Advocate. Vanessa Riles, Linda George, Blair Beekman, Shamar Teese, Brooke Levin, Kevin Daly, Mr. Hazard. In any order, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, and Linda George. I think I missed your name.
First, let's correct the record. This proposed measure, it states, the City Council proposed April 15, 2025 transaction and use tax. This is not a sales tax, Mr. Guile. Measure to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, which means you're going to have to pay the state a administrative fee, violates the state constitution because 4.26.130 provision contained in the measure. And that says, enjoining collection forbidden, no injunction or writ of mandate or legal or equitable process shall issue any suit, action, or proceeding in any court against the state or city or against any officer of the state. Let me tell you why this violates the Constitution. One, due process rights. The 14th Amendment protects individual rights to due process when government actions affect their property interests. Two, access to courts.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hazard.
The history of how we provide revenues to the city of Oakland has been on the backs of one particular group, and that's the property owners. The way the system should work is that everyone should have an opportunity to contribute to the revenue of this city in some form or matter. So this tax will give us, I'm not a property owner, but I want to take responsibility for being a part of the revenues generated. I want to take that responsibility, and everybody should take that responsibility if you are not a property owner. The idea that one group of people should supply revenues for this city is absurd. So a sales tax is a way that we can do that, the way that I can contribute, and the way that everybody should want to contribute. And it's not It's not an issue of
Your name was called and you're in chambers. Please approach the podium, otherwise we will move to the Zoom speakers. I have called all the names. If you wish to speak, please step to the podium. Moving to the Zoom speakers, Shamar Teese. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yeah, good evening. We're obviously not being allowed enough time to speak and contribute anything meaningful to this conversation. And, you know, much could be said about the just abhorrently undemocratic way that this council is conducting their business. I'm only going to share that I did, after this measure was first introduced at yesterday's hastily announced meeting, I conducted an informal poll of residents across the city. And overwhelmingly, I got more than 25 detailed responses that I'm happy to share with any council member who wants to reach out to me. Of those 26 responses now. Of those responses, 25 on principle, absolutely not. This council has mismanaged the funds, and there's no faith that this is going to do anything to correct our finances. One person did point out correctly that this is a great way to fund city business, but to meet our current deficit, the tax would need to be much higher and increase every year.
Brooke Levin, you are next. Brooke, if you are speaking, we cannot hear you. I see you're unmuted, but I can't hear you.
Thank you. I didn't know that it was my turn. Brooke Levin. I just want one simple thing. I want clarification between declaration of emergency, that is the action before you in this item, and the fiscal crisis or fiscal emergency declaration, which has been discussed in the prior council meetings and is defined in the supplemental to first quarter R&E report on page 10. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All names have been called. Again, if you wish to speak, please approach the podium. Thank you.
Okay, I do want to make sure we answer Brooke Levin's question. If we could do that first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Kaplan. Can the staff help answer that question? The question is, there's two definitions that are in question, and if Ryan Richardson is available, he can help with that. So the questions are the definition of fiscal emergency under this particular resolution in front of us versus the definition of fiscal emergency under our consolidated fiscal policy.
Through the chair, Aaron Roseman, Director of Finance. This emergency declaration is based on the California State Constitution, the Article XIIIC, Section 2B of the California Constitution. The fiscal emergency based off of the City of Oakland's consolidated fiscal policy has a different definition. There are multiple definitions of emergency declarations throughout the Constitution and used in different places. So this has a different definition from our definition in the consolidated fiscal policy.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan?
So just to be clear, this item does not involve and does not mean the declaration of fiscal emergency that is described in our consolidated fiscal policy.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gayo.
I'd like to hear from our city attorney. Ryan, if you can please present your legal opinion on this declaration of emergency.
Through the chair, Ryan Richardson with the Oakland City Attorney's Office. So this declaration in and of itself does not put anything on the April 15th ballot. This declaration will give the council in January the option to put the sales tax increase on the ballot. But That's all this does. And to Director Roseman's point earlier, this is a different declaration of emergency than what the council was discussing several weeks back with regard to the council's consolidated fiscal policy. This declaration is under the California Constitution, and it is specifically for the purposes of allowing the council to potentially place a general sales tax measure on a special election ballot on April 15th.
And this is an action that other cities have taken throughout California.
Correct.
And so this will come back to the council, to the public on the 9th of January for action.
This item will not come back to the council.
No, the declaration we're approving today, but the actual going to the vote.
The sales tax itself will come back to the council on January 9th for additional public comment and for a council decision.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So it's order in the chambers, please. So just to be clear, there is a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. This resolution does need to be adopted unanimously in order to give the future council on January 9th the opportunity to potentially place that ballot measure on the April 15th ballot.
Clarification, Madam President. Is this a sales tax? Because that's not what in the language of the proposed measure.
It's
not
a
a sales tax.
Do you need a motion or it's already been?
no, a motion and second is on the table.
Okay.
So let's call the roll.
On item 8, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, second by Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Fife is
Aye.
excused. Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Jenkins.
Hold on a second. It's really important that we are able to hear. I didn't hear the roll call. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Fife. To the members of the public, please. Hold on, please. Thank you. Councilmember Fife. Okay.
Ryan.
We need to hear public. The clerk needs to hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Starting over. Councilmember Fife. Thank you. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 8 ayes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and thank you again, Council Members Ramachandran and Fife, for joining us for this item. We appreciate that. So at this time, let me review the agenda once more so that we are clear. We are going to go to our consent calendar next. We do have at least 70 speakers signed up, so let's be as concise as possible. You will have 1 minute each as usual. From there, we have our 2 public hearings, and then we have 3 remaining non-consent items. We have over maybe 60 or 70 speakers on those non-consent items, as well as the public hearings, and just so that we can manage our time before our usual end time at 9:30, we will be reducing the time for the non-consent items to 90 seconds. Council members, I also need your cooperation to make sure that you are communicative with me about your whereabouts. If you need to leave early, please let me know. I want to make sure that we can maintain quorum to cover the rest of this agenda. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to read in the consent calendar and Councilmember Cobb to chair.
Going to the consent calendar, which is all of the item 5s. Item 5.1, approval of the draft minutes from the special meeting of December 3rd, City Council meeting and regular meetings of December 3rd and December 9th. Item 5.2, a resolution regarding the declaration of a local emergency due to AIDS. Item 5.3, a local emergency due to the medical cannabis. Item 5.4, a resolution in regard to the emergency homelessness crisis. Item 5.5 is for final passage. This is an ordinance regarding approvals for the California College of Arts redevelopment project. Item 5.6, an ordinance for the master site license agreement for solar and battery energy systems at critical municipal facilities. This is also for final passage. Item 5.7, an ordinance regarding amending the local business enterprise program certification requirements. This is also for final passage. Item 5.8, an ordinance as recommended by the Planning Commission for updates to Title 17. This is also for final passage. Item 5.9, an ordinance adding Chapter 15.80 regarding construction workforce-related reporting standards. This is also for final passage. Item 5.10, an ordinance regarding the rent adjustment and just cause for eviction ordinances. This is also for final passage. Item 5.11, an ordinance for UCSF Benioff Children's Hospital, Oakland interim Hellstop lease. This is also for final passage. Item 5.12, an ordinance regarding the nuisance eviction ordinance. This is for final passage. Item 5.13, a resolution regarding the appointments to Ferryland Board. Item 5.14, Pro Housing Incentive Pilot Program Grant Application. Item 5.15, MOU, a resolution for the MOU for fiscal year 25 through 30, regional analysis impediments to fair housing. Item 5.16, a resolution for the State of California Traffic Safety Grant. Item 5.17, a resolution regarding accepting and appropriating technical grant agreements with the City and County of San Francisco. Item 5.15, information report on the 2025 federal legislative agenda. Item 5.19, a resolution accepting funds for the Bloomberg American Sustainable Cities Initiative. Item 5.20, a resolution regarding fiscal year 24-25, surrendered and abandoned vessel exchange. Item 5.21, a resolution for airport rescue firefighters MOU extension with the Port of Oakland. Item 5.22, a resolution for EPA community grant for Lake Merritt. Item 5.23, a resolution for information assistance program grants. Item 5.24, a resolution for animal services microchip contract. Item 5.26 was removed from this agenda and scheduled to January 21st. Item 5.27, a resolution for the League of California Cities, new mayors and council members academy. Item 5.28, an ordinance amending ordinance number 13782 and 13793. Item 5.29, a resolution for fiscal year 24 through 25, first quarter revenue and expenditures report. Item 5.30, an information report regarding funds available and owed. Item 5.31, a resolution for the recognized obligation payment schedule for fiscal year 25 through 26. Item 5.23 is two pieces of legislation regarding resolutions for contracts for primary banking, depository, and custodial services. Item 5.33 is a resolution awarding a streetscape project phases 1 and 3 construction contract award. Item 5.34, a resolution granting a conditional permit for 2225 81st Avenue. Item 5.35, a resolution for $2,300,000 California Energy Commission grant. Item 5.36, a resolution for Studio Perez on-call contract increase for East Oakland Arts Center. Item 5.37, a resolution for code compliance relocation program funding resolution. Item 5.38, a resolution to amend resolution number 90310 for the OFCY grant renewals. Item 5.39, a resolution for OFCY 25 through 28 strategic investment plan. Item 5.40 is a resolution for the fentanyl detection defense diagnostics. Item 5.41, an information report for Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Item 5.42 was placed on this agenda and does require an urgency vote before it is heard and adopted. And it is a resolution regarding the Stanford University Data Sharing Agreement. Item 5.43 is a resolution confirming the mayor's appointment to the Residential Rent and Relocation Board. Items 5.44, settlements for Olander Coleman, and 5.45, resolution for Danielle Vallallo, has been moved to the January 9th special city council meeting, and that concludes your consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have the consent calendar in front of us, and we have, how many speakers did we say for consent calendar, approximately? How many? About 70. Okay, so you'll get 1 minute per item. If you sign up for more than one item, you'll get 2 or maybe 3 minutes total. And Madam Clerk will call the speakers, and we'll hear from the public on the consent calendar. Thank you.
As I call your name, excuse me, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record before beginning. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. You will be called after the in-chamber speakers. I have Ms. Asada Olabala for multiple items, Black Homeless Advocate for multiple items, Karan Shenoy, Derek Barnes, Max Giela, Luke Blackledge, Ann McLean, Brooke Levin, Shamar Teese, Kevin Daly, Richard Haig, Emily Wheeler, Carla Guerrera, Blair Beekman, Derek Muhammad, Stanley Cooper, Nefertali Rosado, Simeo Ramsey, Valerie Batchelor, Nayar Dre from ACE, Bruce Gilron, Carver from ACE, Daniel Anderstein II, Sean Paul Arges, David Anderstein, Samuel Adams, Herman Adams, Dolores Tejada, Miss Celia Cunningham, Ronnie Boyd, Mr. Hazard, Peter Cooper, Craywick, I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly, Hannah Zackerman, Ronald Bastier, Shamari Basu, Rafael Zamora, Marissa Zamora, Lamonte Ford, Armando Solazano, Carl Gordon, Peter Brown, Jonas Davis, Armando, I think I said your name already, Grant Kirkpatrick, Samantha Beckett, Mahogany Gillen, Anita, I think it's Anita Morale. Last digits of the phone number are 1010, I think from the Village. Alfredo, Tiny Gray Garcia, Lee J. Harps, Eli Monroe, Nell Muhammad, Veronica Ramirez, John Jonasco, Jenny Sullivan, Kimberly King, Victoria King, Bendu Griffin, Vanessa Riles, Stephanie Warren, Michelle Haley, Angelica Jonko, Margaret Grimsley, Cara Murray, Jesse Warner, Sabir Lockett, Tiffany Ng, Andrea Lee, Port Commissioner Myers, Janet Cobrin, Nedor Nashan Ali Bey, Maureen Codwell Neener, I can't read the last name, last 4 digits of the phone number 0092. That is all the names. Again, approach the podium. I see you lined up. Great. And if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. Thank you.
And if you are here in City Hall in one of the overflow rooms and you've signed up to speak already and you heard your name called, you're welcome to walk upstairs and get ready to enter the chamber and speak like everybody else. Okay, we're ready to go. I'm sorry, there's one, yeah? Yes. For, I believe, the consent calendar, 1 minute is our standard now. Yeah. Okay. So this is the consent calendar only. Yeah. So now. We're gonna proceed now with the many speakers we have. People are waiting to speak. So, Mr. Hazard, you're up first. Go ahead.
This is the document, the proposed document that each of you have. And you're going to sit up there and lie to the public. Let me read the proposed ordinance. Ordinance submitting to the voters at a special election to be held on April 15, 2025. A proposed ordinance to impose a transaction and use tax to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. Stop lying to the public. You stand up there and lie to the public, every one of you. This is the language contained in your proposed ordinance, Jenkins. And you stood up there and kept your mouth shut. You know it wasn't a sales use tax. You're misleading the public, just like you did on Measure X. That's why I'm in the State Court of Appeals. And what I read to you, you cannot impose in this proposed ballot measure 4.26.130, which states, enjoining collection forbidden. No injunction or writ of mandate or other legal equitable process shall issue any suit, action, or proceeding in any court against the state and the city. That violates the following, and I'll read again. Due process rights. The 14th Amendment protects individual rights to due process when government action affects their property interests. 2, access to courts. There's a fundamental right of access to courts for redress or grievances protected by the First Amendment Petition Clause. 3, equal protection, singling out tax measures for immunity from judicial review while allowing the challenges to other government action could raise equal protection issues. 4, separation of powers, preventing judicial review interferes with the court's constitutional role to check executive legislative action. They generally cannot completely bar access to judicial review, as this would effectively deny fundamental constitutional rights. So you sit up there and lie to the public, every one of you, including the city attorney. When are you going to start being fair? Accountability, you talk about accountability and transparency. That doesn't mean crap with all of you. I just read the proposed ballot measure. And Jenkins, you sat up there and you knew what this language says. You knew it wasn't a sales tax. It's a use tax. Plus you're going to be paying the state an administrative fee. Voters should not vote for this tax.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard, for your comments. And just, Michael, I do have a card for you also. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Haley Hester again. I have had the profound honor of serving as Chief of Staff to Councilmember Treva Reed. As a proud third-generation Oaklander, this role has been nothing short of life-fulfilling, giving me the privilege to contribute to impactful change in this great city of Oakland. This incredible impact that we've made as the District 7 staff has made a lasting imprint on our communities, and we could not have done this work without the unwavering dedication of all of the individuals that you saw earlier today, who poured everything that they had into serving and working tirelessly on behalf of our 65,000 residents of District 7. I'm deeply grateful for the work that we have all done, the commitment that they have shown, and the energy that they poured into not only the community, but also into me personally. I just want to thank them again publicly for being such an integral part of our journey and inspiring hope and change in District 7. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council and community. My name is Valerie Batchelor, and I'm the ACE Oakland Director. We strongly support Councilmember Dan Kalb's amendment to the rent adjustment and just cause eviction ordinance 5.10 on the consent calendar. I have met many tenants from each and every single one of your districts that has faced these issues of unpredictable rent increases, sudden displacement due to property sale, displacement due to mismanagement of the property by the landlord or management company, and the threat of eviction. These actions can violently disrupt the tenants and their families' lives. As city leaders, I know that you want to do everything in your power to support families from being displaced in our community, especially the Black residents of Deep East Oakland, Districts 6 and 7. And so these are some of the many rules and many changes that we need in order to prevent that further displacement from our community members. Thank you.
Peter Krawick, and I'm also, okay, all right. Hello, Peter Krawick, and I'm also speaking on 5.10. And I'm actually urging that you do not accept the resolution. A lot of what the previous speaker said, there's already a lot of rules and regulations to cover all that. I'm particularly talking about banking. I'm not sure, Dan Kalb, why you're proposing these changes in bank. I think what is there is fine. It's the banking is helps the tenant. It gives the ability for the property owner and the tenant. The property owner can delay the rent increase and help the tenant out in hard times. So there's no harm to the tenant as it stands right now. So that's it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is my first time doing this, so forgive me. But what I do want to talk about, it takes more than a minute, but I'm going to just be
Sorry to
honest.
interrupt you. I pause your time before you go. Can you tell me your name, please?
Narandre, Ennis, and Nancy. Perry is my last name.
Thank you.
I hope that don't count towards my minute.
Pause your time.
But to be honest, you know, like I said, this is my first time participating in something like this. I'm really emotional when it comes to Oakland. And no disrespect to you guys up there, but you guys' facial expressions look real nonchalant to the problems that people are having here. I just hope that you guys do have a conscience, a heart, and a spirit. I'm giving you guys benefit of the doubt. But like I said, there's a lot of issues in Oakland with tenants, landlords, homelessness, displacements. And I really feel like you guys need to get on the ball instead of investing in people with their own personal agendas. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Simeon Ramey. I'm with California Oakland Union of the Homeless with Mental Health Outreach for Independent Living. It was said that y'all was not going to raise taxes. Y'all lied to the people. You weren't around. The ice skating ring. The city of people in the city of Oakland didn't vote for the ice cream ring. The city put the ice cream on the people. Now they all want the people of the city to pay taxes so they can bail y'all out for the debt y'all caused. That's wrong. Y'all caused homelessness. Y'all won't accept HUD money because y'all violated the rights of what's this? I can't get the word, but anyway, they come back to me. Y'all violate people's rights. Affirmative action. This is discrimination. It's been there for the longest. Jerry Brown started it. I just went along with it because I knew it was going to come back to hunt you. You can't get rid of low income. You can't get rid of Donald Trump going to tell you that. That's why he got shot in the ear, because you ain't going to get rid of low income. People Social Security or disability, you ain't getting rid of them because 3/4 of your people is on that. They vote. You can kick senior citizens out. They vote. They pay taxes. They shouldn't have to ask for nothing. Because they're state, they're supposed to give what they need. The government's supposed to take care of them. But y'all failing them. Y'all won't even let them get housing. Right now, right here, I can build a senior citizen and a mental disabled home shelter for them. Free. Y'all will cost y'all a dime, but y'all won't apply because they poor. It's all about the poor. The rich want this city. This belongs to Silicon Valley. This belongs to Silicon Valley. They want this. They say, how you figure that? On 20 and Franklin, as you see, Lawrence Moore Laboratory. On 12th and Franklin, as you see Berkeley headquarters. This ain't Berkeley. This all was one until it came up to us. Now y'all want to send us out and kick us out the city. Okay, who gonna pay for it? No revenues. Who gonna pay for it? The man ain't on the corner ain't got no money. The man up there ain't paying shit. But y'all betting on this man up there. They got all these buildings and can't nobody live in them. Affordable housing, the government's not gonna pay for affordable housing now. And we're gonna fight for low income under HUD, under the Homeless Union. That's all I gotta say right now. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Angelica Honko. I'm a resident of District 2, community member, a mother, and a civil rights attorney. First, I want to just express support for Council Member Kalb's tenant protection item, and also appreciation for everyone who's here, because democracy is not a spectator sport, so I appreciate everyone who takes time to really participate and speak up. I'm here today especially to appreciate Council President Nikki Fortunato Bass, who's represented me and the whole city, and also your staff. In Filipino culture, we have a concept called bayanihan. It means cooperation. A whole village will come together to move a house to a new location, and they'll lift it up on their shoulders. And I've seen you take that spirit of collaboration and really inviting people to participate and to give them their ideas, and use that to move forward a progressive business tax, affordable housing in our communities, and also real solutions on community safety, like doubling the budget for violence prevention so that we could have, for the first time, a decrease in homicides this year. And we need more of that leadership moving forward. You know, public service comes at a great personal cost. I've seen that for you and for others on this team and on your staff. And I just really appreciate the time that you have dedicated, the time that you do take to listen, even to those who don't agree with you, but to just make better policy and to really do the work beyond the election of governing. It's easy to fall prey to simple stories about what's going on here. And it's harder, I think, to really work across the city in every corner for each person to live with dignity. And we know that's not happening now in our city, and we know how heartbreaking that is. And I really am excited for your leadership on the county to be able to collaborate with the city and hopefully move forward more solutions around housing, healthcare, and safety for our communities, holistic safety for our communities that include proven violence prevention programs, and see every person living with dignity. So I just want to, in Tagalog and my family's home language and yours, say pagsasalamat, a deep gratitude to you for your service, deep gratitude to your staff, and the hard days that you've worked. And also thank you to everybody here for really participating in the tough work of democracy. It's not easy, and I look forward to partnering with you moving forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Lee. I'm also a D2 resident, and I want to thank Council President Bass for your service to our district and our city. I see how hard you work, and I'm so grateful that you stepped up 6 years ago and that you're stepping up again to offer your leadership to the county. You lead in partnership with our community. You center the voices of those who are most vulnerable. You lead with grace, courage, determination, and respect, even and especially when you are under attack and with people who disagree with you. I want to say thank you for approaching public safety with creativity and courage. I want to say thank you for passing the strongest pandemic renter protections through the eviction moratorium and working to get more affordable housing here in our city and in our district by making sure that public land was used for public good on East 12th. You've made our district more beautiful by investing in our parks and the rec centers that our kids need. And most importantly to me and to the countless women and moms who have stood at your side, you have shown the need and importance of progressive women's leadership and been a role model for our daughters. I can't wait to see what we'll do next, and I'm right next to you to keep fighting for the investment in our communities and our people that we need desperately here in Oakland and across our county. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm also a District 2 resident. My name is Margaret Grimsley, and I'm here to... Hi, I'm from District 2.
For you, you can pull it up. There you go. Thank you.
My name is Margaret Grimsley. I also stand to acknowledge Nikki Fortunato-Boss, who is the council president and our council person in District 2. But a big reason I want to acknowledge Nikki is she doesn't just think about District 2. Her efforts, her work is all about what makes the greater Oakland better. I didn't know who my council person was before Nikki became our council person, but she's always in the community. She's always talking. She's always listening, and she's always working. If you sit in on city council meetings, Nikki is always the most, or one of the most, no shade to the rest, informed, research, prepared members of the council. She caught my attention when I called in for public council for public comment on a city council meeting where Nikki was proposing that we could take $2 million in police helicopter safety maintenance, police helicopter maintenance. We were spending $2 million on. Unfortunately, that resolution did not pass, but I was just so impressed by how she had dug through all of the little bits and pieces of the budget to find that nugget. She also co-chaired and led the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, which brought Oaklanders from all over this city, from all of the districts, with representation of all of these incredible, passionate Oaklanders together to come up with ideas for how we could make this city safer without necessarily policing being the only way. Not that police aren't an important instrument, but Nikki was really, really a forward thinker in terms of that, because policing impacts each of our districts differently. I live in District 2 now, but I probably lived or worked in every single district in Oakland, and I've lived here 50 years. And I know how policing impacts people in East Oakland and in West Oakland, and it's not the same as how it impacts policing impacts communities in District 2. So thank you, Nikki. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
She gave me the rest of her time. I want to speak on two matters. I think
There's no seating time in open forum. You have 1 minute.
So
I'm sorry, in consent.
I'm here to speak on two matters, so I'd like my 2 minutes, please. That would be 5.7 and 5.9. Thank you. And before I get started, I want to thank everyone, all the city council, for hearing us out, the public, I guess. All right, anyway, my name is Stanley Cooper. I am the chair of the Oakland chapter, NAACP, for labor and industry, and I'm also a general contractor. I'm a civil right here in Oakland. And speaking to 5.7, as an Oakland contractor, right, you guys, first of all, City Council had said that they would not touch the SLBE and VSLBE certification process, only LBE, which is a much larger contractor, right? And what I don't understand is that you guys at the last minute, basically in the ninth inning, you're adding in VSLBE and SLBE, right? We want those things taken out. It's hard enough for a small contractor to come up in Oakland, you know. There's not a lot of programs like other surrounding cities that really aids the smaller contractors. So to allow contractors to come in from Timbuktu, it's going to be that much harder, you know. So I have a few points I'm going to cover. I would like a unanimous vote. I want this to be taken off the supplemental list. I would love a unanimous vote. We need to dig in further and see how it hurts or who it impacts. No one from the certification list that the city has, by the way, on your website, was contacted or had any say in this. And I know I wasn't, right? I also want you to implement the disparity study. Let's stop using the city attorney as an excuse. And the other thing is, this will impact not just Oakland, but other government cities, because other contract.
Hi, I'm Maureen Caldwell-Muir. I'm here on behalf of ARPB.
I'm sorry, before you begin, can you say your name one more time?
Maureen Caldwell-Muir. I'm here on behalf of ARPB, part of NARAB. We're a Black group that's here for democracy and housing. We came because we help small housing providers, we help buyers, we help people in the community. And unfortunately, even though we're all trying to work hard for tenants, this kind of legislation really hurts the small housing providers. Insurance costs have escalated, and I had Commissioner Lara speak. They're going to have higher insurance rates, which housing providers will not be able to pass on to the tenants. There's no way to pass these costs that come up, like COVID. Some of the owners weren't paid, and they were really nice and didn't take some of those rents. They haven't gotten those back. And if there's a Ellis Act and they want to get out of the business, it's almost impossible. You have to hire an attorney. They can't afford it. And the tenants don't have to allow you in, making it very challenging to get in to look at the unit. So we want to help tenants. They're a lot of the clients, but we would like.
Through the chair to the members of the public, if a person signed up for one item, they get 1 minute. They signed up for 2 items, 2 minutes, 3 items or more, 3 minutes. Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Emily. I'm with the Oakland Tenants Union, but I wanted to start my comment with a personal congratulations to the new rent board members and a hearty thank you to my 2 city council members, Council President Bass and Council Member Rebecca Kaplan. Thank you so much for representing me on this council, and thank you also to Council Members Reed and Kalb for their service. I'm so happy that the last thing that you will be doing on the council is passing Council Member Kalb's tenant protections. Since COVID, there have been an explosion in homelessness. The fastest growing group of unhoused people is seniors, and our Black residents are disproportionately counted among people who are unhoused. Can I pause my time while I'm being interrupted? Thank you so much.
Yes, let's make sure we have quiet in the room so people who are at the microphone can speak. Appreciate it very much. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Black residents from all over Oakland, especially Deep East Oakland, are disproportionately represented among unhoused people. Stopping displacement is a critical issue. And I would just like to remind everyone in the room that if a tenant doesn't pay their rent, then the business tax would not be anything. Thank you so much. Pass these tenant protections. Have a wonderful day.
Nita B. with the Village. Since Shane Tao made her executive order to erase all curbside communities in Oakland by the end of December 2024, just this past fall, the brutality, traumatization, and humanity we are witnessing Oakland's unhoused residents experience is unbearable and unprecedented. People are being robbed of all their property and dwellings and literally being left on the sidewalks to die with nothing but their shirts on their back. The city's practices are not ending homelessness. Instead, you are driving people deeper into homelessness and hopelessness. It is clear that the city is not following the encampment management policy. According to the city auditor, evicting curbside communities is costing the city nearly $1,500 per hour. And as of 2 weekends ago, the evictions are now taking place on the weekend, so city employees are getting paid 100% overtime. The hundreds of millions of dollars used in evictions must immediately be redirected to be used to provide life-sustaining services at encampments and create immediate long-term transitional housing with supportive services and permanent, deeply affordable housing. Nikki Fortuna Bass, you have stated and shown that you are dedicated to approaching homelessness with compassion and dignified solutions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Giannis Davis with the Giannis Davis Foundation. I have been. Can you hear me now? This is my first time, so just so you know, my name is Giannis Davis with the Giannis Davis Foundation, okay? And I'm proud to be here today. I'm a graduate of Skyline High School. I was able to get a full ride scholarship to San Jose State University. Got an opportunity to get my degree in community change. Went off to Canada to play in the Canadian Football League. So now I'm back here, you know, as a retired athlete. I've been in the business for a couple years. I was able to create college tours, work with the NFL through NFL Flag. I also work with the Bay Area Lions Youth Football Organization. But I was awarded by the Sweet and Sugary Beverages community, so I appreciate the impact that they have provided for us, for me to be able to give back to my community in District 7. So for me to be here today, I greatly appreciate and thank you for your time and standing with us in the community that I serve today in District 7. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Zuckerman. I want to start out by thanking Council President Bass as a resident of District 2 and for all your great service. I want to speak on 5.20, which is the Surrender and Abandoned Vehicle Exchange grant program. I'm speaking on my personal behalf. Thank you. I'm a member of East Bay Rowing Club that rows out of JLAC. We are often having to navigate through the open waters of these boats, which creates a problem and a hazard. So thank you for taking up the task of clearing up the estuary from abandoned boats. I have routinely seen fires on some of the boats that are sitting in the estuary right there, or gas spills. And while additional funding for this work from the general fund is greatly appreciated, more money is needed for the enforcement and other problems that our waterways face. There's only one Marine patrol through OPD, and we've been told that there's not enough money for gas for his boat. So OPD needs to make patrolling our
Good evening, councilmen and women. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Ronald Baptiste, and President and CEO of Eagle Environmental Construction and Development. I want to thank you for your leadership on 5.7. We are in complete agreement on 5.7 as it pertains to local business enterprise, small business enterprise. We have communicated. I'm the CFO of NAMAC, National Minority Contractors, Northern California, and we have talked with several of you concerning this new regulation. It's important that small business enterprise be able to compete, not only in Oakland, but other places. I have business in Richmond, I have business in Oakland, San Francisco, and at the bottom line is we must be able to have fair contracting in Oakland and be able to get the best pricing for our business. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman and Councilwoman. My name is Carl Gordon. I represent the National Association of Minority Contractors. I do have a business here in Oakland, District 7, Gordon Plastering, and I am in alliance with what Ron Baptiste just said just a minute ago. We do support 5.7. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kimberly King, and I live in District 7. I'm a professor at Laney College. Since this summer, I've been honored to be a part of a group of unhoused and housed activists from Oakland and around the Bay working together for housing justice. We came together to oppose Governor Newsom's executive order for cities to sweep encampments of unhoused people that followed the Trump Supreme Court grant's past decision that cities can enforce anti-camping bans even if there's no housing available. This is inhumane and unacceptable. Are homeless people just supposed to disappear or die like so many already do before their time? Poverty is the fourth leading cause of death in America, but this is completely preventable. Unaffordable housing, homelessness, and housing insecurity are not natural. They are a result of policy decisions that increase homelessness. I want to thank Carol Fife and Nikki Fortunato Bass for their commitment to housing as a human right. And we'll hear about some.
Hi, my name is Victoria King. I am housed insecure, and I'm from East Oakland, and I'm a fourth-generation Oaklander. We have solutions. Sanctuary communities, not sweeps. Stop sweeps, tolls, and criminalizing poverty. Redirect encampment management funding towards positive solutions like encampment upgrades, sweeps-free sanctuary communities, and permanent to no-income housing. Land back, public land for public good. Hundreds of people in the vacant Hilton Hotel or Port of Oakland, the Civic Center Inn in the Tenderloin District of San Francisco, or countless other vacant and hoarded lots and land across Oakland and San Francisco. Unsell and return sacred sites, vacant lands, buildings, and homes to stewardship by First People of Turtle Island, who suffered the brutal genocide of colonization. Use public and vacant land for poor people, led solutions for homelessness.
Hello, my name is Lamonte Ford. I am a representative of Wood Street Commons. Recently just got housed. I've been housed for 30 days. And not short in part to anything that you guys created, because everything that you guys are creating are killing people like me. We need land, we need it now, we need it fast. Public land for public use.
I signed up for 2 items, if I could have 2 minutes. You know, after the
Through
Wood
the
Street...
chair, if you could provide your name so I can confirm your 2
Armando
items.
Solorzano. You know, after the Wood Street mass eviction, more former residents have died than received housing. You call that a solution? Sweeps kill. To honor those who have passed, we need to end the structural violence of these policies. Banishing people from public space is not a solution. People need housing and health care and an end to this violence. Unhoused people have a mortality rate that's 4 times higher. It takes 20 years off your life. And the health risks are the same for sheltered versus unsheltered, and sweeps increase the risk of death, assault, overdose, and hospitalization. The current policy is not a solution. Housing is the solution. There's more than enough vacant land and housing for everyone to have a safe place. Studies show that encampment evictions do not cause crime to go down. Unhoused communities are not the source of crime, though unhoused individuals are more likely to be the victims of crime, especially following displacement. We do sweeps in the name of public health and public safety, yet we are worsening the health and safety conditions for unhoused communities to appeal to the biased and fearful perceptions of certain housed constituencies, and it's going to fail because sweeps don't end homelessness. Housing does. We need a public health approach. We need to overcome the stigma and scapegoating. Houseless people rely on each other for support and survival. I commonly hear that friends, family members, and caseworkers cannot locate people after they've been displaced. Depriving already vulnerable people of community support does not serve the interest of public health or public safety. And it's a scandal that the city got over $7 million to house people at the MLK encampment, and you failed to acquire that housing, and you swept that community anyway, a community with many older and disabled people. And where's the accountability for that?
Hi, my name is Jeannie Sullivan. Jeannie. Yeah, I have been living in my vehicle for the last 2 years on San Pablo Avenue. I was recently found housing through the city's VRF law, the Vehicular Residential Facilities Law. And I was unhoused the entire time I was at Laney College. And really, we are spending money on overtime for police, you know, to come to encampments to harass people that are in wheelchairs, you know, have various disabilities, and we aren't putting it into housing solutions. We need to actually start housing people, and I really hope that we pass, support the renters solutions that are on today's agenda, and yeah.
Before my time, can I just say one thing? I think it's very disrespectful not to have the city administrator here listening to the publics and the rest of the city councils, because this is a very important meeting. It's the last meeting for some of the outgoing city council members, and I think everybody should be here, hearing the public's concerns. My name is Ali Obad. I am a commissioner with the Oakland Sugar Tax, and I am speaking on behalf of the Oakland Sugar Tax. Agenda number 11. The money should not be touched. It should not be taken away to offset the Oakland City budget. This is absolutely wrong. And just like Gina has it, and everybody's saying the mislead and misuse of saying one thing and then doing something else. Measure HH is for the disparity of the health and well-being of the young kids. As a business owner, I own this ShopRite supermarket. We collect the sugar tax. The sugar tax should go back to the public. As a business owner, the reason why we recalled Mayor Chainthau and District Attorney Pamela Price is because they turned their eyes away from the businesses. I think that you guys should concern of looking after the businesses. That's why so many stores and businesses are shutting down, and this is where there's no taxes is coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Grant Kirkpatrick. I'm a District 1 resident and also an attorney at Centro Legal de la Raza, a legal aid organization which has served working-class Oakland residents for over 50 years, operating out of District 5. In my capacity as a nonprofit attorney, we represent Oakland tenants in eviction court and also rent board hearings. I'm here today to support the proposed amendments to the Just Cause Ordinance and also the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. My comment focuses specifically on the necessary proposed extension from 90 days to 180 days. We see lots of tenants who don't know their rights and also lots of landlords who don't know about rent stabilization or they misunderstand the law. They think their unit is subject to an exemption, but it's not. We see lots of landlords who serve too high rent increases, again, not due to bad faith, but due to a misunderstanding of the law and the exemptions. But because of that, tenants only have 90 days to contest that rent increase, otherwise they're stuck and not able to utilize their rights. It's extremely important that we extend that 90-day window of time to 180 days so that people aren't missing out on the rights that you all have decided they're entitled to, they're necessary to keep people in safe and affordable homes here in Oakland. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bruce Giron. I'm representing NAMAC today. I'm the chairman of the Northern California chapter. As many of you know, that organization has been around for more than a half century and has been working tirelessly on behalf of minority contractors working in the construction industry. I stand today to support item 5.7. We think is consistent with the things that we're trying to do with NAMAC, and that is to continue to work on improving the environment that small businesses are going to be operating under. And this is not the end of the journey. What it represents for us is a continuation of the long haul of trying to improve and to be able to build a more healthy bench strength of small businesses here that someday that can become larger business. Again, I yield to no one in our commitment to that mission. Thank you.
Hi, Eli Monroe, District 2, speaking on Agenda 5.4. Listen to unhoused people's expertise on what they need and collaborate with homeless advocates on the solutions they've already proposed to you. Your current policies kill people. Sweeps break up communities, remove people from resources, destroy essential belongings, documents, medical supplies, mobility aids. Collaborative processes with unhoused people have been successful across the world, and Oakland can be a leader with a compassionate and creative approach. First, stop sweeps, especially in extreme weather. Redirect funds to encampment upgrades and services that actually meet people where they're at. Build and support existing permanent housing projects that emphasize agency and resident leadership and knowledge. Use the vacant land throughout Oakland for dynamic projects like the Wood Street Commons New Horizons community. End evictions, provide rent relief, and defund care courts that disempower and imprison poor people and those with mental health struggles. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Neftali Rosado, Safe Tie Security, Oakland, certified Oakland grown firm. I believe everyone here has got a letter from, I also serve on the board of the Oakland Latino Chamber of Commerce, which I also represent all of our members today. We are here to request that item 5.7 be removed from consent. We are an Oakland firm. This will affect our Oakland businesses. Historically speaking, when you invest in local businesses, we affect our local economy. That's the best way to improve our local economy. How are we going to do this if we allow other businesses to come in and compete with our local businesses? The city may be filing for bankruptcy. So now we're going to allow other businesses to come in and take that revenue and spend it in their communities? We need to spend our money here in our communities so we can help our businesses grow and we can support our local businesses and youth organizations. Again, I'm requesting item 5.7 be removed for consent. I also brought a letter representing all of our members from the Oakland Latino Chamber.
Hello, council members. My name is Nell Myhand. I live here in Oakland, and I have since 1985. I organize with the California Poor People's Campaign, which is organizing across the country to demand policy change rather than blaming individuals for poverty and homelessness. There's a narrative that those of us who are homeless or unhoused are by choice, voluntarily homeless. There's a narrative that we don't work hard enough, that we're unwilling to take jobs that would provide adequate income. But what we know is that the minimum wage does not meet the cost of living. And so the gap between what we earn and what it costs us to live is inadequate. So the idea that we are responsible for our situation is wrong. And so I'm here to support the
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Okay. Hello, my name is Marissa Zamora. I am speaking on behalf of item 5.7. It is disheartening that NAMAC, an organization that I am actually a member of, is pushing for this change in policy when the current policy ensures that Oakland's small and very small local businesses are included and given a shot. It has created a niche for small local businesses to survive and grow their businesses here in Oakland. My company, Tulum Systems, is an example of that. By changing it, it will open up the floodgates to allow anyone from anywhere to come in and be certified in the city of Oakland, which would be detrimental to all small local businesses who have chosen to be headquartered here in the city of Oakland and whose Oakland residents we employ. It's concerning that all current certified small local businesses who oppose the changes stopped being invited to the meetings and in that excluded our input. Being a small local business owner myself, these proposed changes are not protecting our businesses nor the communities of Oakland. I please ask that you pull this item completely. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nadar Bey. I'm a second-generation Oakland native as well as a second-generation Oakland contractor. I'm here to speak on the amendments to 5.7. These changes do not prioritize Oakland businesses, nor does it keep Oakland taxpayer dollars in Oakland. As a small local business who's been in business for only 2 years, these SOB requirements have helped me grow in the city that I grew up in. They also allowed me to get mentorship from other SOB contractors who are also prioritizing work in Oakland. To take away these requirements will put local companies at a disadvantage.
Right. I'm Issa Bay, also a local contractor and born here in Oakland. I'm here to say that Oakland money needs to stay here in Oakland. It's not an issue about competition. It's never been an issue with competition. The thing is, when we have businesses here in Oakland, they need to be given the opportunity to grow here in Oakland. Too many times, large companies are coming in and pushing money out of the way from Oakland contractors and Oakland local businesses. So what we need to do is make sure that not only that we are able to use the facilities for Oakland residents, but we're a part of actually making money when these buildings are being produced, when the buildings are being constructed, when the buildings are being designed. So that's an issue here. So it's not an issue of us, a problem trying to compete with companies that have been around from 1900, 1950, 1865, or what have you. When we have companies that are here starting in Oakland in 2009, they need the opportunity to get proof of work here in Oakland. So that means that the money and their certification needs to be able to stay here and we can grow from there. That's the problem when we leave and we come back to Oakland, we see everything has changed. It's because these businesses that have just started are not able to grow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rafael Zamora. I'm the chairman of the Hispanic Engineers, Builders, and Contractors located here in Oakland. I'm also an electrical engineer contractor. 5.7 really goes contrary to what I personally have been working with the city, other members, since the year 2000. Many of those who fought for this, to have inclusion for SLBE, for local, to be headquartered here, would be turning in their graves. Two gentlemen, Mr. Ed Dillard and Nate Arbay. They'd be turning. This item needs to be pulled to ensure the vitality of those companies that want to be headquartered here, that are headquartered here, and that can grow here. Thank you very much.
Hello, Council. My name is Sharmi Basu, and I am a newly appointed District 5 Alameda County Arts Commissioner, a District 3 resident born in Oakland, and the Executive Director of Vital Arts, a nonprofit founded in the aftermath of the historic Ghost Ship fire that advocates for safe housing and spaces for artists in the Bay Area and is actively working to fight displacement for our creative workforce. I'm here in favor of 5.10 and 5.14. And urge the council to reassess the decisions the city is making regarding the encampment management policy and Sheng Tao's executive order and develop sustainable solutions to provide long-term solutions for our unhoused community. Our Artist Displacement Prevention Grant nearly received 200 applications in its first round, which was open for only 10 days. A disproportionate amount of the artists facing homelessness and displacement, many of whom were award-winning, were named facing multiple oppressions and rampant discrimination. Half of our current applicants have stated that they make less than $10,000 in an entire year. Am I done? Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Boyd, and I'm an organizer with East Bay Housing. I'm here today to express our position against encampment sweeps, particularly in the absence of sustainable housing and service options being offered. Sweeps do nothing but move people around with no direction or a permanent place to live. Not only does it not make logical sense to continue these sweeps, it is morally wrong. Time and again, our unhoused neighbors have spoken about the trauma of sweeps, yet the city continues to do them. As a person of faith, I'm confused as to why that is. Everyone deserves to live a life of dignity and respect, and sweeps do not allow that to happen, and thus should be discontinued. Thank you.
Good afternoon to every council member. My name is Mrs. Cecilia Cunningham, and I'm here to let you know that I really agree with 5.4, because we're going to have to do something about our homelessness here in Oakland, because it's a disgrace when people come to visit Oakland and see people out on the streets. Remember, we all human beings, and we should be treated with respect at all times, regardless what that person is doing, because he's yet a human being. And we're going to have to do all we can to take care of this crisis. This is a very, very important crisis. Need to be a top one. Top one. Have to do something about this, because it's not fair at all for our human beings to be out on the streets.
Well, good evening, Council. I'm glad to be before you tonight again. But this again, as we come here before you, we're looking at small local businesses.
Before
we
you
started
begin, I'm
my
sorry.
name is Michael Baines.
Thank you.
And Michael Baines started in East Oakland as a small local business. But we also took the opportunity to grow our business to the point now. This business has grown to the point some of our speakers who just spoke here actually worked for me. So therefore, we've grown small local businesses at all times. We are growing people to grow these companies, because if we stay in the same positions and we talk about local small businesses and we can't grow these companies, then we will never move forward as general contractors. Because when I hire people, I hire general, as a general, I can hire. Most of my people, and 80% are Afro-Americans and women businesses, local businesses are from here. And that's why we train them. We make sure those businesses are qualified. So as they go into other opportunities in other cities, other places, they can then grow. And they don't have to be here begging every time as I'm a small local business, because small local business has to grow. At some point, they should grow into big businesses and grow into business where they hire us, hire me. I work as a sub for their general contractor. So this policy you have, it's revolution. It's going to change. It'll open up the door for us opportunities to go before you, to grow these companies, not be begging for opportunities and begging for a small business, but big business that grows small businesses. I look forward to you guys passing it. Thank you very much.
Hello, council members. My name is Bendu Griffin. Michael Baines, San Francisco base. Bruce Gyron, Ron Baptiste, Carl Gordon, San Francisco headquarter companies in support of this policy. We received an email in October that the city was not going to take out the headquarter requirement for small and local, very small local businesses, and yet here we are tonight fighting this cause. For small businesses, we were not invited to the table. I'm a NAMAC member, past board member. 98% of NAMAC board is San Francisco based. Of course they want to come to Oakland to enjoy Oakland while they enjoy San Francisco. It's not a matter of growing businesses. As a San Francisco based business said to us, if you dare try to come to San Francisco with that stuff, we will fight you tooth and nail. We want to be at the table. Councilmember Fife asked the question, where were we? Do we have input in this? We were not invited to the table. It's not about black
Thank you, Ms.
companies.
Bindu, your time is up.
I know my time is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Michelle, come on up.
My name is Michelle Haley. I am wearing this rope as a symbolism of the financial lynching that we have felt as property owners. Since 2019, you have passed over 20+ punitive measures towards property owners. We have never had a single measure that was in a positive direction in our way. In addition to that, now we have these new measures that you are proposing. We are broke. I am on the delinquent tax bill. We don't have anything. Do you think if we would have not got rent for 3 years that our taxes wouldn't be late? I mean, do you not understand what's happening? Do you guys not know how many foreclosures are in process in Oakland right now? In case, let's not let facts get in the way, 240, 30 NODs for property this month alone.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. Your time is up. Ms. Haley, your time is up.
Let me start by saying the whole agenda has 7 items that are on the agenda using Rule 24. That means they did not go to committee for proper vetting. So you're voting on items that were not vetted in terms of the positives, the negatives, whatever. Then you have 5 items that are part of Rule 28. That means it didn't go to committee and it didn't go to rules. It's on the agenda, placed on the agenda with no vetting whatsoever. That's inappropriate. Starting with item 5.2, look at the number of developers whose properties have been taken back by the lenders because their failure to pay their lending loans, including Oak Knoll, 911 homes and projects stopped 3 years ago and nothing's going on. 5.9, construction workers reporting standards. Too many years have gone by with allowing the unions, the labor unions, to not hire African Americans construction workers. The state has identified that 93% of construction workers are male and 82% are Latino. We are not getting construction jobs. I know the contractors are talking, and they fine with everything, but blacks are not getting construction jobs. Rent adjustment. What you have done, like this lady said before, is constantly put on the back of the landlords and property owners the inability for them to stay able to pay for whatever their mortgages, their home insurances, or anything. So you have been unfair, and they are correct in holding you accountable for that. 5.12, repeal of the nuisance eviction. Now look, all of this is for show, because what you're doing is saying you no longer have to make the landlords evict people who are engaging in criminal activity or nuisance, that they can do it on their own. But you weren't doing it in the first place. So don't make like you're doing something here, because landlords can still evict. 5.14, pro-housing. There's no such thing as pro-housing here in Oakland. As long as you got gentrification and sanctuary city status, where people who come here who are not legal can get housing, and 70% of black people on the streets and 10% of Latinos and other foreigners are not on the streets, something is wrong. So don't give me something about pro-housing. You don't have it. And you don't have a Department of Homelessness to deal with all of these issues that are being brought before you today about the unsheltered community.
Thank you, Ms. Olabalo. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and good evening, council members. It's Derek Barnes with East Bay Rental Housing Association. I think I have several items.
And begin, I'll adjust your time. I'm looking for your card.
Okay, I should have about 4.
Go ahead and begin. I'll adjust your time. I'm looking for your card.
Thank you. Please reject item 510. These are Councilmember Cobb's proposals. We've already heard from city leaders who acknowledge a decrease in transfer taxes and decline in business tax revenues. The Department of Finance and Collection also indicated normalizing levels of business license tax collection is already occurring. They also acknowledge the support of small businesses is the city's lifeblood. Raising revenue through strategic economic and business development is the critical part of getting out of the projected $130 million fiscal deficit, plus better fiscal and expense management. As Ali said earlier, we should be collectively finding ways to lift up small businesses, including rental property businesses, not trying to bankrupt them. The report I distributed to the CED members was based on reports submitted to the Finance Department, came up with some key takeaways. I encourage you all to view that report. Again, a copy of the rental owner objections that we made, EBRA made, to the modifications being proposed was also sent to you, along with a set of practical revenue collection recommendations that will help the city. After diving into the delinquency data that you provided, we generated a summary report of our analysis distributed to the CED members. The impact of the targeted communities is what is being proposed is quite clear. Who do you think owns single-family homes and small multi-unit rentals in Oakland? Again, we need to understand why our small rental owners are falling behind, as Haley said, and not compliant with the business license tax and other Oakland compliance areas. So here's my request. Don't disturb a good relationship with renters that owners already have. Don't bankrupt owners. Don't continue the war on small businesses and housing providers. We need them the most in the city. To our renters in the community, to protect renters, particularly those from communities of color, means we have to do more to preserve our legacy owners and operators. This is critical. There's a link between that we must not forget. And if you want legislation that drives up rents, increases our unhoused population, and affirms a poll tax, a black tax, a brown tax, an immigrant tax, or an elder tax that pushes out or bankrupt small businesses, then we should vote in favor of Councilmember Cow's proposed changes to this ordinance. We're just tired of the city trying to view things through an equity lens when we continue to see a declining Black and brown population and more of us living on the street. So please, please, please reject 5.10, the proposed modifications. They do nothing to solve the housing and revenue problems.
Your time is up. Thank you. If you're in chambers and your name was called and you still wish to speak, please approach the podium. We will be moving to the Zoom speakers next. Again, if you are on Zoom and you submitted a card, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. Thank you.
And if there anybody who's still downstairs in the overflow room and you believe you signed up to speak on the consent calendar, please come up right away, and we're here dealing with that now. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Hi, my name is Herman Adams. I'm with the Baines Group and local business here, small business here. We do construction and construction management. We have been definitely appreciate all of the chamber members here participating and understanding that small business need assistance. I'm speaking of item 5.7, whereas you all are considering and looking to help us change the community where we can actually help others. The Baines Group, we've built a lot of properties here in town, provide a lot of revenue, support a lot of small businesses, and hired many small business, even members who've spoken here this evening. One of the buildings is the Black Panther down the street, where we had the highest local participation of local residents, minority participation, and et cetera. We definitely would like for you to continue to help us by passing Measure 5.7 to continue the assistance in the neighborhood of the City of Oakland.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Moving to the Zoom speakers again, if you submitted a card, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you, starting with Ann McLean. After Ann, I have Tiffany Ng. Those are the only two people with their hands up. Again, please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Ms. McLean, you have 1 minute. Please begin your comments.
This is Ann McLean, item 510. The city of Oakland is in serious trouble. Near bankruptcy, a crime-ridden city, homeless is still out on the streets. Have you done anything to solve these major issues? No. Instead, you are up to your usual picking on rental property owners who actually provide something positive. When we kindly choose to not give a tenant a rent increase, you want to punish us for it in your recent proposal. Further, in my case, I am a sole member of an LLC, and LLCs can't give to family members, so I get screwed twice for being nice to tenants. As for the other issue of extending tenant response time, you claim it's 90 days. Actually, it's 120 days because the tenant receives a 30-day notice. Further, we are required to give tenants a wrap notice with every rent increase. It informs tenants of rent control and where to go for help. Stop picking on rental property owners. Oakland is burning.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. Tiffany, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. You do have 1 minute. Tiffany, thank you.
Hi, my name's Tiffany Ng. Thanks to all the council members, but I wanted to especially appreciate Councilmember Bass representing Chinatown tonight, where 6 generations of my family have roots, and Councilmember Kalb, who represented my immediate family and our daughter school, Yuming, and D1 for many years. Thank you both for your public service and leadership, your willingness to listen and learn, and your commitment to transparency and engagement with the community. I'm grateful for your efforts working with me to support a more family-friendly Oakland, including more 3-bedrooms in new housing developments, making our streets safer, especially around our schools, and building better parks and rec centers. I'll miss you in City Hall, so on behalf of Friends of Lincoln Square Park, we will certainly invite you to come to our new rec center groundbreaking that you helped make happen. So we hope to see you all there, hopefully in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Brooke Levin, you are next. Shamar
Hello, Brooke
Cheese,
Levin.
you are next. And then Black Homeless Advocate, you are after that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Levin.
Hello, this is Brooke Levin, and I was the co-chair of Measure Q, which is bringing in $1.5 billion of revenue for park services, homeless services, and clean water over its 20-year span. I just want to acknowledge that the annual Park and Rec Advisory Commission report is in your packet in the consent under item 5.41. They did an excellent job on the report, and they're doing an excellent job as a commission, being oversight, watchdogging Measure Q as much as they can, given that the budget schedule and the commission schedules don't necessarily coincide in a way that makes it work all the time, but they're doing their best. They're very concerned about the extreme fiscal necessity definition, as well as the Parks Foundation is also concerned, as well as the co-chairs of Measure Q, because we still have not had a meeting with the city administrator to discuss this as directed by the city several months back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Shamar, you are next. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yeah, thank you. And when I received the notice about this meeting from my council person yesterday morning, I noticed at least a dozen items I wish to speak on. And of course, I'm not being allowed time to adequately address any of them. So I'm going to just address the process. The manner in which this council continues to use and abuse its so-called consent calendar without any compelling reason to bypass fundamental norms of transparent and accountable governance is shameful, it's abhorrent, and it's fundamentally undemocratic. And it's precisely why voters must not and will not approve taxing ourselves anymore or thrusting our municipality even deeper into debt through new bond issuances to facilitate your waste, abuse, and arrogance. Credit rating agencies and bond markets, take note. This is precisely how an out-of-control local government ushers the people it represents straight into insolvency. Tonight's consent calendar, like those before it since COVID, includes dozens of items, 45 to be precise, covering a wide range of critical policies, many millions of dollars in new expenditures, including no-bid contracts. It considers redevelopment projects, workforce and contracting standards, property rights, state and federal lobbying directives. It sustains so-called emergencies that have persisted for years without any tangible projects, and so much more. You're even going to be confirming representatives to critical boards who were appointed by a mayor that was resoundingly recalled by over 60% of voters, nearly 90,000 Oakland residents 6 weeks ago. Oakland residents have a right to be fully informed around these items, each and every one of them. We deserve the opportunity to formulate and express our perspectives for the council's consideration, and we have a right for our public input to be considered before a preordained blanket vote of approval. I mean, you guys are on your phones, coming in and out on Zoom. You're paid elected representatives. We're residents. I've been at work so I can stay in Oakland since 6 this morning. I fell off my bike. I couldn't even come in person today and have to participate off of Zoom. And just the disrespect. We got someone who makes $200,000 a year, can't even respect a citizen enough to pronounce their name correctly. It's Shamar Toos. I come to council regularly enough for you to be able to remember that. And you have enough education to know that the way that you're conducting these meetings is absolutely wrong.
Thank you for your comments. And I apologize for saying your name incorrectly. Going back to Black Homeless Advocate, you have 3 minutes.
Black Homeless Advocate. I'd like to start off by saying we have some more storms coming in. It's been raining very hard. The homeless community's been beat up by the wind and the rain. I would appreciate if maybe I could talk to one of the council people and get some rain ponchos. I do pass them out around the lake when I have enough of them. Also, I'd like to bring to our attention about a homeless man that was killed by a man by the name of Daniel Penny. I've mentioned this case before. As a matter of fact, I predicted that he would be let off, and they did let him off because not only was he let off, he was invited to a Army-Navy football game by the Donald Trump dump administration, and he was praised as a hero. And then I heard a congressman that's about to go on as a congressman and say, like, he said, we need more Daniel Pennies and less Jordan Neely's. There's a lot of bad racism going on in this being accepted. And this is one thing that's happening here. It's not that a lot of people are totally racist. It's a lot of people are letting racists be accepted and the racism be accepted. We don't need that. Also, I was promised with CIPRA, McNear and CIPRA, I was going to have a mediation with an officer over that incident that happened with Pam Price. When I was supporting Pam Price, and I was assaulted by Nathan Fitcher and surrounded by police. So McNear promised I would be talking to the captain. Never happened. He promised me I could mediate. Then he tells me that you can't mediate if there's any race involved. So I asked this question. If you're in a group of people and you're yelling at the police, you're racist, does that mean every person's not allowed for mediation? In other words, mediation is something like OR or something like community service, another venue for white folks to get off while black people can't use it at all. If you get stopped in your car and you say you stopped me because I'm black, you will not be able to use this mediation process they're trying to bring. That's going to use budget dollars, which we don't need to have any more programs that are just for white people. Let's budget for programs that help everybody. And to me, when I asked McNear, are the police allowed to access your information at CIPA? He said yes. So that's why most people probably lose their cases. The police know what you're doing, but you don't know what the police are doing. And I'm just really fed up with also the fact that on November 15th, I talked with Internal Affairs. They're supposed to be talking about a case with Stephanie Zhang. They have not got back to me. It's already the 17th of December. I don't think they care. I don't think they work for certain people. If you're not making a certain income, then you're not going to get any type of help from CIPRA or Internal Affairs. And
Thank you, Black Homeless Advocate, for your comments. At this time, all names have been called. If you're in the chambers or on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can identify you if you still wish to speak, or step to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe we've called all names who are asked to speak on the consent calendar. Those who are downstairs, those who are in the chamber, those who are on Zoom, and it looks like we're all good. One more. Okay, so first we have to get out of the way. S524, is that right? It requires an urgency clause. I'm sorry, my apologies. S542, for those of you who are looking at your agenda. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so on S542, to proceed with our consent calendar, we need an urgency, a motion, and then a separate vote on that, and then we can go to the full consent calendar after that.
What is the item? Read the item, though.
Madam Clerk?
This is the Stanford University Data Sharing Agreement.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
On the urgency vote, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Fife. Okay, is excused. Okay, Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Council President Bass. Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Pro Tem Cobb.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Gallo and Fife.
Thank you. And can you remind us, there were, I think, a few items that were removed from the consent calendar to January. Could you just remind us what those are?
Yes, that is the settlements, which is item S5.45, S.544, and one more item. Yes, I just don't remember. In 5.26.
Okay, thank you. And so other than those three items, we have the entire consent calendar in front of us, and now is the time to make any comments on the consent calendar, and otherwise we will be voting, and a motion, of course. Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, thank you. And I will like to take a separate vote on item 5.7.
5.7, okay.
Yes.
Well, you could register a vote on that is other than yes, but we can't pull it out separately of an entire vote. So you can register any vote you want on that particular item and announce that now if you like.
Thank you. But we're going to vote on that item separately. Otherwise, I'm going to vote the whole consent.
You could vote on that item separately right now by announcing your vote on that item. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Yes?
Yes. So on 5.7, what do you wish your vote to be recorded as?
On item 5.7, and I was here when we developed to make sure that local businesses were a priority. We're stationed here in Oakland. We're working out of Oakland. We're hiring our local people. And so item 5.7, I'm going to register a no vote because I strongly believe that Oakland businesses need to be the priority, and you need to be here to hire our people here in Oakland.
Okay, thank you. So on 5.7, as we vote for the entire consent calendar, on 5.7, Councilmember Guile will be registered, will be noted as a no vote on that specific item. Any other comments, Councilmember Guile?
But on the regular, beside 5.7, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, and others comment, Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair. So on 5.10, I want to put a no vote, and I want to explain my reasons. I believe that it's going to increase the cost of rent, and could be wrong. I'd be happy to be wrong, but I believe it's going to increase the cost of rent. So 5.10, and then I might have more. Let me do some more research.
I'm sorry, did you have another comment, or you're not sure?
Yeah, go around and you come back to me.
Oh, okay, happy to do that. Any other comments? I know Councilmember Kaplan is still on Zoom, is participating legally. Councilmember Treva Reed.
Okay, was that second for the consent calendar, or was that second for Councilmember Gallo's?
I'm seconding the consent calendar motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kaplan is seconding the overall consent motion. And now, Councilmember Reed, if you have any other comments, you're welcome to do so.
I have two comments. I'm going to abstain on 5.7. I understand that DWES and EWD have not been consulted on that item, and I would need clarity since that item is not being pulled. If it's not being pulled, I'll abstain on that. And then I will continue my abstention on 5.10. Additionally, I just want to highlight, I know I've had a lot of time today, but I didn't realize that there were some of my staff who didn't come into the area. My former staff, Michael Alvarenga, who works for Councilmember Kaplan now. I want to just highlight, you all know I love the meaning of names as I highlighted for my other staff. I'll highlight for Michael. His name means who is like God and esteem, and he has been a passionate advocate for at-risk communities and continues to lead his dedicated commitment to becoming more engaged in communities at large through the office of Councilmember Kaplan. Additionally, I want to highlight just three others. These were interns and fellows in my office: Adriana Overton, Tia Doris Baru, Nia Tolbert. Adriana's name means guarded of God, Tia's name means pure, and Nia's name means God has answered me and restored. And then finally, I'd like to acknowledge our former communications director, Kiana Gums, who is now the district director for Congresswoman Barbara Lee. And I believe will be continuing in that role with Congresswoman Latifah Simon. And she was just amazing, skillfully managed our messaging and amplified our district's initiatives and priorities. And Kiana's name means grace of God and restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Call.
Yes, Councilmember Jenkins.
So is it possible, so in doing the votes, so that this does not go to a tiebreaker, is it possible to pull 5.7 and push it to a next agenda, just counting the numbers, it's going to go to a tiebreaker?
My understanding is it's too late to pull any items out of the consent calendar. However, as we all know, anybody could register an independent vote on a specific item, and I do know that the mayor is watching, is available to come on immediately to break any tie or ties. She might need a minute or two, but she is available to come on to break any ties as necessary, so we won't delay our action.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay. Any more hands raised? I don't see any more hands raised. I will just make a few comments. I think I know there's a lot of support as well as concern for 5.10. This is not going to raise anybody's rent, and that we did put in a very important amendment in during first reading, and that amendment was to allow the property owner who is delinquent in their business tax to include in their notice of possible rent increase for a CPI, to include a copy of their payment plan that they have created with the finance department, which the finance department does routinely, and our proposal actually encourages that. So that was an important amendment, and I think we need to pass that item. So a lot of other great things in the consent calendar. A lot of work has been put into many of these items, including that one, and I see no other hands raised, so we could take the roll call and then decide which one, then we'll know which ones we need a mayoral tiebreaker for or not. Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilmember Boss.
Hello. I just wanted to make a brief comment regarding our consent calendar. There are indeed a number of items on our consent calendar that often happens for our last meeting of the year. And I do want to just note that many of these items went through committee, so there was some vetting in committee, and items that bypass committee go through our rules and legislation process in that committee, where we state for the record why they're bypassing committee. So I just wanted to lift that up because there is some additional scrutiny to these items. They don't just go straight to the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President, Council President. Thank you very much. So, seeing no more hands, we could take the roll and then proceed as needed for any tiebreakers if needed. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
So before I take the roll through the chair, noting abstentions and no from Gaio and Reed on items 5.7 and 5.10, those will be the items that will need.
I think there were two people on 5.7 and then not the same two people on 5.10. It was a little bit different, I believe.
Yeah, it's the same, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is correct. And Jenkins was a no on 5.10. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so there was Jenkins was a no on 5.10. Reed is an abstention on 5.10. Gaio is a no on 5.7, and Reed is a abstention on 5.7. Is that right?
Abstention on 5.7 and 5.10.
Right. Okay. So we got those two. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We can proceed with the roll for the rest for everything else.
Calling in the consent calendar for the remaining items, not including the removed items, and now the items that will need a tiebreaker, which is 5.7 and 5.10. The entire consent calendar was moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Gaio. I'm sorry, Gaio and Kaplan. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gaio.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Council President Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Pro Tem Kalb.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Ramachandran and Fife.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk. So we do, the mayor is aware and is available. We do need to wait till is she on Zoom? And then there'll be a declaration before she makes the votes, voter votes. Yes.
As you said,
please introduce yourself.
Joe Giannolio with the mayor's office. As you said, she is available for the vote, but not immediately, so I'd recommend either coming back after the next item or a brief recess.
We could, to the council president, should we go to one of our public hearings and come back after that?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's all right with you, Madam Clerk, we'll go to our first public hearing, and then when we finish that, we will come back for the mayoral tiebreaker votes on 5.7 and 5.10. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Yeah. Yes, and just to let people know, since someone is interested, I do know that the mayor has been listening on Zoom the entire time, so she's aware of the discussion and the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, we could call, if it's okay with you, we could call item, we need a motion to open a public hearing for 6.1.
So moved.
Second.
On the motion to open the public hearing for, to open the public hearing for item 6.1, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Council President Boss. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Council President Boss.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Pro Tem Call.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes. The public hearing is open. I will read the item. Item 6.1, conduct a public hearing, and upon conclusion, receive 2 informational reports. Receive the City of Oakland's consolidated annual performance and evaluation report for fiscal year 23 through 24, Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, Emergency Solutions Grants, Home American Rescue Plan, and 23 through 24 activities administered under Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act funds allocated under the Community Development Block Grant, and receive the City of Oakland Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 24 through 25, Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, and Emerging Solutions Grant Programs. You have 2 speakers on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll have a presentation, then we'll have public comment and any questions or comments from those of us on the dais as well. Welcome. Welcome from our Housing Department.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Hugo Ramirez, Deputy Director of Community Development at the Department of Housing and Community Development. And today I will be focusing really on the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER. This is, it's that time of the year. These are documents that we submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development every year. And so this is a public hearing for both the CAPER and the annual action plan that you actually approved in July, but there was a slight procedural defect that requires that we include it in this public hearing as well. So the CAPER is required again by HUD, and it focuses on our use and impact of these 4 federal formula grants that I'll describe in a little bit. It details the progress toward our HUD annual action plan and the larger 5-year consolidated plan, which I'll also elaborate on because we're developing our next consolidated plan to align even more strongly with our strategic action plans, which I'll also elaborate very briefly on. And these grants fund strategic priorities of housing and homelessness, including our 3 Ps of production, preservation, and protection, and homelessness solutions. So these 3 Ps, that's really how the City of Oakland furthers our, or I should say addresses our affordability crisis through the preservation of existing housing, which includes not just acquisition and rehab, but also providing rehabilitation to owner-occupied homes, protection of Oaklanders from displacement and homelessness through homelessness prevention and other anti-displacement programs, and of course, production, bricks and mortar, new construction. These are the 4 federal formula grants: CDBG, which is more than $7.4 million, HOME, which is used for the production and preservation of affordable housing, and then the 2 programs that are actually administered by our sister department at Human Services Department, Community Homelessness Services, HOPWA, which is Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV/AIDS, and the Emergency Solutions Grants. To give you an idea of how we align our strategic priorities with these funding sources, you'll see here that we have our 3 Ps of production, preservation, and protection very well represented. Additionally, we partner with economic and workforce development on small business development, as well as CHS and homelessness solutions. So you could see kind of what the proportion for each strategy is. This is just to highlight. Your packet includes a very detailed caper that has every single activity that was funded by these sources, but just very high level. We leveraged more than 6.7 million for investment in production and preservation through both CDBG and HOME. We provided rehab loans to owner-occupied homes, 44 projects, and these households are predominantly Black elders with extremely low incomes. Our code compliance relocation program provided assistance to 45 households. We partner with our legal aid community on various housing legal programs. Through CHS's food program, we serve 33 households, and through our partnership with Economic and Workforce Development and Main Street Launch, we provided loans and technical assistance to almost 250 businesses. And finally, we're really excited. Since June 2023, we carried out a robust community planning process to develop our strategic action plans. We completed in June 2023, one focused on production preservation. Over the past several months, we've been developing our anti-displacement strategic action plan, focused on, again, protecting Oaklanders from homelessness and displacement. Thank you, Council, for co-hosting those listening sessions, which were really a culmination of really intensive community engagement with tenant advocates, property owner advocates, and our community members at large. And finally, our next consolidated plan, which is, again, that 5-year plan that we submit to HUD that describes how we're going to invest these funds, will align with the city's strategic action plans focused on production, preservation, and protection. So stay tuned. We'll be back in very little time with these plans that have been very much informed by that community engagement. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Well, let's go. Should we go to public speakers first, colleagues, and then? Okay. We'll call the public speakers for item 6.1. From this point forward, all the non-consent items, as was announced earlier, it's 90 seconds per person who's signed up, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
For item 6.1, I have Ms. Asada Olabala and Black Homeless Advocate.
Let me start by getting the data right so people can stop saying Black and brown all having the same experiences related to jobs and housing. In 1980, the population of Oakland had African Americans being 47%. Hispanics were 9%, whites were 32%, and Asians were 8%. The data related today, 2024, has African Americans going from 47% to 21.1%, Hispanics going from 9% to 28.9%. We are not having the same experiences in this city, African Americans and Latinos, related to housing, jobs, or anything else. So stop coming up here, all of you people, trying to make it seem like we are and we're not. This item related to HUD and other sources of funding has eligibility requirements. As it relates to HUD, you have to be eligible, and in some cases, it requires a criminal background check. To be eligible, you have to have a specific income or income verification as well. You have to be a U.S. citizen or eligible as a non-citizen to obtain housing accommodations. You have to demonstrate a need. They have some cases.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Your time is up. Black Homeless Advocate, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Black Homeless Advocate. Once again, I'd like to remind you, the city, that a storm coming in. And in the future, it would be great if somehow we could get flyers out, especially to tents that are under trees in dangerous areas, and post them, letting people know that a storm's coming. Many people in the homeless community don't even watch news and don't know it, just all of a sudden it's upon them. A lot of times we know the storm's coming in days before. It would be, I think it's important that for safety of the homeless that are in vulnerable places like under trees. Once again, this Daniel Penny situation where a homeless black man was killed just for using words and no weapons whatsoever has sent a message. There's been a second case now, a guy by the name of Harold Christie, which is went on social media trying to pull the same. Some guys were dancing. He says they were dancing dangerously and the music was violent. So he pushed one of the black guys off the train and has gone on the social media to try to pull the same move that was played by Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny is a murderer. He killed a black man along with a guy by the name of Eric Gonzalez, which held Mr. Neely's arms and caused him to be in that chokehold that Daniel Coward Penny snuck up behind and applied. The guy was very frail, not a fighter. He didn't touch anyone, and yet he was killed and exhausted.
Thank you, Mr. Black Homeless Advocate. That was the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to our two speakers. Any questions or comments or motions on item 6.1? This is just to receive this. We have to have a public hearing as required by state law, but we're not adopting it. We're just receiving it publicly. Is that correct? Councilmember Kaplan, you have your hand raised?
Yes. So I just wanted to add in this context, recognizing we're just receiving this, that as we talk about housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, that as the years have gone by, there has been somewhat less public attention to AIDS and HIV and people living with AIDS and HIV. But I want to take this moment to acknowledge that that challenge continues to exist. And there's certainly a lot of concern that it may get worse under the new coming federal administration. There's been a lot of work over many years to fight for resources and support and medical care and medical research to help and support people living with AIDS and HIV, including a lot of work by our Congresswoman, Barbara Lee. And so I want to move receipt of this item and give that acknowledgement to folks continuing to be living with AIDS. Thank you.
It's a motion to close the public hearing and receive these reports.
Yes.
Councilmember Gallo?
Yes, I'll second that motion, but just for our administration, we clearly see where Oakland is today. And certainly growing up here in the city, it's a lot different than it was in the past. Where do you see Oakland being in the year 2028? And what do we need to do to make sure we take care of the people that are here?
Through the chair, we take strategy very seriously, and which is why we've invested the past year and a half, 2 years in developing our strategic action plans. We know precisely how to address our affordability crisis, and it's through production, preservation, and very importantly, protection of Oaklanders from displacement. And so that's our mandate, and that's what we're holding ourselves accountable to, is carrying out those programs. And to whatever extent we have access to either these federal resources or philanthropic funds or competitively awarded funds, we will align those financial resources to those strategies that we developed in very close consultation with our community.
Okay. Has our relationship with Alameda County improved when it comes to housing and the development? Because it's a we and they,
Yes, absolutely.
challenge, so.
As you know, the Stanislaus County is comprised of many agencies. We work very closely with our counterparts at the County Housing and Community Development Department, and very closely also with the county's homelessness department. So I would say we work very closely and are very much aligned with the county in, for example, homelessness prevention, homelessness solutions. So yes, we work very closely with our counterparts at the county.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Caff.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments on either of these two reports under item 6.1? Councilmember Reed.
Just one question, Council Chair Cobb. I just wanted to confirm what measures are in place to ensure that any unspent funds are allocated appropriately and secured for the use that's intended with the funds.
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair, we carry forward those funds and reprogram them into the subsequent annual action plans. So every year we bring to council our plan to spend these federal sources, and those annual action plans include not just the grant that's awarded in that fiscal year, but also carry forward from prior years. So again, there's that alignment with the strategies that we've laid out.
Maybe I'll just have one follow-up call.
I see Director Weinstein sharing more information. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. Emily Weinstein, Director of Housing and Community Development, through the chair to Council Member Reed. So we are also required to comply very strictly with the HUD compliance requirements. So the amount of money that's spent on a program, the amount of money that is allowed for staff costs, all of that is very strictly regulated by HUD. So there's not a lot of flexibility in terms of how the funds can be spent.
Thank you.
Your follow-up? You're good. Okay. I see no more hands raised. Thank you. These are getting these funds and then spending them in the ways we're spending them is great. We're all very concerned about what kind of funds we're going to get in the next 4 years. But we know we'll do our best to lobby for those and to spend them appropriately and support our housing needs the best we can. So thank you for your good work. Okay, we have a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
On item 6.1, both parts, there was a motion by, Councilmember Kaplan, seconded by Councilmember Gallo to receive and file these reports, and by that same motion, close the public hearing. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
This wants to be last. Council President Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Councilmember Ramachandran is excused, and Council Pro Tem Cobb. Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran.
Okay,
believe
I
the
think
mayor is back. also.
we're ready for the mayor. Oh, is she still on?
Yes, I'm still on.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you are aware, we have a lengthy consent calendar, and on two items, 5.7 and 5.10, we have effectively a tie vote requiring your option to break that tie. Do you need the clerk to read in the titles for those, or are you all set to go?
I am all set to go, but just so that we make it very clear around the votes, if the clerk can go ahead and read in both of the titles. And I am appearing pursuant to AB 2449 under the just cause due to childcare reasons. And there are no adults over 18 in the space that I am in.
Thank you, Mayor Tao. Reading in first item 5.7, which is amending the small local business enterprise program certification requirements. Adopt an ordinance amending Oakland's local and small local business enterprise program. Ordinance number 13814 to amend certification requirements in response to the needs of Oakland's business community, including but not limited to removal of headquarter requirements, modification of the definition of substantial presence, and clarifying amendments for program administration as set forth in Exhibit 1. The motion did have 4 ayes. There were 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran, and 1 no and 1 abstention.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, we're requesting your vote on item 5.7.
Thank you so much. For item 5.7, I'll be voting yes.
On item 5.7, that would make the vote 5 ayes with excuse from Fife and Ramachandran, and a no from Councilmember Gallo, and abstention from Reed. Going to 5.10, which is amendments to the rent adjustment and just cause for eviction ordinances. Adopt an ordinance amending the rent adjustment ordinance to limit banking of CPI rent increases to expire after 4 years and after transfer of property, prohibit rent increases for owners delinquent on business taxes, extend tenant petition deadlines from 90 days to 180 days, and amending the just cause for eviction ordinance to prohibit no-fault evictions for owners delinquent on business taxes. This item also had 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran, 1 no by Jenkins, and 1 abstention by Reed.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, we're ready for your vote.
Thank you so much. I'm excited, and I'm excited to be taking my last vote, and voting yes and standing strong with tenants.
Thank you for that. That would put the motion with 5 ayes, 1 abstention, Reed, and 1 no, Jenkins. And 2 excused, 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor, for your votes and participation. And that takes care of our consent calendar. We can go to item 6.2. Oh, let's go to our second and last public hearing, item 6.2. We need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Opening item 6.2, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Council President Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Pro Tem Cog.
Aye.
Public hearing is open with a vote of 6 ayes. I will now read the item into record. Item 6.2, conduct a public hearing and upon conclusion, adopt a resolution confirming the report and notice of liens for delinquent real property transfer taxes with penalties, interest, and administrative and assessment charges, and overruling any protests and objections related to the liens included in said report, and authorizing the recordation of liens, and directing the notice of lien and assessment charges to be turned over to the county tax collector for collection. And I do have 3 speakers on this item.
Okay, we have a report. Welcome.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, there you go. Okay. Good evening, Honorable City Council members. My name is Huey Deng. It's an honor to be here with you again today. Thank you all for your service too, by the way. For the business item at hand today, this is an item that you all are probably very familiar with since we come to you at least twice a year, seeking your authorization to proceed with the placement of the lien on the properties that change ownership, but the real property transfer tax was not paid at the time the deed was recorded. In this case, we are looking for your approval to place the lien on 17 properties for a total value of approximately $216,000. Based on history, it's likely that we are going to be having to remove some of the properties because we will have resolved them before we actually place the lien on the properties. So with that, we ask that you approve the staff recommendation, and of course, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, unless you have any urgent questions, we could first go to public speakers and then we could deliberate. Okay, let's go to public speakers, Madam Clerk.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record before beginning. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. Ms. Asada Olabala, Black Homeless Advocate, and Vanessa Riles.
What concerns me is in the departments that are workforce and economic development and the housing department and community development, I don't see no black people in those departments. And plus, 32% of your employees don't live in Oakland. And you have this thing about 50% of the businesses or contracts need to be Oakland, but you got most of your employees don't live here. Only 90 or 91% of your police officers don't live in Oakland. Got all these people that don't live in Oakland making decisions about what's best for us. So with the lien, the question is, you have a situation where the lien has a fee every time you go to court, and it's $150 in California per property for a lien being filed. Who pays that? Is that put back on the property owner? Then you have a lien can make it difficult for the seller to resell their land or to get additional credit. So you're putting, and do you have a process for which people say, I can't do it? I don't have the money to do it. What you gonna do? You're still gonna put a lien on their property.
Do we know about this $150 fee and who pays that and what that comes from? You asked that.
My question is there a situation where the person says they can't pay, they don't have the money, they can prove it? Do you still put a lien on their property?
Thank you for the question through the chair. As with many different other tax programs that we manage, when it comes to financial hardship, there is always a payment plan that we can enter to. Once we enter a payment plan, basically the payment agreement itself is going to take over the fact that we can enforce the payment agreement as opposed to placing a lien on the properties. So that's an option on the table for us. Of course, we need to go through various stages of verification to confirm that we can enter some sort of payment plan, just like the other item just approved now.
So you let them know if they're not paying, if they haven't paid their real estate transfer tax, that there's an option for a payment plan, and some will take advantage of that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. And of course, these are property. I mean, this happens when a property is sold, and the person purchasing the property spends a lot of money to buy buy the property, and they all know in advance, of course, that there's always a real estate transfer tax as part of that. Is that correct?
Yes, oftentimes the issue isn't about properties recording the deeds through the title companies. Oftentimes the issue is the owner himself or herself actually filing the recorded deed and recording the deeds with the county. This is the common problem when deeds are recorded and not going through the official title companies that basically record the deeds on their behalf.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Any other? Oh, we have one more speaker. I'm sorry.
Black Homeless Advocate, go ahead and begin your comments.
Black Homeless Advocate. I'd like to start off by saying if the mayor's still there, I was almost semi-coerced into making a complaint against you by a woman by the name of Stephanie Zhang that works for Internal Affairs. I only mentioned that I had saw an ad that about going to this particular venue at Montclair, and she was almost suggesting that I make a complaint against you, and I have a complaint against her for that. Also, everything Ms. Asada Abala said when it comes to the black employment and the way we're treated, it's terrible. I can give you a list of names like Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, Sandra Massey, Jordan Neely. These are black people that have been killed. And matter of fact, the Sandra Neely cop, they're talking about letting him out. He should never get out of jail. He murdered her. It's just the ongoing that is threatening to us as that 2025 comes into play. Black people really have to really pay attention to the country, because as Obama said, that's not who we are. That's not who we are. And a lot of these things that are happening will affect us down the road, I guarantee you, especially 2025. As to property, anything that you can get a buck off of, it seems that that's what you guys are about. And like she said, the Planning Commission is all white. Most of your people there are all.
Thank you, Mr. Black Homeless Advocate, for your comments. Mr. Chair, that was the last speaker.
Was there
Vanessa Riles, if you're in chambers or on Zoom, please step to the podium or raise your hand. Otherwise, all names have been called.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any?
Move approval.
Okay, that's to close the hearing. I move approval. And
second.
Okay, great.
On item 6.2, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Council President Bass.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Pro Tem Cobb.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran.
Okay, is the council president coming back up here to start the budget, or is something else between?
Yes, we have next our budget item and then 2 election items. However, I would like to request a 5-minute recess so that some of us can take.
We're going to have a 6-minute recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
To the council members near and far, it's been 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So we have 3 more items on our agenda. We've got our main item, which is the budget, and then 2 items related to the elections. Madam Clerk?
Going to item 11, which includes the following pieces of legislation. A resolution amending the fiscal year 24 through 25 mid-cycle budget. Resolution number 90326 to authorize the transfer of funds into the general purpose fund and adjust other appropriations. Affirming the budget balancing actions taken by the city administrator pursuant to the powers and duties granted under the city charter and the authority granted pursuant to resolution number 90326 to maintain the fiscal health of the city and making extreme fiscal necessity declarations necessary to utilize restricted funds, and a resolution amending resolution number 87062, which established the sugar sweetened beverage distribution tax sub-fund within the general purpose fund for the purpose of collecting said tax revenues, to, upon declaration of extreme fiscal necessity, suspend the requirement to consider advisory board recommendations prior to appropriating funds, and declaring a state of extreme fiscal necessity for the purpose of suspending said restrictions on the use of sugar-sweetened beverage tax revenues, and an ordinance amending Oakland Municipal Code Chapter 15.62, Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to allow funds distributed to the city under redevelopment dissolution laws to be used for any lawful purpose upon a declaration of extreme fiscal necessity by the City Council, and just noting that approval, item 3, if approved, will be for final passage. And you have 42 speakers on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, colleagues and members of the public, on December 9th, we heard the city administrator's proposal to rebalance our mid-cycle budget to close our current fiscal year's projected deficit, as well as ensure our emergency reserve is at the required level, and that we don't need to declare a fiscal emergency under our consolidated fiscal policy, as well as to continue to provide critical city services. I want to thank everyone who has given voice to what's important to you. I also want to make sure I thank our entire city staff team, the administrator, the budget team, and your amazing work, as well as all our department heads and our frontline staff. There's a lot of work that has gone into making sure that we understand our fiscal situation and we are solution-oriented. As a brief reminder, the legislation that we have before us has a few main components, including affirming the city administrator's budget balancing actions, which he has the authority to do under the contingency budget we are now operating on. It also includes the council's potential action to unrestrict and transfer funds, and also closing the remaining projected deficit of $15.97 million. So we will have some discussion about this over the course of the next period of time. And how we're going to spend our time includes, firstly, Councilmember Fife requested that we hear from our labor partners. In the packet, you have our labor partners' roadmap to a sustainable budget. So we'll allow them to present from that report. And again, it's also in the meeting packet. From there, we'll hear questions and comments from the council members. I do have, as well as Councilmember Kaplan, we both have some handouts that we will read into the record and share as possible amendments. And then we'll go to public comment. And as was stated earlier, given the time, there'll be 90 seconds or a minute and a half for public comment. So without further ado, I'd like to call up, I believe it's Kristen Schumacher from IFPTE Local 21. Thank you so much, Kristen, and to all of our labor partners for your work and your proposals. Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Kristen Schumacher Nascimento, lead researcher with Local 21, and you all have the budget roadmap in your packets. I thought I would focus my time on talking about parts of the roadmap that we do not think are yet reflected in the administration's plan for how to approach the budget. The first of those is focusing on efficiency in the police department and in specifically cutting waste and abuse before cutting services in the department. So the police department was about $50 million over budget, yet we'll see only about $30 million in reductions. Instead, other services are going to get deeper cuts and workers are threatened with layoffs. The police department has only stayed within budget twice in the past decade. This is a structural problem in the department. And our roadmap refers to the numerous audits that have been done of overtime spending in OPD since 2015, and the fact that the city auditor and other external auditors have made numerous recommendations on how to fix this problem, most of which have not been implemented. So the current plan from the city administrator's office would be that they would approve all foreseeable overtime. Many of the deeper problems with OPD's overtime practices that auditors have identified are in overtime that happens last minute, sometimes with no prior authorization. According to a study from Harvey Rose in 2019, extension of shift overtime in particular often occurs without prior authorization, and the department doesn't have sufficient controls in place to monitor if it's being used appropriately. Harvey Rose found that 12 officers extended their shift 500 hours or more in just 1 year. 6 of them extended their shift on 200 or more days. So you do the math, that means they probably extended their shift practically every day, if not every day. Just this handful of officers cost the city $2 million in overtime through shift extensions. The department has a voluntary overtime policy that limits how much one officer can claim in overtime a week and forbids double dipping when officers can claim both paid time off and overtime at the same time. The city auditor found that this policy was violated over 3,000 times in 1 year. Average shift extension overtime per officer in the department, according to Harvey Rose, was only 72 hours. So what that means is that most officers don't do this. It is just a handful of people, and they cost the city millions of dollars. And you all also heard from the auditor earlier this week as well that there's a gender disparity as well, and that as a result, female officers are paid less because they get less overtime. In 2019, the auditor recommended exploring a fiscal year hourly limit, at the very least enforcing the existing policy. That audit recommendation is still outstanding and has not been implemented. Another area of waste and inefficiency in the department is the use of sworn staff to perform work that could be done by civilians at a lower cost and moving those officers into patrol staffing. Actions could be taken now to put as much as 21 officers back on patrol and have civilian workers do that work instead. For example, there are 3 sworn officers that work as intake technicians in internal affairs. They cost 60% more than the civilian workers that they work with. There are 2 sworn officers that work in IT. Our members have brought this up to management, and so far nothing has happened within the department. And some of this work was supposed to be fully civilianized in the 2020 budget, and that has not occurred. On top of that, civilianization of internal affairs investigators has been in multiple budgets and has never happened. It was expected to bring in a cost savings of $1 million in the police budget and move 16 officers back to patrol. That has still not happened. And I want to emphasize that civilian staff in the police department are facing potential layoffs, yet there are sworn officers working in civilian jobs. Parking enforcement, another thing that we think could be improved on in the administration's plan is parking enforcement. There have been some improvements to hiring in parking enforcement, but we still have vacancies in parking control technicians and also meter repairs. We have about 3 people who do all meter repairs in the city. Many of the parking meters are inoperable, and the city is losing revenue every day because of that. And then we also think that there needs to be a more comprehensive process on business tax. So we know that notices are finally going out to some of those delinquent businesses, but that's only one aspect of tax enforcement. Something our members in Local 21 bring up often is that in the past, they've had very successful processes where they go out and find businesses that have never filed their business tax at all. And for example, in 2015, they did a comprehensive audit of landlord businesses in which they identified 4,900 landlords who had not previously paid business tax. They brought in $8 million by doing that, and $2 million in ongoing revenues each year from just that process. And our members would like to do that. They have asked to do that work and feel that they could do it within the course of this budget year. And then finally, our roadmap highlighted the dramatic growth in executive compensation for the city's top paid employees. And we've heard from union members that in some departments there are potentially duplicative management roles that should be looked at. So before hurting the people who do the work, we urge you to look at the top management roles that have been added in recent years and find efficiencies among the highest paid staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the report and presentation. I will say that my budget team, which consists of myself, Councilmember Jenkins, Councilmember Reed, and Councilmember Kaplan, we did try to incorporate some of those solutions into our amendments. I do want to hear from other council members, though, before we present those. So the floor is now open to the other council members for any comments, questions, or your own amendments.
Madam President?
Yes, please go ahead.
I do have an additional handout, but I'd also be happy to explain it after you present the set of amendments, if you prefer, as it does relate to them.
Okay. Well, seeing that there are not any hands up yet, I'll go ahead and present our amendments to the resolution. I do have some questions I want to ask about some of the proposed reductions, but just to get this on the table, we'll go ahead and share this.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm wondering if after you present, is the city administration going to be kind of presenting the part, what's coming from them, or are you presenting everything that is inclusive? And I just want to make sure that everybody gets out all on the table publicly right now.
Okay. Mr. Administrator, did you have additional information to present?
Through the chair to Councilmember Cobb, we've already presented our proposal, so we're just here to hear and get feedback from the council. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'll probably have some questions, but okay.
Yes, I think we will have some questions. Okay. If KTOP is able to share the memo, ooh, that is a little hard to see. If you're able to make that bigger. Let me just read the bullet points, and then I'll go through the highlighted sections, which are additional information from what was in the packet. So again, my budget team is putting forward a set of amendments to the proposed budget resolution. And the purpose of these amendments is the following: to improve the collection of unpaid business taxes. And there are copies of this memo in the room as well. So the purpose is to improve collection of unpaid business taxes, improve controls for OPD overtime spending, explore the segmenting of human services departments, senior and other relevant services with Oakland Parks and Recreation and Youth Development, and homeless services with Housing and Community Development, and return to council with recommendations in the spring of '25. Pursue the potential merger of Oakland Public Works and OPDOT, and return to council with recommendations in spring of '25. Proceed with plans for the July 2025 Police Academy, offering current pending applicants an opportunity to enroll. And then to continue to work to identify, find, validate, and collect additional funding sources to reduce the projected deficit and provide city services, and very, very importantly, with the goal of preventing layoffs and fire station brownouts. So the memo that is in the packet and the one that we are handing out has the proposed amendments. What I'd like to do is go through the resolved clauses that are highlighted, because we made some additions to those resolved clauses that are not in the report that was published 3 days ago. So if KTOP can try going to the bottom of page 2, and if it's at all possible to make that bigger, please do. Otherwise, I will just read the resolve clauses that have the highlighted information. So we do have a set of whereas clauses, which are the recitals to go along with the further resolved clauses. So just to read into the record the resolved clauses. Further resolved that the council directs the city administrator to conduct a comprehensive cleanup process or internal audit of business taxes and ensure timely and effective collection of unpaid business taxes. This process should begin immediately and commence in January 2025 for all categories of taxpayers, including residential and commercial rental property owners, and should not only include reviewing the filings of those who have filed, but rather prioritizing, identifying, and collecting from those who have not filed. And be it further resolved that the council directs the city administrator to include in an OPD overtime report to the Finance and Management Committee in spring 2025 information on A, the number of hours worked last fiscal year in violation of the policy limiting overtime hours per officer on a weekly basis and requiring rest periods and the cost of those hours. B, how many officers extended their shift 500 hours or more last year and the cost of those hours. C, report on methods that have been implemented and further methods to be implemented to ensure policy compliance. D, improve regular overtime reporting for the purposes of real-time monitoring and preventing overspending, including but not limited to technology improvements, including specifically for extension of shift overtime. And E, run a report using existing data systems on the number of extension of shift overtime hours accrued this fiscal year to date per officer, and implement management methods to prevent further accrual of extension of shift overtime among those who have already exceeded limits. And be it further resolved that the council directs the city administrator to explore the segments of HSD, senior, and other relevant services with OPRYD and homeless services with HCD, and return to the council with recommendations, cost savings, and next steps in spring of 2025, and meet and consult with relevant workforce representatives on such potential change, and ensure community engagement and align any such recommended changes with the adoption of the FY 25-27 biennial budget. And be it further resolved that the council directs the city administrator to pursue the potential merger with Oakland Public Works and OCDOT, and meet and consult with relevant workforce representatives on such potential change, and return to the council with recommendations, cost savings, and next steps for the potential merger in the spring of 2025 to ensure community engagement and align any such recommended changes with the adoption of the FY 25-27 biennial budget. And be it further resolved that the City Council recommends the City Administrator proceed with plans for the July 2025 Police Academy, offering current pending applicants an opportunity to enroll. And be it further resolved that the City Council directs the City Administrator to continue to work to identify, find, validate, and collect additional funding sources to reduce the projected deficit, avoid layoffs and fire station brownouts, and provide city services. These efforts should include expediting the filling of vacant revenue-generating positions, such as parking enforcement staff, considering reductions from non-represented management staff, and conducting meet and confer with labor partners on potential layoffs and department mergers. So colleagues, those are the amendments. Most of them are in the packet, except for the ones that you see highlighted. And next, I will ask Councilmember Kaplan to share her information.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and to the entire budget team and everyone who's been working on this. We have a handout that is in paper in the room and also on screen. This handout is to provide further suggested specific examples for the further resolved that the Council President just read in. As you heard the Council President read in our item, and this is collectively from the team, includes a direction to continue to work to identify, find, and validate and collect additional funding sources. And this handout lists some specific examples of such funding sources. Next page. Thank you. And so the additional revenue and balancing strategies we are asking to be confirmed and incorporated, the measure NN new revenue, the rebate to the general fund for the cost of running the election for the special funding measures. That is one of the approved uses of the funding measures, and we could not see in the spreadsheet whether that rebate has been calculated or not. So that's something we are asking to have be pursued and validated. Third, I wanted to make sure to share some good news. I know often the bad news gets more attention, but I want to make sure to share some good news, which is a lot of people have been working very hard to increase the events and revenue generated at the Oakland Arena and Coliseum. We have been bringing in more concerts, more activity, more sporting events, and a big thanks to the entire team who works at the JPA, which oversees the Oakland Coliseum and Arena. We received confirmation and the formal transmittal document just in the last few days, confirming that there has been a revenue increase of $5 million above the budgeted projections in the overall revenue from the Coliseum and Arena. Because that facility is shared 50-50 by the city and the county, the city's share of that extra revenue is $2.5 million. And so with this, we are asking that that $2.5 million can be confirmed and incorporated into the Phase 2 balancing strategies as part of this overall budget strategy. In addition, the memo we received today notes that there remains available fund balance in the special transportation funds. And so we are asking that those amounts be reconfirmed and then can be incorporated into the Phase 2 balancing. That would include the action taken yesterday, which allocated $5 million of such special transportation funds, including $500,000, which pays for staff that otherwise would have been paid for out of the general fund, thus freeing up those funds to save general fund resources. In addition, because the OCDOT director is currently also serving as the Oakland Public Works director, to confirm and add the cost savings from that into the balancing actions. And finally, a request to run the numbers on how much would be saved to do a 2% cut or give back from all management and unrepresented city employees. This is important because we've heard about how essential it is that we make clear that those at the top share in all of these balancing efforts. And so we are requesting that the numbers be run on a 2% give back for the rest of this fiscal year from management and unrepresented employees, and that that be pursued as one of the multiple balancing actions. At the same time as this additional revenue, I also wanted to highlight some pending obligations on which there is some uncertainty. And so we are requesting that, similarly to requesting that these new revenue sources be confirmed, we're also requesting that these obligations be confirmed to check whether they are already funded, and if not, to return with a method to fund them. One, whether we can keep pending academy applicants as cadets until the July academy. And I would note in the amendments President Bass read in, we do have a directive to maintain and plan for the July academy and keep those applicants pending so that they can attend it. But this is to also inquire whether in the meantime they can come in as cadets and help with the workload. Also, we have been hearing questions about prior commitments that were previously approved but not yet issued. And so we wanted to ask that those be reviewed to confirm whether they are already funded or whether funding needs to be identified for them. And that includes specifically the senior services and the homeless services. The examples of the homeless services from which we've heard this question include the Safe Car Park program and the BOSS program. And then, of course, we've heard from the multiple senior facilities. We want to make sure those get confirmed. In addition, we've heard that question also about some of our job training and workforce development programs and the film incentive. And so we could use this opportunity to reconfirm the availability and commitment of those items while we also work to incorporate these new revenue sources into our overall strategy. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. And just to underscore some of the amendments that we are proposing and zoom out a little bit. So as we know, there is a projected deficit of $129 million, and the administration and the city administrator have put forward a number of administrative actions that help us close that gap, as well as some council actions to close that gap. In terms of the administrative actions, our proposed amendments direct the city administrator to continue to identify funding sources so that we can minimize the service reductions, as well as minimize layoffs and hopefully avoid fire station brownouts. I do also want to call out that there are a number of departments where it may be possible to do some rebalancing, with senior services and human services department, for example. That discussion with the public resulted in an alternative proposal from the department that is allowing us to keep our senior centers open. There may similarly be, there may similarly be discussions with other, excuse me. I'm losing my voice. There may similarly be discussions with other departments, like workforce and employment standards.
Let me know if you need me to take over. I'm happy to come up there.
Okay. Why don't you take over?
Okay, our council president is going to get her voice together. Councilmember Kaplan, did you have more explanation or anything else to present or anything else to say before we move on?
Thank you very much. I did finish going through the list of specific items on my list to research for additional funding. And I will just say that one of the things that I have done, not only this year, but other years, is continue the search under the couch cushions for all the available funds. And we have found some substantial additional funds beyond those that were in the prior report. And that's, of course, beyond myself. Other people have participated in that work as well, and just wanted to reinforce how important it is that we continue to do that work as we strive to protect and strengthen the services for our public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask our city administrator, who just stepped out for a second. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Yes, we know there was a presentation at our previous meeting, and we do have the first staff report in the packet, as well as the more recent staff reports. I'm wondering if you can maybe highlight the most significant actions that you've already taken that we're being asked to essentially acknowledge and adopt or approve, and then the additional actions that you are proposing that we would be voting on today. The more, not everything, the more significant ones, the bigger ones, the more like, oh, wow, we're going to close 400 fire stations. Obviously not, but what are the more significant actions? Some of the public may not have been here a couple weeks ago.
Through the chair, the members of the public. So some, quickly, phase one immediate actions that I discussed at length on last week. Some of the assumptions that we highlighted. So $104.2 million in general purpose fund reductions, which would include largely developed by our agency directors. We put out a call and they gave us some insight as it relates to proposed reductions. So the assumptions that we identified were, let's see, let me pull this up. So about $11.5 million, and the assumption changes were savings from council member serving as interim mayor, academy-related overtime backfills, business tax, revenue tax enforcement efforts, mutual aid reimbursements from the fire department, but also some additional revenue increases with respect to the restoration of park enforcement efforts. Phase one immediate actions that I laid out, those reductions total to about $60.65 million. Within OPD, a reduction of their overtime, $25 million there. Reduced the two remaining police academies at a cost of $6.9 million. which was identified in the contingency budget. The reallocation of fund balances, that was a citywide effort, which is a process we go through even during the budget process. That was about $5.6 million. Proposed browning out of 2 fire stations, $5.5 million. In addition, reduction in some of our reallocation of underspending, another $1.6 million. And that actually can be found in attachment A. So continuing, some of the council actions that we were asking of this body is to unrestrict Fund 1100, the Self-Insurance Liability Fund, is $14.8 million. Unrestricting of Fund 1870, which is the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The unrestricting of Measure HH is $2.5 million. That's Fund 1030. And unrestricting Fund 1020, the Vital Services Stabilization Fund, is about $503,000. So that's at a high level, some of the proposed actions in Phase 1 reductions.
Appreciate that.
Yes,
It's helpful to kind of reiterate what was presented before. Understood. And get us up to speed on that. So, Council President, did you want to say anything more in your presentation before we go to some additional questions of the public? And I do have something brief to present as well.
Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Madam Clerk, I have my hand raised on Zoom. If I could become a panelist and then share a screen. Oh, there we go. Okay, and let's see. And if I share screen, will that get up above as well to K-top? Okay. All right. Well, let me share my screen. Make sure I know which document I'm sharing. What I'm about to share is not a lot. It's a further resolve clause, a one-word change, and another resolve clause, and then really more some questions that will, in the form of bullet points, that I want to get clarity on and see what options, if any, we still have. So I'm sharing here. Hold on. I don't see where I'm supposed to share. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Do people see this document? It says, yeah, okay, appreciate it. So in no particular order, just in the order it happens to be on this page, I do have a further resolve clause that I'd like to add, and people will ask questions about it, and that's fine. This said, I'll read it. Further resolve that upon receipt of the one-time revenues from the sale of the Coliseum site, and what I'm referring to is that $10 million that we're expecting, hopefully the next few months. But upon receipt of the one-time revenues from the sale of the Coliseum site, 5,000 of the funds shall be first deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, comma, and $5,000 of the funds shall next be allocated to pay down the city's other post-employment benefits, OPEB, actuarial liability. I'm sorry, thank you, $5 million. $5 million each. 5,000, don't even need to say anything. We're talking of the first $10 million, $5 million goes to, thank you, Mr. Hazard, to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and $5 million to the OPEB actuarial liability. And the reason the reason I'm doing that is in the next paragraph. I'll just say that. As we just heard, one of the things that we're being asked to do today, to approve today, is to take out, I think, $5.7 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund into the general fund to help us balance the budget. I don't like that, but I understand the need for that. When we get these one-time funds in, these $10 million in that next payment from the Coliseum, from AASEG, that I want $5 million of that to go back into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to essentially reimburse it. So that's the first $5 million. The second $5 million to pay down our OPEB. During COVID, and other times we're kind of behind, and we need to do better in paying down or paying into our OPEB fund. And our Budget Advisory Commission, which sent us all a memo recently, don't know if they're here tonight, recommended that we spend the Coliseum money on one-time expenses, and they specifically mentioned OPEB as one of those. So I said, okay, we have $5 million going back into Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that second $5 million going to the OPEB. That's my recommendation for that $10 million, assuming we get that, and we know our council president, when she becomes a supervisor, will help clear that hurdle at the county level. Thank you. So that's my proposed further resolve. I'll just read what else is on my list here. The next actual change is a mere word change in that paragraph that was read into the record, is already in the packet, that talks about the merging of Oakland Public Works with OCDOT. The way the wording in that resolve says pursue, which suggests we've already made a decision to go forward, and I want to change that to consider. I think the next council, when they get the report and the recommendations in May or June or whenever, they can decide. But right now, we should just say consider and not be a presumptive pursue in that sentence. That's probably not a big deal, but I'd like to change that word. The other three things on here are really questions. Is the proposed changes that we're making, either from the administration or the council president's team, are we adding more parking control technicians or speeding up the filling of those vacant positions, if there are some that are vacant, in order to better enforce our existing parking restrictions, because those are all net revenue generating positions at some point or another? So that's a question. I'll read the other two things, and then we could answer those three questions I'm posing now. The parking control technician question. We should be hiring more. I want to get an answer to that. Second, I'm trying to get some clarity. After tonight, when we adopt this, is the result of that we're browning out 2 fire stations plus the one under construction? Is that all we're doing? Or are we being asked to support today the browning out of more than those 2 fire stations? I want to get some clarity on that question, because I'm not comfortable going beyond those 2, browning out those 2 fire stations plus the one under construction. I don't want to go beyond that. That'd be a bad idea. I want to get clarity on that. And then the last bullet point here, as you see, which is a tough one, I want some clarity on the police academies as to, during this fiscal year, what we've already done, what we've already set aside and not done, and what options, if any, we still have for that last academy that was going to start in March or could start in April, and what we're planning on doing to that, and is there an option to keep that in starting in April, and if so, what would we have to cut somewhere else? So for the resolve clause, as I explained, the $10 million, that one word change in that other resolve clause dealing with the merger, and the 3 questions that you see here on those bullet points. That's what I'm asking. We could hold off in answering those questions and see if other people have other things to say, but that's what I'm asking about now. And what I'll do is ask any other council members, do you have anything else to say while they're getting ready to answer those questions and comment on my suggestions? Councilmember Gallo.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that information. And I agree with some of your recommendations as well as the precedence list. But for me, I have, for the city administrator, one is in this process, through this process, that we have an external financial advisor that was involved with our budget presentation, evaluation. And I know in the past, having worked for the city of Oakland, we had PMS that would do the internal budget evaluation to work with the administrator to present the numbers and validate the numbers.
Through the chair to Councilmember Gallo. So in this process, no, we did not. Specifically, we did have an outside resource, specifically one of our former city administrators and former finance director, to help us navigate through some of these waters. We did have some preliminary conversation with folks to help support this work, but we are in the process of engaging an external financial consultant, which we expect to start in January of next year.
Then the other one that I have for you has to do based on previous experiences in terms of the bonds. I mean, many of us are talking about taking money from this bond for this bond to do this, to do that. And do we have a group of attorneys that do this for a living? Because, you know, if you utilize money from a bond that legally will be challenged, and it's going to cost the city a great deal of money. So do we have a specific attorney or that deals with this bond transferring money from one to another? And
yeah, through the chair to Councilmember Gallia. So yes, we do have outside bond counsel that supports us, but we also have a very skilled internal legal counsel group that helps us as we navigate through these decisions. So to answer your question, yes.
Okay, then the other questions that I have for you is, for me, public safety is the #1 priority. You know, it has always been, it will continue to be, and certainly it is now. And so what I want to know from you is, one, because I've heard from the police chief standing here that, you know, the current number of sworn officers is what now, 670? Where at one time, years ago, it was 800. And certainly, you know, we had gang prevention groups and all that other stuff. But anyway, so the number, we're down to 670. Is within our budget to be able to increase that number? Because when I ran the public safety, we had 750 officers, but now we're down to 670. And the activity, the crime, the need, the demand from the public, from the families, from the schools, and from the business, we need public safety in the city of Oakland. So is our number going up from 670 in our budget to perhaps 725 per year? And also in terms of the number of academies, we traditionally have 3 academies, but now we're proposing 1 academy. Am I correct? As opposed to having 2 or 3 academies in the budget?
Yes, sir.
So we're only proposing 1 academy.
Through the chair, so yes, there's 1 academy that is in process right now. They graduate this week on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And so the other 2 academies that were slated to start this fiscal year will not move forward. The next academy will not start until the new fiscal year.
Do we have in your budget proposal to elevate the number of sworn officers from 670 up to 725, or what's the number that we're planning to invest?
So through the chair, I'll defer to our budget administrator to give me the exact number with respect to when the passage of Measure NN, what that sworn officer count is. But please keep in mind, we also have our staffing study that has been commissioned by the Office of the Inspector General. Will give us a real analysis as it relates to how many officers for a city of our size with the complexities that exist here. That'll tell us, you know, what does that certainly look like. So I think we certainly wanted to default to having that that outside expertise to give us that insight so that we can plan accordingly going forward.
Okay, then the other one, okay, so that, I mean, for me, public safety, living in East Oakland, certainly recognized a great need. Yeah. And having ambassadors is one thing, but having the actual enforcement or the management, considering the changes in the population here in Oakland and the activities, you know, my running for re-election, the #1 priority within any household was public safety. So I want to make sure that the city continues to invest in that direction. If you want to keep the business community here in Oakland to pay your taxes, well, you got to have a safe, clean environment. And so when it comes to a clean environment, have our numbers specifically changed in your proposal to have our people out there cleaning the streets, not just dealing with the homeless activity, but, you know, that specific areas, West Oakland, East Oakland, even around Lake Merritt. If you walk Lake Merritt, it's a lot different nowadays than it was a year or 2 ago. And so what are we doing to maintain a clean, safe city?
Well, through the chair, Councilman Garza, so one of the things I will tell you, not through this budget process, but more from an operational perspective, specifically it's engaging with, our labor partners, which came from my monthly conversations, really revisiting our approach to addressing some of the tidiness and cleanliness that we are seeing across the city. Specifically, I know we have a 311 or complaint driven to a process, and there are some roving crews, within Public Works. But one of the things that our labor partners have said, hey, look, is the exploration of going back to a zone-based approach or some blended model. So I think we went one way, but I think there's also an opportunity for us to revisit how we've actually operationalized the work that we're seeing. So that came forward, and so that was my direction to Josh Rowan as he takes over on the Public Works side to make sure we lean in from an operational perspective. It's not a budget exercise, it's more of an operational approach that we have with the existing staff today.
Okay, because, just for the record, I want to point out that 4 of my employees out of my city council office, we do this on a daily basis, Monday through Sunday, starting at 6 a.m. All we do is pick up the trash, illegal dumping, deal with the homeless sites, and you ought to see the truckloads we pick up. The truck every morning on our streets. I had crime, but I never saw trash growing up on the street. But now it's out of control. Councilmember Five's area, super challenged. And all our districts are super challenged when it comes to the blight and so forth. And so I would like to work with you to how do we enhance the numbers to deal with that need, to make sure that our streets are clean and safe and our children can walk to school and walk back home from school. And that's something that's missing today. So the last question I have for you, I have others, but when are all city employees returning back to work here in our offices, or more specific, returning back to work to meet the needs of the neighborhood? And having worked for the city at one time, I used to have the city manager come help me once a month clean up Lake Merritt. And yet, we were on the street. Every employee, 4,000 employees had a responsibility to clean up, whether it's the mediums, the parks, or the school sites. And we got to get back to, besides sitting at City Hall making more laws, making more rules, I don't need more laws. I need people to do the work in the neighborhood. And so I'd like to hear from you, when are people going to return back to work?
So through the chair to Councilmember Gallo, and this is a question that you routinely ask. I will tell you, now that we are in a place that we are asking to engage with our labor partners, I think that would be a reasonable conversation to have. I do have a memo with some guidance and direction, but I think it's certainly important to have that conversation with our labor partners as we move forward. And many of our directors, we've been really leaning in more heavily to make sure that employees, that we're enforcing our remote work policy more than we have in the past, but I think there are significant opportunities to improve as we work through what the next step actually looks like.
Yeah. So I would really welcome everybody to return, with all due respect, return back to work, but get a chance to be in the neighborhood so you can really see what's going on and what we're living through. Because not only do I clean the streets, now I'm cleaning the schools. And I'm cleaning your parks because we don't have the assistance to do that. So anyways, thank you. I look forward to working with you and making sure that every employee recognizes they're being paid by the residents of Oakland. And we need to be in the neighborhood, taking care of the neighborhood, because from east to west Oakland, it's a lot different nowadays, and we need everybody's help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. The 3 questions, essentially questions that I asked, I'm wondering if Finance or the City Administrator have. I sent that memo to all of you, including to the Finance and Mr. Johnson. The 3 questions were, once again, what does this budget have in terms of hiring additional parking control technicians that would we all believe would be a net revenue generating positions? So and are we also going to be helping to speed up repair broken parking meters? What are we doing in this budget decision today to enhance parking fine collection and whatnot? Should we take that question first? I see Mr. Johnson up there, Bradley Johnson up there.
Come on, Mike. There we go. Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. I'm prepared to respond to all 3 questions if you would like.
Yeah,
regarding question number 1 that you have on questions that regarding parking control, the actions in front of you do contain assumption changes of roughly $3.7 million from additional parking efforts. This is due to a prioritization within DOT of parking activities that focus on efforts that are most revenue generating, most lucrative for that purpose. It includes the fact that we are expecting 8 new PCTs to begin in this month. So by the end of December, we should have 8 new PCTs on staff, and again, are refocusing on those revenue generating efforts. Regarding the brownout of...
Thank you for that. Is there any additional contract work going to be done to repair broken parking meters? Apparently we have a lot of them.
I would suggest DOT has indicated that it wants to focus on the most revenue generating efforts, and those are actually related to some other parking enforcement activities, particularly around street sweeping and some other activities.
Residential parking permit violations, yeah.
Exactly. So the focus is going to be to use our limited resources in the places where we're most able to generate revenue in that space in the short term.
Got it. Okay, next question. Go ahead.
So regarding the brownouts, I'm sure I probably not going over the city administrator's head and saying that we would all love to avoid the 4 additional brownouts. We do have to find $5.55 million in additional resources and weigh them against all the other reductions, but that is simply a trade-off question that we need to walk through as we move toward the phase 2. I know we're all hopeful that we can find additional resources and solutions through items identified or through other conversations in that process, and I know that's a priority for the city administrator, and so it's highly on our list of things that we're looking at because we understand the nature of those impacts.
Okay,
and then,
but thank you. I think I understand. But the question is, tonight, where are we going to vote? And I want to make sure that tonight we're voting on the 2 brownouts plus the one under construction. And tonight we're not requiring any additional brownout beyond those 2 plus the construction one, essentially 3. Is that right? I mean, that's what I'm not clear about.
So that is not accurate.
Okay.
The plan presented by the city administrator that you'd be affirming requires brownouts of 4 more fire stations to receive an additional $5.55 million in savings.
And those additional brownouts would be effective when?
They would be under the same timeline of phase 2, so you were looking at late January, early February sort of time spans on that, giving us an additional month or so to look for additional resources and pursue additional options. So they're under a similar timeline as the other phase 2 actions. So they will be later, not immediate.
But the council is being asked to authorize those today.
Council is being asked to affirm the administrative action, the city administrator's administrative action on that one. That is not one of the items that's specifically for you an approval in an exhibit.
I'm very, very uncomfortable and voting for anything that might suggest more than those 2 plus 1 brownouts, which what you're saying that we are in effect going to be doing unless something else is found in the alternative in the next month and a half. Okay, and then the third one, which I think I already know the answer to, but the third one dealing with the police academy. Go ahead on.
Yes. So in order to maintain the police academy, and Councilmember Kalb, I don't know if you saw my email earlier. I did send this question to you. So maintaining an additional police academy would require the addition of, and therefore subsequent reduction in other services of $2.6 million. That is inclusive of the cost of 3 months of the police officer trainees in the academy, plus the O&M required to initiate it. It would save roughly $870,000, which would be then moved into the next year. So it would require us to find an additional $2.6 million in savings in other places.
This fiscal year?
This fiscal year in order to do an academy beginning in April.
Okay. Okay. And then I have one last question, which was not on here to the city administrator. Of all the positions, mostly maybe all vacant, that are being cut in one way or another, what percentage roughly are those, in terms of our decision today, not what we already did six months ago, I know, but today, what roughly percentage of those are freezing versus deleting? And that's a relevant question in terms of how the public sees our effort to make some serious changes. Go ahead.
That's a fair question. So maybe for context, I'll remind you of the basis of our balancing action. We are actually not balancing on the basis of a budget. We're balancing on the basis of projected actuals. We started with the Q1. It assumes the continuation of our hiring freeze through the end of this fiscal year. Effectively, if you would consider that, it's a freeze on all new hiring in the general purpose fund and associated other funds. So I would probably characterize that as a freeze. That would be probably the right way to substantiate it, given we are halfway through the fiscal year and we have a biennial coming up. But I'll note we will have to take more permanent actions during that biennial process.
Okay, so then there aren't any, so my question is, what you're saying is there aren't any or hardly any deletions of existing, possibly vacant FTEs. We're not deleting any vacant FTEs in tonight's action?
The action that you are taking does not delete positions. It is affirming the direction of the city administrator to continue to not hire them for the remainder of this fiscal year.
I understand, but in terms of how we are perceived as addressing our long-term structural deficit, not deleting positions doesn't give people the sense that we're doing the long-term work right now, or a portion of it. I know we did it back in June, or July 2nd. We did some freezing and a few deletions in there. So that was the right thing to do. And we knew there was going to be more need to do that. I'm just suggesting we're going to have a tax measure on the ballot in April, and we're going to want to show the council, this one, the next one coming up, is serious, and making some deletions of FTEs, maybe ones that came about in the last 4 years, are brand new FTEs, they're vacant, but deleting them as opposed to freezing them is a way to show that we're serious about our long-term challenges. I don't like doing that. No one likes doing that. It's a potential service cut, but you know, we have some work to do and to show people that we're serious about that. So that was my last question. Okay, I think my questions have been answered. At some point, I'm going to ask, or at some point, I'd like the Council President to ask if my further resolve clause and my one-word change in the merger question is something that you're willing to accept. But in the meantime, any other questions, or should we go to public comment now?
Public comment.
Okay. To the clerk, we could take our public comment speakers. It's 90 seconds each, and looking forward to your input.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand so I can easily identify you. Before we get into it, I apologize if I say anybody's name incorrectly. Ms. Asada Olabala, Naleli Albaran, somebody from Lifelong Medical Care, Shamar, Jane Yang, Emily Wheeler, Kevin Daly, Brooke Levin, Sharmi Basu, Kim Olson, Charlie Detterline, Blair Beekman, Carla Guerrera, Jeanette Estrada, Courtney O'Brien, Jamaica Moon, Treva Haddon, Tony DeQuipa, Adam Barr, Julian Ware, Seth Oyer, Carmen Alvarez, Dakota Brewer, Ming Lung, Hannah Zuckerman, Max Giea, Wendy Peterson, Mr. Hazard, Seal, C-I-L, Mariella Perez, Mary Hill, Beth Ockler, Janice Roberts, Mary Vivian, William Santley, Dan Lee, Miriam Parker, Lele Johnson, Rashida Chase, Oliba Olabiha Kane, Albert Hightower, Peter Benenson, Kathy Tran, Jesse Cadjo, Christian Schumacher, Luke Thibault, Ryan Fetter, Raphael Botello, Jasmine Lachey Stallman, Zara Safe, Jonas Davis, Vanessa Riles, Samantha Sage. In any order, please approach the podium.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jane Young. I am the chair of Oakland's Budget Advisory Commission. We're a group of volunteers from across the city who've been appointed by you.
Let's give the Budget Advisory Commission 3 minutes if they need it. They deserve it. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we're a group of volunteers from across Oakland who've been appointed by you as council members, the mayor, and the city auditor. We last came to speak at your your June meeting when you were first thinking about and discussing readjusting the budget, and appreciate the extra time to speak with you today. A lot of folks have already spoken. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, as I know this has been a very long meeting already. As you, as council, are considering both the revenue and the expenditure fronts, I want to lift up that we have sent all of your offices a letter. Appreciate Councilmember Call be pointing that out earlier. There are 4 prioritized recommendations included in that letter. The first has to do with the proposed special general tax measure that would be considered in April. Really wanting to encourage the City Council to consider that general purpose revenue streams like this, while necessary, also disproportionately impact low-income families. And so as you are designing that proposal, to please consider ways in which credits might be allowed for these lower-income families. We have the second highest revenue per capita amongst cities in California, between 250 and 750,000 residents. And so there's only so much that we can really continue to tax our base. Do want to thank you, Councilmember Kalb, in terms of your proposed addition to really earmarking any one-time revenue that is coming from the Coliseum sale to only be allocated towards one-time expenditures so that we don't continue to widen the structural deficit challenge that we have. On the expenditure fronts, I know that there are ongoing conversations with various parts of the city's workforce. Do you want to lift up that 59% of the workforce actually makes less than the city's median income? And so as you are having those discussions, want to consider prioritizing the essential service delivery and the performance measures coming out of services, and equity from the sense of where different discussions are coming from in terms of potential expenditure changes coming from payroll. And last but not least, as previous speakers have already spoken to, so I won't belabor the point, I think we really do have to really look at police overtime, both in terms of just the repeated ways in which overtime from the police department have continued to be a major driver of our budget or our overspending, but also that there isn't any data to support that it's an effective way of managing from a public safety perspective. And so as you are considering these discussions with the police department, to please really consider previous recommendations that have been given forth. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing.
Hello, Sharmi Basu ceded her time to me. Sharmi Basu? Yes.
Can you please?
She left.
She has to be present.
Yeah. Oh, she has to be present? Okay. Let me pull up my other.
Can you say your name for me one more time?
My name is Rashida Chase.
Thank you.
My name is Rashida Chase. I'm a native Oaklander, an artist, a mother, and a cultural strategist in government. I'm not here to beg y'all not to cut the cultural affairs budget, but I am here to tell you that it's a foolish decision to do so and very short-sighted. It's clear to me that not only have you not done your research on how cities recovering and thriving after the pandemic have made intentional investments in art and culture, but that you have not read the city planning documents you recently approved, including the general downtown-specific and cultural plans, the housing element, or the newly released Jobs First initiative by the governor that has a Bay Area-specific report explicitly identifying art and culture as a target sector to prioritize because it promotes economic diversification. 90% of Oaklanders say that that art and culture are essential to their daily life. If you defund cultural affairs, it will have a ripple effect throughout the next few generations because you're not just taking away funding, you are defunding social cohesion, violence prevention, community safety, youth development, economic development, and cultural presentation. Art and culture is not a nice thing to have. It is essential to maintaining the cultural fabric of our city. And I have to say that I'm extremely disappointed that art and culture are consistently the things that are put up for defunding. And I stand before you as someone who is a product of programs that were funded by the city. Please do not zero out our cultural affairs budget.
Buenas noches. Good evening. My name is Carmen Alvarez, and I first want to start by saying thank you, gracias to all of you for the work that you do. I know this is not easy work, and you are doing it, and I wanted to say thank you. I am here on behalf of a small nonprofit called Saba Grocers Initiative, asking for you to pay your outstanding balance of $900,000. This is from Fund 1130, the soda tax. We expected $3 million that you committed in the last 3 years for the Fresh 5X program. This program brings and makes fresh produce accessible to Oakland food desert areas, primarily households with small children and the elderly that are on fixed incomes. In good faith, we started this program and have spent these funds based on representations from City of Oakland officials. And we ask you to approve this carry forward to cover the cost for at least the $500,000 to help cover and close some of the portion of the costs that we have incurred due to the representations we receive from high-ranking officials from the City of Oakland. We're asking for you to do this. This is something that you heard the community 2 weeks ago. You heard the participants of this program asking for you to consider. So we're asking for you to approve this carry forward. Thank you. Buenas noches. Gracias.
Good evening. Kim Olson attempted to cede her time to me before she had to leave and was told that that wouldn't be allowed. I think there may have been a misunderstanding on which item she was going to be speaking on. Is that possible to have that time even though she has left?
To receive seated through the chair, to receive seated time, the person must be present. But could you please state your name if you have a card?
I do. Charlie Detterline.
Is she present on, you said Kim Olson?
No, she was in the room. She had to leave. She went to staff and said that she wanted to cede her time before she left and was told that she could not cede any time.
That is correct.
Cool. Just thought I'd check. Thank you. So, my name is Charlie Detterline, District 4 resident and Executive Director of SOS Meals on Wheels. I would first like to thank the Council, City Administrator, and staff for prioritizing hearing from older Oaklanders today and their testimony on the senior centers and core services that they provide. The city outsources core services to CBOs like SOS Meals on Wheels to ensure Oaklanders are cared for. These are strategic long-term investments in the health and wellness of our city, and the benefits far outweigh the cost. On behalf of SOS and the 1,400 older Oaklanders we serve each year, I urge you to not allow the foundational basic senior services to be cut. Nearly 40% of older adults are food insecure, and seniors represent the fastest growing segment of the homeless population. The majority of those we serve in Oakland are very low-income seniors of color and are struggling with economic and health disparities caused and exacerbated by decades of marginalization and neglect. Our services are the most effective barrier to hospitalization and long-term institutionalization, and a significant component in keeping seniors housed. They also significantly reduce emergency calls and the related costs. If we want a community where Oaklanders can age with dignity in their homes for as long as possible, one with strong social and nutrition services to keep them active, to keep them healthy, we're going to have to do that ourselves. As you make these difficult budgetary decisions, we urge you to prioritize elder Oaklanders. They are long-term investments, allowing seniors to stay in their homes and save on healthcare costs. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Treva Haddon. I'm an Oakland native and a proud member of IFPTE Local 21. I work for the city as an ethics investigator, and I'm here to speak about the city's proposal to slash services and the workers who provide them. As the sole ethics investigator for the City of Oakland Public Ethics Commission, I'm tasked with investigating potential violations of ethics, campaign finance, and transparency laws, ensuring accountability and fostering public trust in local government. The significance of eliminating this role and others within this small department speaks for itself, as it will leave us without the capacity to fulfill its critical mandate of promoting integrity and transparency. We're urging you to take immediate action to prevent layoffs and protect essential public services by focusing on eliminating waste and collecting revenue the city is owed. And as a former intake technician for OPD Internal Affairs, I can speak to the waste of officers being within that department. There are civilians that are more than capable of completing those internal affairs investigations, and the city's residents are asking for more officers on the streets. Please consider removing those officers out of internal affairs and civilianizing the internal affairs division. Thank you.
Hello, Tony DeKeepa, D6 homeowner, OUSD parent, city worker. I currently work in homelessness services. I really can't say it better than Kristen said it earlier, but I am urging you to take immediate action to prevent layoffs and protect essential public services by focusing on eliminating waste and collecting all the revenue the city is owed. Parking enforcement needs to be adequately staffed. It is not. Business tax collection needs to be ramped up. We need to re-civilianize the civilian jobs in OPD. OPD also, we don't need to cut officers. OPD needs to make more prudent staffing decisions instead of over-relying on overtime. We could also chop from the top. There's been an $8 million increase in executive pay over the past 3 years. I've never heard a member of this community ever demanding that executives get more money. Before cutting the lowest paid frontline staff, the city should review recently added management positions in search of efficiencies. And I really want you to reject this narrative that vacancies in the budget don't affect the budget. They do. They cook the books. And when we're talking about real human beings about to lose their jobs in the middle of the holidays, that's wild to me, and I just really want to encourage you not to do that based on fuzzy math, please. Thank you.
Seth Ollier, Oakland Firefighters. I'm at a loss for words, and I appreciate Councilmember Kalb's clarifying question of the budget folks about voting on the 6, actually 7 closures. I'm sure we're all in here of a certain age. We've seen Thelma and Louise, and I feel at this point like services and labor are the 2 people in that car going off the cliff. And I say that with a little bit of humor because it's the only way I can get through the tough times over the last near 3 decades of my job as a firefighter. I don't understand the fiscal decision to close 1/3 of the fire department and the idea that that will be a sustainable city. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about members' lives. We're talking about everyone out here who's talked about being a citizen and how important the services are to them. My firefighters are already doing more with less. And we have a saying here in Oakland that we do everything with bungee cords and duct tape. I've stood at this lectern and talked about fire engines that have 250, 300,000 miles, transmissions falling out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to the folks that are making the budgetary decisions here. So we'll just keep shoveling and tucking in and doing what we can, knowing that we don't have the support of those making the decisions unless something drastic happens tonight. I'm calling on the city administrator when those Coliseum funds come in, when they come in, to reinstate all of those firehouses, to put public safety first. Thank you.
Tough act to follow. I think this is a hard decision. Janice Roberts, Director, Mercy Brown Bag. As you know, we feed over 5,000 low-income seniors across all of your districts here in Oakland, 44 different locations. Free, fresh, healthy groceries twice a month. I was very happy to see how respectfully you treated our seniors earlier tonight. Thank you. I know there are tough decisions in front of you. I would like to urge you, though, to really help our seniors by providing the funds granted earlier this year by sugar-sweetened beverage that would help pay for food for the hungry. I am hopeful the city administrator will be committed to find those funds, including possible restoration of the Dollars with Coliseum funds. Please do not make our most vulnerable residents bear the brunt of this budget crisis. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dan. I'm a services coordinator for a low-income senior housing community near Lake Merritt with 194 households and 255 residents. Most of my seniors have health issues and rely on community-based organizations to continue maintaining their well-being. This is why I'm here today on behalf of my residents, because I'm concerned about how the sudden suspension of restrictions on Measure HH funds will harm my seniors through reducing accessibility to food. I am here with Mercy Brown Bag Program because they deliver our groceries to our site and provides food to my low-income seniors who are immobile and can't get groceries themselves. I would like to request the council to reevaluate the budget and reconsider the resolutions to suspend restrictions on certain funds and continue supporting Oakland's community organizations who provide the basic needs for the most vulnerable groups in our community. Thank you.
Peace, y'all. I'm Jasmine Stallworth, aka Honey Gold Jasmine. I'm an entrepreneur here also in the city of Oakland. I started a business called Grant Mama where I've helped raise over $450,000 for local artists and creative entrepreneurs. I was actually also a recipient of one of the Neighborhood Voices grants from the city of Oakland. And with that grant and just a simple $10,000, I was also able to employ a bunch of other artists. And I heard y'all talking about a lot of layoffs, but I didn't hear anybody talk about the layoffs of the artists. I didn't hear anybody talk about the fact that this can turn into a ghost town, a very dry place, as we say in the Bay, hella dry. I just got jumped the other day online because I was like, Oakland is going to turn into this place where nobody wants to come to, and it's true. Like, I'm on the ground, I'm working with a lot of people, and I'm hearing that people are hungry, people need things to get by, and most of all, artists need that support, because that's what Oakland is for real. Like, let's keep it a bean. Like, there's so many other cities that once you snatch that art out, you're just a regular schmegular city at that point. You're just, you know, keeping the facilities going and making sure people eat and whatnot, but if there's nothing fun, if there's nothing for people to do, especially the budding communities that are coming up that are a juxtaposition to the bad reputation that Oakland has, y'all need to let this art community thrive. There's a lot of conscious artists out there that are actually trying to be positive, and with the stop of this grant and Trump coming into office, we need more voices.
Olivia Kane, Raphael is ceding his time to me as well. Good evening, my name is Olivia Kane, and I'm a SEIU 1021 member working for the city in the Parks, Recreation, and Youth Development Department. Through after-school and summer school programs, my coworkers and I are engaged daily in providing the children of Oakland with opportunities to develop specific creative skills, but also equipping them with social skills, including cooperation and conflict resolution, tools that will help them build themselves a future as productive contributors to their communities. This also allows the parents of these children to go to their regular jobs, strengthening their neighborhoods, and rest assured their kids are being taken care of by people who are passionate about their growth. All of the time and funding that has been put into youth development is an investment in a safer, more vibrant future for Oakland. It's something all Oakland families benefit from, but these programs cannot run effectively if we're understaffed. The center I work for has already been without a permanent director while the position has been frozen for 9 months. Layoffs in departments providing essential services should always be an absolute last resort, and the city hasn't adequately explored all the other options. Accordingly, I support the amendments proposed by Councilmember Boss. As we discuss priorities and various parties assert the areas where we cannot tolerate any cuts, public safety is frequently cited concern. Somehow, though, one specific category of employees within one specific department has monopolized the attention on this issue, and the protection from budget reduction afforded by it being a matter we all agree is essential. So I want to say the same thing I have said before and will continue to say when I get up here. Youth development is violence prevention. It's some of the most cost-effective, potent violent prevention we have, and data does back this up. Fire, public works, and even libraries are also involved directly in public safety, and we're all engaging in this work for a lot less compensation and with a lot less funding. I recognize the difficulty of balancing the budget, and I appreciate the work of the council, but if we can do this without layoffs, and we must. Thank you.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Max Giella. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the Oakland Metro Chamber of Commerce. Oakland is at an inflection point, and the choices you make today will shape our city's economic recovery and future revenues. While budget cuts are unavoidable, the Metro Chamber, the Downtown Partnership, and many Oakland residents urge you to prioritize public safety funding as you address the city's deficit. With declining commercial occupancy, small business closures, and businesses choosing to grow in other cities due to safety concerns, Oakland's economic stability and tax revenue are at serious risk. Over the past several years, cuts to police and fire services have coincided with expansion in other departments. While all city services matter, it is imperative now to focus on ensuring the safety and confidence of businesses and residents so that they can stay and grow here. We urge the council to realign priorities, protect public safety funding, and pursue sustainable solutions that restore confidence in Oakland. Failing to do so will drive more businesses and residents away. Thank you for your leadership and consideration.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Peterson with the Senior Services Coalition. Thank you, Council President, City Administrator, Council Member Kaplan, and other council members for leaning in to find ways to protect senior centers and senior services. It is abundantly clear that you recognize and you deeply feel that Oakland seniors are integral part of the fabric of this community and that they deserve to have their needs addressed. I urge the council to adopt the amendments from Council President Bass and Council Member Kaplan, and I also urge you to confirm, please, that the prior commitments that will be funded include not only senior centers, but also the contracts with Mercy Brown Bag, SOS Meals on Wheels, Eden INR, and Family Bridges Honglock Senior Center, including the sugar-sweetened beverage grants. In addition, I ask you to confirm that you will protect the funding for fiscal year 23-24 contracts for CBOs that serve seniors that the city has not yet finalized. Those funds are unspent only because CBOs can't invoice. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Samantha Sage, and I am here as a commissioner appointed by all of you. As a commissioner and a resident of Oakland for 20 years ongoing, I urge you to listen to your constituents. Every single person here has something to say that is extremely valuable. Now, we have several of you who are leaving. What legacy are you leaving? Are you going to come back here and listen to the stories in 1 year, in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 of your actions leading to deaths? Of your actions leading to the death of the arts and culture of this great city? And I urge you to look deeply and soul search in this time. If you're a religious person, you pray to God that you are leaving a legacy that is worthy of our vote. And those of you who are coming in, that you heed the warning of each and every single person who is speaking on behalf of tens of thousands of others, that you take this urgent matter seriously, and that you don't stop at just these simple amendments. Thank you very much.
Before you start my
Mr. President, Pro Tem. Is this item dealing with the fiscal emergency?
That's part of this item. Fiscal necessity, extreme fiscal necessity, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's a misnomer when we talk about balancing budget when you got a structural deficit. It's also unfair that finance doesn't tell the whole story about the police overtime. Third-party reimbursement, because all that overtime is not where officers out on parole. So my question is, how much money comes from third-party reimbursement, like when officers go and to the Coliseum? So how much is that reimbursement? Who's that billed to? Is it billed, does that funds go into the general fund, or does it go back to the police department? Thirdly, why haven't you considered, given, which I presented to you, you got 26 or 29 departments, why haven't you considered golden handshakes? That would reduce the deficit of those employees who would like to leave early with a golden handshake. Why hasn't that been considered? Because my guess is that that could create several $1 million, but nobody's listening to the public when it comes to that. You come up with all these other ideas. So I would urge you to look at how much money is going to be generated from a golden handshake. Certainly from some of these things that you created, I'm almost sure that that would generate more money. And also, finally, what's happening with the sugar tax, and is that
Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Ms. Olabalo.
Some of the budgetary items have not been discussed. What is the current annual amount of money we're paying for the NSA? And where is that money coming from? As it relates to the police officers, you have to tell the public that you are hiring officers on the minimum hiring scale. That means you don't have enough officers necessary. You should have 900 to 1,000 officers working in this city. So you have to have overtime. What is the amount of overtime that is necessitated by the fact that you are underrepresented by officers in this city? Let's see that amount of money. As it relates to the parking, you are moving parking technicians from abandoned vehicles duties back to parking. Who's going to take care of the abandoned vehicles? At the same time, you are allowing the parklets to exist in the city of Oakland where parking meters existed, so you are losing revenue. Are you going to address that issue? You are a sanctuary city. I keep asking you, what are the economic mandates or choosings of monies that you put out being a sanctuary city? I can give you some. Your day labor program is one. You agreed to take a grant for non-citizens to have small businesses, and you agreed to
Thank you, Ms. Olabalo. Your time is up. Moving to the Zoom speakers, starting with Adam Barr. Adam, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, Madam Clerk. Kathy Tran also was ceding her time to me. Is that okay?
Hold on one second. I'm sorry, what was the name?
Kathy Tran.
Kathy Tran. Is Kathy present? Thank you, Kathy. Please adjust the time for me, ladies.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I have a little cold.
Yes,
I'm
go
here to
ahead.
thank the council for this. Excellent. Thank you. I'm here to thank the council for the spirit of tonight's proposed amendments and to implore the council to refuse layoffs, station closures, and employee pay concessions for rank and file employees, because those would at best yield a small portion of the city's structural deficit at great cost to my colleagues. I'm a proud member of IFPTE Local 21, a proud employee of Oakland Public Works, a proud resident of Millsmont District 6, and the proud godson of Julio Cruz, who was an Oakland bracero in the 1940s, who helped to grow and maintain the port and the railroads that enriched this city. My Tito Julio worked in roles that would generally get pensions, but he and his coworkers were let go before their pensions could kick in. And then Julio worked 2 jobs into his late 70s. He eventually lost his housing due to his decreased work output as a senior. As Julio's godson, I can say for sure that we must protect our seniors, and also that it would be narrow and short-sighted to imagine that the pension burdens from rank and file employees hold any blame for the city's economic circumstances. A proposes laying off 29.5 filled jobs from the public works teams who labor for a clean, safe city. As an Eastmont resident, I do not see how we could spare a single member of those teams, let alone 29.5. Likewise, as a resident, I don't see how we can justify browning out a single fire station or senior center or ever jeopardize Meals on Wheels. I know your job is hard. So was my Tito Julio's, and mine is too. My godfather showed me how to work hard, and I work hard, filling 2 roles at the same time in illegal dumping enforcement and construction debris enforcement. I'm innovating everywhere I can to do more with less, but we have been chronically understaffed for years. Working amid chronic understaffing feels like rowing a boat full of holes. To get anywhere close to good enough, we have to go above and beyond every day, all the time, and we do, but people eventually get tired. My IFPTE siblings conceded pay in 2008. They conceded in COVID. My understanding is that they were never made whole for either. We cannot poke any more holes in this boat. Again, I implore you to end talk of layoffs or concessions and to consider the IFPTE roadmap. Thank you and good luck with your hard decisions.
Thank you for your comments. Carla Guerrera, you're next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Good evening. My name is Carla Guerra, Policy and Advocacy Senior Manager at the Unity Council in District 5. And first of all, we want to congratulate Council President Nikki Bass. We can't wait to see your great work at the county. We also want to thank Councilmember Reed, Kaplan, and Call for their leadership and service to Oakland. On behalf of the Unity Council, we deeply appreciate your commitment to ensuring that seniors can age in the place they have called home for many years. Thank you, Councilmember Gallo, for your clarifying question. We would also like to confirm that the funding for the Fruitvale Senior Center in District 5 is intact, which serves mostly monolingual seniors with cultural and linguistic needs. We are grateful for your continued partnership since the City of Oakland envisioned opening the center during the creation of the Fruitvale Transit Village and initiated the agreement for its services. We thank you for your support. Your decision today will mark the difference in the well-being of our elders. We also urge you to consider that any cuts made to the cultural funding should be replenished with new revenue sources. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Nicole Welch. You are next.
Good afternoon or good evening. I have time ceded to me from Jess Cajo and Luke Tebow. Can you hear me?
1 second while I verify. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Just 1 second while we adjust the time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicole Welch. I'm a Revenue Operations Supervisor in the Finance Department. I have been with the city for 22, going on 23 years. And something comes out to me. And first and foremost, I would like to say thank you, Councilmember Bass, for your suggested budget amendments. They are well met and well needed. Councilmember Kaplan, your 2.5% give back from the upper management, that is actually very modest because I do remember that then Mayor Schaaf and City Administrator Landreth, they gave back 10% of their salary before they came to labor. So I want to put that on record. That did happen. In the words of Dan Lindheim and Deborah Edgerly, who were former city administrators, a budget is a reflection of the morality of a city. And I've sat here and listened to this meeting and heard our elders, our wise people who are begging to be fed. I am hearing from our artists who are begging to keep what Oakland is, a vibrant, very artsy, very unique city, alive. And it's very disconcerting. However, I do want to bring back to the main point that we have and that we have been reiterating is that needs to be a chop from the top. We have been told, and there is a lot of duplicative management positions. In fact, a position that my group in the finance department did bring to the attention of the city administrator of a second revenue and tax administrator. They're actively recruiting and actually interviewing for that position this week, which makes absolutely no sense when we're missing tax enforcement officers who can actually do the work, or we're missing a collection officer who can actually go out, and those are revenue generating positions. As it stands, the wage increases granted to top management employees have far outpaced the average salary of civilian employees. These are private industry employees. In some cases, there are duplicative management roles that could be consolidated. For example, Deborah Edgerly, when she was the city administrator, she actually was responsible for 7 departments, 7, with no assistant. The current finance director has 2 and an executive. Think about that. And she has less departments that she's actually responsible for. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Next up is Brooke Levin. After Brooke, it will be Emily Wheeler. Brooke, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, members of the council, and thank you for all of your service. I just want to say that I will be missing the ones that are going off after this meeting, Bass, Calb, Kaplan, and Treva Reed. I wanted to speak to the merger idea. I support Dan Calb's change to the further resolved to say consider rather than pursue. A lot has changed since 2016 when the Public Works and DOT split occurred. Many more positions and much more money has been added to the DOT end of things, such as the abandoned autos from OPD were added. Parking enforcement was added to DOT. These were not things that were in Public Works before the reorg. Measure KK in 2016 and Measure U in 2022 both added amounts of money to transportation-related paving projects, and on the Public Works side, it added a lot of money to capital projects for facilities. These things have a huge impact on trying to have a merger that would be functional. I think it would be highly dysfunctional to have one director over all that activity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Emily, you are next. After Emily, it is Black Homeless Advocate. Emily, please begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Emily Wheeler. Excuse me. I, will admit that the budget is a little beyond me, and I understand that we might have to make some cuts, although I am confused about the constantly changing state of the budget in recent weeks. So I'll keep this high level. A budget is a reflection of our values, and I'm concerned that with OPD already at 60% of the general fund, that a few officers are scamming us out of much needed revenue through overtime. I really want to support SEIU's SEIU's suggestions and just say that, as another SEIU employee said, public safety is so much more than police. It's fire, it's our cultural spirit, it's our senior programs, it's our youth programs. It's making people spiritually and culturally and financially whole. And so I hope that we think about it from that perspective. Maybe make back some money by stopping these inhumane sweeps and the police presence that is required with them. And then the final thing I just wanted to say is I understand the desire to freeze positions, but in order to do our jobs effectively, we need to staff up. There are too many frozen positions from before. Thank you so much.
And Black Homeless Advocate, before you begin, it is 9:31, and we do need a motion to extend this meeting beyond 9:30.
So moved.
We need a motion. We have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Okay, this is to extend the meeting past our 9:30, whatever it is here. Rebecca's online. Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Hazard. On the motion to extend, moved by Councilmember Reed, seconded by Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
It's away from his seat.
I think he's excused. Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Council President Boss.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council Pro Tem called.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 5 ayes, 3 excused, 5 Jenkins and Ramachandran. Going back to the public speakers, Black Homeless Advocate, please begin your comments. Mr. Parker, I'll give you a moment. We'll come back to you. Julian, Ware, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening. My name is Julian Ware, and I'm a Local 21 member. We are in support of Council President Bass's budget team amendments as presented. City workers have operated with doing more with less for too long. We're at a breaking point with inadequate staffing. Layoffs will only exacerbate this crisis. We heard from Kristen earlier this evening presenting a small piece of a sustainable budget roadmap without sacrificing services. We need to intentionally engage with key portions of it. For example, we need to implement an audit of OPD overtime. The administration intends to limit certain overtime requiring pre-approval, but has no intention of monitoring shift extension overtime, leaving the department's most wasteful spending unchecked. It's time to rein it in. An outside study found that in just one fiscal year, 12 officers extended their shift by a total of 500 hours or more without seeking prior approval from a manager. That cost the city over $2 million. That's unacceptable. Layoffs are not the answer. Protect public services. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nasir Aid, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yes, my name is Nasser Aid. I live in District 1, and actually academy recruit, and I've been, they always delay the academy, and they complain about OPD overtime. But if you have more police in the streets, the less overtime each officer will do. As you guys know that overtime is 1.5 more than regular time. So the more officers you have in the streets, the less overtime will be spent by the police officers. And I think layovers are necessary in some departments, but it should not be ever concerned for public safety, because that's the most thing that Oakland needs at this time. I live in a market in West MacArthur, and we always have side shows, and in the last week we had 3 shootings. So we are in dire need of more officers in the streets patrolling and making the Oakland streets more safe. And public safety is the main priority for all Oakland citizens, which attract more citizens of Oakland, and it will make desirable to live in Oakland. If we ban public works or cut, it would have a bad damage on Oakland.
Thank you for your comments. Sabere Kashi, you are next.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me time. My name is Sabere Kashi. I live in District 1. I'm an artist, I'm a filmmaker and cultural strategist. And I am an immigrant. I have lived in Oakland for over 15 years, and I have found Oakland my home because of its diversity, because of its art and culture. And I think it's really important to keep art and culture and make it, like, really give it a dedicated budget, like the zoo and the Chabot Center. It doesn't have to be something that every year we have to fight for just a little bit of budget for art and culture. I really want to urge council members to consider not only not cutting art and culture from this budget, but also making sure that there is a dedicated budget item for art and culture in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sheila of CIL, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
I'm Sheila Gunn. I am the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator at the Center for Independent Living. I've also been an Oaklander for almost 10 years. I can't believe that. I've been an advocate in the disability and blindness community since 1993. And now, as an Emergency Preparedness Coordinator, the things I care about most are a culture of preparedness, resilience, and giving people the information and things they need to be resilient. Having said that, I'm very concerned about two things. One, we need to support Eden INR. Oakland needs to allow Eden INR to help Oaklanders. Eden INR puts out housing lists every month talking about which places are available. It helped with the coordinated entry system for homeless folks to get into housing. It is info and referral. That's what the INR is for. And it covers all of Alameda County. Eden INR also has a seat at the Emergency Operations Center at the county when emergency events happen, and that allows.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gunn. We are going to Shamar. After Shamar, we will try Black Homeless Advocate one more time. Again, if your name was called, please approach the podium or raise your hand as all names have been called.
Good evening, Council. I made an offhand remark during my last comments, and I want to contextualize those. All Oakland workers are not created equal. Records indicate that with a base salary of just over $200,000, our esteemed clerk actually ranks 835 out of 5,100 employees in terms of total compensation, but only number 50 if you exclude the highest paid public safety employees, department directors, and their deputies. By contrast, Investigator Hayden, who spoke earlier, on her own personal time, I might add, earns less than half that amount, despite having a decade more of public service experience, necessary certifications, and a graduate degree directly relevant to her public service role. Food for thought. I have no doubt that some Oakland firefighters and police officers absolutely deserve extraordinary compensation for the extraordinary services they provide day and night for the residents of Oakland, as do many rank and file employees delivering essential services in person and on the ground. But City of Oakland payroll is clearly weighed down by extraordinary waste, fraud, and inefficiency, which must be addressed before any other employees are impacted. If I am still awake when my next comment comes up, I've got $3 million of Oakland police salaries every year that are thrown down the drain on.
Thank you for your comments, Black Homeless Advocate. Please, I'm sorry. Black Homeless Advocate, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello? Black Homeless Advocate. I'd like to speak on the something I was talked about earlier, and that's seniors. We definitely need to keep what other budgets we have for seniors. It's been said many a time, everybody gets old. And everyone on that council is going to find themselves in a situation where some senior dollars are needed, whether it be for a rest home or just just whatever you may need it for. But we have to keep the seniors in mind, because it's just someone lives their whole life not to end up in the street. And another thing I heard no one talk about was senior homelessness, and there are seniors out here which we really should get off the street. No one should be over 50 and living homeless in this town. We should have some kind of program, a safety net, so people don't fall through into the streets if you're over 50 or 55 or whatever as a senior. Also, I would like McNair to bring the letter of closure to the next police commission meeting. I was there last week, as well as at the lake, with talking to a friend of mine that's been at the lake for like over 10 years. And we still need to take care of those people too as well. The rain's coming up. We've had a lot of atmospheric rivers and such, and it's really hard.
Thank you, Mr. Black Homeless Advocate. Excuse me, Madam President, all names have been called.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to summarize where I think we are. All right. So to my colleagues and to members of the public and to our very valued workforce, we find ourselves in an incredibly difficult budget situation and with this projected deficit. There are no easy answers here, and most of what's before us is really hard to swallow. Nonetheless, we are here because as a council, we are committed to making sure the city is on solid financial ground, that we are able to move forward, that we are able to issue bonds, build affordable housing, build infrastructure, and protect the financial sustainability of the city. And there are many, many things that we want to do in addition to balancing this budget, hopefully tonight. And we've talked about that in prior meetings, from the strategic plan that the administrator is doing, hiring an independent financial advisor, which the administration hopes to have start in January, to economic development, to a potential sales tax, to really becoming a much more efficient organization. I do want to share a couple comments based on the feedback that we have received from members of the public, and then try to move forward with a motion. So firstly, I'll say that public safety is our #1 priority. I think everyone here in terms of fire safety is having a lot of challenges with the thought of anything more than the longer term proposals of more than 2 fire station brownouts, and acknowledging that Fire Station 10 is under construction. That is really hard for us. Secondly, in terms of public safety, we do recognize that we are building a comprehensive public safety system, and over the past year, our efforts have continued to pay off, with violent crime reduced by 35% compared to last year, and overall crime down by 33%. And we have to keep going, and we have to make sure that people actually feel safe and secure, because the data doesn't always speak to people if they have been the victim of crime. I do want to acknowledge and thank our public safety leaders, our fire chief, our police chief, our violence prevention chief, and the deputies working under them. They have collectively over 100 years of experience, and on Friday we are graduating 24 police graduates. So we are continuing to move forward. And with preservation of our ceasefire program, that is in this budget, as well as focusing OPD on patrol and investigations, responding to and solving crimes, as well as continuing to improve our 911 response times. We shared last time that our response times are up to 71% of calls answered within 15 seconds or less. So we want to continue making progress. We want to make sure that the budget that we have allows us to continue making that progress. And I'll speak more to that when we talk about the motion that we'll put forward. In terms of the senior centers, it was good to hear from the administration that the HSD team is working to ensure that our 4 senior centers stay open. The council wants to make sure that the administration confirms that the general purpose fund grants to Family Bridges, Eden INR, SOS Meals on Wheels are intact, as well as the Unity Council's grant, and that those contracts and any past contracts are expedited by the end of the year. We also recognize that the sugar-sweetened beverage contracts to Mercy Brown Bag and SOS Meals on Wheels are being reduced, and we want to urge the administration to find other funds. Councilmember Kaplan mentioned some of the funds that could be available. I want to recognize all of the arts and culture organizations, our artists and culture keepers. I have fought each year to make sure that we defend and increase this cultural affairs budget that we have. I know the council members on this dais also believe that we need to keep our arts and culture alive. It pains me that there are reductions on the table. However, we are in such a situation that we can't today put those cuts back in. However, I want to recognize that the council or the administration can continue to look for revenue to make sure that when there is additional revenue, we can make sure those grants continue. In addition to that, I'll just say for myself that I continue to be hopeful about the Coliseum and the arena, and I want to make sure that we actually have a dedicated funding source for arts and culture. We're a talented city, we need that, and there's the possibility of potentially having something like a ticket surcharge in the future, which I would love to lead together with all of you. There are a number of departments that potentially have cuts on the table. I want to encourage the administration to work with those departments to look at alternatives, specifically the Department of Workplace and Employment Standards and the contracts that help to prevent and respond to wage theft. If there are other options from the department for how those reductions could be met, I encourage our city administrator to work with those department heads. And then finally, with the list of potential layoffs, I want to recognize that the administration needs to partner, the budget office also needs to partner with our department heads. There's some positions like the CPRA, our Community Police Review Agency, where those positions may impact our ability to get out of the negotiated settlement agreement, which costs us millions of dollars each year. So I urge the administrator to look very carefully at each and every position along with our labor partners. And finally, recognizing that many organizations have come to us saying that they have contracts that have not been paid. I want to acknowledge I talked with the city administrator who is going to be looking to see that we expedite any contracts that need to get paid. I know I'm going really fast, but I want to make sure that we get to everything on our agenda. So to move us forward in terms of adopting a balanced budget, knowing that we are adopting and balancing based on projected revenue and expenses versus actual, we're doing the best that we can. So I read in my budget team's amendments, and we heard from Councilmember Kaplan as well. The thing that we want to stress is that with the immediate actions that the administration works with our staff and with our labor partners to make sure we are making the best choices possible to preserve services. In terms of the later actions, what our amendments express is that layoffs and fire station brownouts are a very last resort. We believe there's still revenue to be collected and identified and verified. We hope that our labor partners will talk directly with the administration and really urge those conversations to make sure that we can really minimize any service impacts. So in addition to the amendments that my team put forward, I will say to Councilmember Kalb that I am amenable to changing the language regarding the OCDOT and OPW merger to say consider rather than pursue that merger. In addition, regarding the potential $10 million.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I rewrote that to say of that 10 million from the Coliseum, the first 7 million goes to avoid or restore fire station brownouts. The next 3 million goes to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's what I rewrote, and I'll put it on the screen in a moment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that is to say that we hope that in the interim between now and the end of January, early February, that more revenue can be identified and verified to avoid layoffs and fire station brownouts. I know that on January 7th, that's my first day as a supervisor at the County of Alameda. When I have an opportunity to vote on the Coliseum, I certainly will be fighting to make sure that we make the best decisions for Oakland and our economic future, which will benefit the entire region, not just Oakland and East Oakland. So I appreciate that, Councilmember Kalb. My feedback to you, which we discussed privately, is to make sure we avoid layoffs and avoid fire station brownouts. So please put that on your screen.
Madam Clerk, could I share screen? Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. And I just sent this, what I'm about to share, I just sent it to the council, city administrator, finance, 2 people in the finance department, and the clerk. Make sure I get the right document. Sorry about that. Here we go. Okay, do you see 2 further resolve clauses? Is that what you see? Okay, I'll read that into the record. The first one is a new further resolve clause. It says, further resolve that upon receipt of the one-time revenues in fiscal year 2024-25 from the sale of the Coliseum site, $7 million shall first be allocated to avoid or restore any fire station brownouts, comma, and $3 million of the funds shall next be deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That, of course, equals the $10 million we're expecting. The second further resolve is merely a one-word change to the existing further resolve clause, which the Council President already acknowledged, changing pursue to consider. Do I need to read that whole paragraph, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please.
Okay. Further resolve that the council directs the city administrator to consider the potential merger of Oakland Public Works and OokDOT and return to the council with recommendations, cost savings, and next steps for the potential merger in the spring of 2025, and to ensure community engagement and align any such recommended changes with the adoption of the FY 2025-27 biennial budget, and be it. Those are the 2, what I'm adding here.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalb. With that,
through the chair, before, can you indicate which piece of legislation your amendment is going to, please?
The first piece.
The first.
Oh,
correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Yes, the first piece of legislation. Okay. With that, I will make a motion to adopt the first resolution for 24-25 budget balancing as amended with my budget team's amendments that were read into the record, and those amendments just read into the record by Councilmember Kalb, as well as adopting the second resolution and the third item, which is an ordinance on second reading.
Second.
Okay, let's call the roll.
On item S11, moved by Council President Bass, seconded by Councilmember Kaplan, noting the amendments to resolution number 1 with Kalb's amendments plus the Council President amendments. which are going to the first piece of legislation, and noting that approval of Part 3 will be for final passage. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
This is a concerning and reluctant aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye. We all have concerns, Councilmember Cobb.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 5 ayes, 2 excused, Fife and Ramachandran, 1 no, Gallo.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That was certainly not easy. However, we look forward to continuing to partner with the administration, the finance team, and all our department heads, as well as our workforce and the public, to continue putting Oakland on solid ground.
Madam President? Madam President, I just wanted to confirm we did also send our additional one-page handout that gave more detail about the additional potential available funds to pursue. We did email it to the clerk, so I just wanted to make sure that was on the record so that that can be received and pursued, and we are continuing that work every day to continue to identify and bring in those additional funds.
Yes, so we'll make sure that's inserted in the record with the resolution.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, we did the whole thing, right? Those other two resolution and the ordinance, we did, that was part of the motion, right?
Yes,
Okay,
the motion
thank you.
included all 3 pieces of legislation. Okay, let's go to item number 9.
Going to item 9, which is adopt a resolution declaring the results of the City of Oakland general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024. We do have 6 speakers on this item.
Okay, I would like to invite Madam City Clerk to do a brief report.
Asha Reed, Office of the City Clerk. City Clerk, before you is a resolution declaring the results of the City of Oakland general municipal election, which was held Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, which also included the, the recall. I will go over the results. These results were certified by the registrar, certifying, declaring Rowena Brown for at large, Zach Unger for Council Member District 1, Carol Fife for District 3, Noel Gallo for District 5, Ken Houston for District 7, Ryan Richardson for City Attorney, Rachel Latta for School Board District 1, Van Cedric Williams for School Director District 3, Patrice Berry for School Director District 5, School Director District 7, Clifford Thompson. And this is further resolved that the City Council hereby determines and declares that the following candidates, having received the majority of votes cast for all candidates said, and that they will assume the duties of office January 6, 2025. Also, resolving that the results of all votes cast on the recall election shall Shang Tao be recalled from office of mayor. That was presented to the electors with a 60.62% pass rate. And noting that approval of this resolution will recall the mayor, will remove the mayor from her seat. And you do have 6 speakers on this item.
Move approval.
And myself and the city attorney are available if you have questions.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to quickly verify, with the adoption of this resolution, the mayor's seat becomes vacant, and then I, as council president, will become the interim mayor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then Councilmember Kolb, who was our president pro tem, will be the acting council president. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If this item passes, which I believe it will, I just want to share that I will no longer be voting on the council this evening, but I would like to, under announcements, share some parting words.
The mayor is always welcome to be on the dais, even though they can't vote as a council member. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's hear from the public.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please state your name for the record before beginning. I have Ms. Asada Olabala, Black Homeless Advocate, Shamar, Blair Beekman, Kevin Daly, and Mr. Hazard. In any order, please approach the podium.
I'm sorry, but I'm still stuck on this budget. And y'all just talked about a merger, but you were supposed to, over a period of time, you approved the merger of what would become the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, and you approved that the Department of Economics and Workforce Development would be merged with the Department of Planning, Building, and Economics Development. What's happening with that? And how is that budgetarily being resolved? I don't know that. The other thing is you kept talking about the police academies and the money that would be allocated and whatever you're going to work it out. But the full development of a police officer is not just the police academy. It's 3 months of field training. And I just talked to the police officer. That 3 months of field training has a fiscal component. What is that? It also, he told me, that 3 months of field training involves overtime components. So we have not looked at everything in this budget to determine what we have to do to compensate and deal with problems, whatever. Now, I don't have time to speak to this other stuff, but this budgetary component, we haven't fully vested into the totality of what needs to be discussed.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala.
You know, I don't appreciate when you ignore the questions I had asked. I wanted to see how much we would realize from golden handshakes. You sat there and you heard me say that, but you looked over that. I asked another question regarding the police overtime and how much money was received from third-party reimbursements, and how much was that? But you ignored that. So, are you now the interim mayor? Is that a yes or no?
We have to vote first.
Okay. So you're there till January 6th, right? Well, almost the way I had called this whole scenario. But you want to ignore that too. So again, I asked my question with regards to how much money out of the 26 departments, if you do a golden handshake, how much would come back? How much would the city save?
Would you like me to answer it during your time?
Well, you could answer it after I finish. You should have answered it beforehand, before you took the vote. And with the sugar tax, now all those funds from the sugar tax, the $3.5 million, $2.5 million, are those going to be held up or not?
Thank you, Mr. Hazard, for your comments. If your name was called and you wish to speak, please raise your hand or approach the podium. Otherwise, at this time, all names have been called. I do see one person. Please, Shamar, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. We all witnessed an insurrection earlier this evening as a woman who is resoundingly recalled by over 60% of voters, again, nearly 90,000 Oakland residents stepped in at the last second to cast a deciding vote on multiple critical items in defiant opposition to the will of the Oakland people. Like, this is embarrassing. absolutely embarrassing, and you should all be ashamed. I want to go back and remind some of the council members who may be suffering from early onset dementia that Procedure 7.6 of your body allows for council members to move an item on the consent calendar onto the non-consent calendar. You had the option. You didn't need to force an awkward, undemocratic vote by a deposed mayor to move things along. You could have moved these critical items and allowed for more consideration of the public will, but you didn't do that, and it's embarrassing, and you should all be ashamed. As leaders at the highest level of city government, if you have concerns on an item before you, you're not required to vote in the affirmative. You absolutely should not. You forsake the public. You are entrusted to represent the public when you do that, and you frankly embarrass yourself on the national stage. So, you know, it's a mess. It's not.
Thank you for your comments. Madam President, that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Just briefly to respond to some of those questions. Firstly, each of our council meeting agendas has a standard item number 4, modifications to the agenda. That is the item where we can pull items from consent to non-consent. That was not done today. Secondly, we are on this item because the election needs to be certified. And finally, Mr. Hazard, those 2 questions were asked by the council in one of the memos that is in the packet. At least for the golden handshake question, the answer from finance was that they do not yet have that information. We also do not yet have the other information on third-party overtime. Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Let's call the roll.
On item 9, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, seconded by Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
To accept the vote, right? The voting, yes.
Election results.
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran is excused. Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 6 ayes, 2 excused, Ramachandran and Fife.
Okay. Our last item is to set the special election. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Kolb.
Thank you. Now, Acting Mayor Nikki Bass. That means right now we have 5 council members here available to make a decision, which is the minimum number. So that's why we're all here still. So let's move on to the last item, Madam Clerk.
Moving to item 10, adopt a resolution declaring a vacancy in the office of the mayor and the District 2 Council office, calling for a special municipal election on Tuesday, April 15th, for the purpose of filling the vacancies in the office of mayor and the District 2 Council office, and authorizing the city clerk to take all actions necessary to hold the special election. You have 6 speakers on this item.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, let's hear the public speakers.
I'm sorry, was the second Kaplan?
Yes.
Thank you. As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. Please raise your hand if you are participating via Zoom. Ms. Asada Olabala, Black Homeless Advocate, Shamar Lenore Gunst, and Blair Beekman, and Kevin Daly. If your name was called, please approach the podium or raise your hand on Zoom, please. Ms. Asada? Moving to the Zoom speakers, it looks like people have left out of chambers, and Ms. Asada is waiving her right to speak. Shamar
Toos, District 7 resident. I just wanted to take this time to encourage and wish the best of luck to any Oakland residents who are considering putting their name into the running to replace our outgoing mayor. I want to pray that those individuals who are so moved to take that responsibility, really understand the gravity of what they are choosing to do, and really find it in their hearts to, just maintain a commitment to the public and public service. I want to also announce that, again, early informal polling is showing a very strong opposition to any property sales or business tax initiatives or any new bond issuances. And so, my name is Shamar Tooth. I am in coalition and am happy and willingly collaborate and contribute to any efforts, time, money, whatever it takes to be in community with other Oakland residents who are going to be concerned with the implications of some of these things that the council is pushing through. I'm going to read a few names: Fong Tran, Mega Lee, Draynon Lindsay, Michael Chong, Kayla Brandwood, Eduardo Arizon, Samson Liu. $3 million. The city of Oakland could cut immediately. These people are incompetent, have no business.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chair. That was the last speaker.
Those are all speakers. So just to reiterate, this is to officially set the special election for April 15th for the office of the mayor and the office for council member District 2, and to make sure everybody, including the clerk, our esteemed clerk, to do all the things necessary to make that happen. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And approval of this resolution will set the nomination period opening at December 23rd.
Okay. I'm sorry, starting December 23rd? Oh, okay. Thank you. Any questions about this?
Call the vote.
Okay. Is there a motion already?
Yeah.
Motion and second? Okay. Let's have a vote.
On item 10, moved by Councilmember Jenkins, second by Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Gallo.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Pro Tem Cobb.
Aye.
And just noting that Council members Fife and Ramachandran are excused.
Yep.
Motion passes with a vote of 5 ayes.
Okay.
2 excused and 1 now vacancy.
We have, Councilmember Gallo, just hold on 1 second. We have any urgent announcements or adjourn in memoriam for today, colleagues? Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, so I just want to take the time to say that I'm thankful and grateful for the service of Councilmember Cobb, Councilmember Reed, Acting Mayor Bass, and our Councilperson Kaplan. You guys all work extremely hard, and we've all worked on different projects and issues together. I know that we all deeply love and care about the city of Oakland, and for some of you, I know that you guys all deeply care about the city of Oakland, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. It's been a pleasure serving with all of you, even if we didn't vote together. Just wish you luck. Come by City Hall, come yell at us, and don't forget about us.
Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Reed.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. We'll be calling you. And when we need extra time, please give us extra time when we're asking to speak. I just wanted to share 3 community announcements. We're partnering with Youth Uprising for a holiday giving drive. It is December 20th, and we want to ensure that East Oakland families have more than what they could ask for or imagine for the holidays. So drop-off location up until the 20th is at 8711 MacArthur Boulevard. We're partnering with Darrell Reed and the Office of Human Services for this event from 10 to 5 p.m. You can drop off any day for the event on the 20th. I want to also share that we're partnering with Oakland Black Firefighters for a holiday basket program, Feeding Hearts and Spreading Joy. I want to thank them. They're working hard and still showing up. They'll be with us December 21st from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Allen Temple Baptist Church at 805 International Boulevard. We encourage you to bring your family. There's going to be food and holiday food baskets given away. And then finally, we still need volunteers for our Holly Mini Park tree planting. Join us this Saturday, December 21st, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. to plant trees with us. The location is at 9830 Holly Street in East Oakland, and we're asking you to partner with the Oakland Parks and Rec Foundation and our Parks and Rec and the City of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. I just want to add two things. One quick announcement. December 23rd is the annual toy drive, toy giveaway, sponsored by Mr. Fab and his sister Teresa and all the volunteers. I believe that'll be, I think it's at 45th and Market, might be at Linden Park, but it's on 23rd in the afternoon. Call my office if you, or check his Instagram or Twitter feed, and you'll find the details. And I just want to say it's been the privilege of a lifetime to be a council member for the past 12 years, representing District 1 and the entire, and working with the entire city of Oakland. I don't want time to give a long speech, nor does anybody want to hear a long speech, but I just want to thank everybody who works or has worked for the city of Oakland at whatever level you worked at. I want to thank all my current colleagues and my past colleagues over the past 12 years. I've enjoyed this very much. Sometimes it's no good deed goes unpunished, but it's also very rewarding, and I feel I've accomplished a lot of things. And so I just want to appreciate everybody's work and commitment and say thank you, and I wish my successor, Zach Unger, all the best. Yes, Madam Clerk Reed would like to say something.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the outgoing council members, Reed, Cobb, and Kaplan, just for your support for me in appointing me to this council in 2021. And I also really, really want to thank Council President Bass for bringing my appointment forward. It's been great working with you. I appreciate your leadership and your guidance, and always considering my office in hard times, because you know we are here with the council till the end, and we wake up early to work to provide the motions to the city of Oakland, to the city staff. So I just want to thank you just for everything that you've done, and just always looked out and provided for my office. And I know my staff feel the same. So thank you, and good luck in your future endeavor. We really appreciate you, and like I said, I'm going to come to the meetings and speak, because I am a resident of Oakland too. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you personally and to all your entire team for their tremendous work day in and day out. Some people in the public know the work you do. Some people don't realize how much you do, but we do here in the council, and thank you. We could not function without your great work.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
One more thing. I want to thank my staff, Kira, Matt, and Ashley, for their tremendous work over the past many months and years, and getting a lot done for me, and to help me look good, and to help so many constituents, and to really do the work behind the scenes. And I also want to thank all my former staff. I won't rattle off all their names, but I want to thank all my former staff over the past 12 years for the tremendous work they've done. They really contributed to helping this good city. Any more comments? Council member, Acting Mayor Bass.
Thank you, everyone. It has been an extreme honor to serve as a council member for District 2, as well as council president over these past 6 years. I want to make sure I thank my amazing staff, present and past, who have been just tremendous in partnering with me, as well as thank Susan Sanchez, who was the council's executive assistant, who does a tremendous amount of work. The entire team here is terrific. You know, I do have to shout out the clerks, because their work is very incredible, and it's the type of thing where you may not notice it until it impacts you in some way. And I tried to ask them if there was a time we could do, like, you know, holiday cookies and hot chocolate, and they said they're working throughout the holidays, because the nomination period for the District 2 and mayoral candidates starts on Monday, the 23rd. So the clerk's office will be open. So just to give you an idea of how hard they work. I also want to say I'm really proud of the community-centered policies my office, my team has been able to pass, along with all the neighborhood-level improvements that we've won and will continue to push forward. There are so many people who've partnered with my office to do what we have been able to do, and I want to thank everyone. And very importantly, in this moment of transition, I want to share a very important very important information regarding the District 2 office, which is that in this moment of transition, I want to urge the future council that will be seated in January to appoint an interim District 2 council member and caretaker who will continue our collaboration during their short term of 4 months. My priorities for the District 2 interim council member who will live in the district, will not seek to run for the office, include number 1, strong constituent services, working with my council aide, Deborah Israel. She has been doing a tremendous job over the past 6 years, first with Councilmember Gallo and then with my office, problem solving with residents and really helping to navigate city channels to answer questions and get things done. So I'm very grateful to Deborah for being willing to continue to stay on and serve our District 2 residents, businesses, and communities. Secondly, I am looking for a District 2 interim council member and caretaker who will partner with our neighborhoods to move projects forward. We've done a tremendous amount, but there are more projects that need to get through the finish line. Just real quick, those include breaking ground on the Lincoln Rec Center, continuing improvements at Clinton Park and Rec Center, moving forward our San Antonio Master Plan, advancing Fire Station number 4's upgrade with OFD, moving forward the Lakeshore Protected Bikeway, and many of these we actually approved just yesterday. Also ensuring that the second 100% affordable housing project on the East 12th Street parcel moves forward with Saha, the developer, Eastlake United for Justice, and Dewey Academy. That's something that started way before I came onto council. And also making sure that we house and serve the unhoused residents of the East 12th Median encampment with compassion and dignity and in partnership with those residents, advocates, and the broader community. And finally, continuing to be responsive to our District 2 residents. And then lastly, I think it's important that the interim council member has budget expertise. You know, we did our best with this current budget. Next year, the council has to work on the 2-year budget, and it's important that the person has the ability to support and steward the city's continued financial sustainability and tackle our long-term structural deficit. So with all those priorities in mind, and after a conversation with a certain person, I strongly want to urge the council to appoint Council Member Rebecca Kaplan, a District 2 resident, a seasoned council member in January to serve in that interim role. And as you know, Councilmember Kaplan is retiring. She is willing to serve in this interim capacity. She is a resident of District 2, and Jack London will not run for the seat in the special election. And I believe that she is uniquely qualified to jump in and immediately help to serve our District 2 residents, as well as keep projects moving forward and, of course, help lead the city's biennial budget process. So to my current colleagues and my future colleagues, I thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the privilege of serving you.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Boss. Our City Administrator, Mr. Johnson.
Sure, just briefly, just wanted to say thank you on behalf of my team and I, specifically the City Administrator's Office, for the support, especially for all the outgoing council members. Also grateful for all the opportunities that you all have given me, inviting me to the district, showing me not just what's wrong, but also what's right in your respective districts. I just want to say thank you, but also for, in many respects, the dignity and respect shown to our professional staff across the board in making very tough decisions. So I just wanted to just take the time to say thank you in that regard.
Thank you. Was there anybody else? Councilman Reed.
I wanted to give one more community announcement that was shared. The Eunice Law Legacy Holiday 18th Annual Holiday Event is December 21st from 1 to 4 p.m. at Tassafaranga Recreation, 975 85th Avenue. I didn't realize this was the time for us to say our goodnights. See you later. But I will just, say thank you to my colleagues for welcoming me and joining us and being great partners. I never imagined that I'd be taking on this opportunity to serve at this level of influence and impact, and I'm so grateful that the voters allowed me to do so and to work alongside you. I want to congratulate, I know Councilmember Gallo has gone on, but I want to share that it's been a joy working with him. He'd always been Uncle Noel, and so getting to work with him as Councilmember Gallo has been a treat, as well as Council President, Acting Mayor Bass. You're moving on, you're moving up. We're just saying how many roles that you have the opportunity to serve and how empowering that has to be for your daughter and for so many of the women in this city who are watching you lead out. I already gave thanks to my team. I want to recognize our city administrator, our clerk's office and team. I mean, how could we live without them? The city administrator, you've been a fantastic partner, and I look forward to working with you in whatever capacity I can as we move forward, in the city attorney's office as well. I won't get to highlight everything that I thought I was going to have another chance. We're going to put out an impact report for our community to look at what we've done together. I'm grateful for our community. I'm grateful for the public who's shown up with us, with me and my team, and have helped us in tremendous ways. I'm thankful for my chief of everything, who's still back here, always the last one to leave with me and the first one to get here in the morning, Haley Hester. We had a lot of community pillars to build on, as I mentioned earlier, but I will just give a few data points because I think it's important. We've helped to fund millions for our community. We helped to sponsor over 300 special projects and community events, grand openings, celebrations, milestone dinners, galas, community meetings. We've had outreach efforts, informal support, calls, emails, letters, recommendations, action alerts, proclamations, over 70,000 of those outreach. We've had over 70 plus public-private partnerships that have been sustained, and over 100 that we had at least one opportunity to work with. We've managed hundreds of cases. We've sponsored and hosted hundreds of community events with our community members, and that's just the beginning of what we accomplished. And I hope that as our incoming council member comes in, that we have an opportunity to continue to build and support his efforts leading forward. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope that you know how deeply we love you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Reed. Before I call on Mr. Joe DeVries, one person I forgot to thank, or one office I forgot to thank was the City Attorney's Office. Working with Barbara and Ryan and all the deputy city attorneys, past and present, on so much legislation and resolutions, and it's so many things. I just want to thank them for their tremendous hard work, and it's been a pleasure working with them for the past 12 years. Mr. DeVries.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just, obviously, with four of you leaving, you've been really a big part of my family for the past several years, and I really do consider our work family a family. I didn't think it would be right to not do this because she does it for everybody else. The meaning of Triva. The name Triva, derived from the English language, has a significant historic background. Its etymology can be traced back to Old English word for prudent, indicating a sense of practicality and cautiousness. Triva has been a name predominantly bestowed upon females, symbolizing the virtues of wisdom and sound judgment. In modern times, Triva remains a distinctive and cherished name. While less common than some other traditional names, it is still used by parents seeking a name with that classic origin. English-speaking areas around the world bestow upon girls as a symbol of their potential for wisdom and prudent choices. Thank you for being that.
Thank you, Deputy Director Joe DeVries. That is so awesome and special. Thank you. Thank all of our department directors and staff. I love it.
We're gonna
wasn't prepared to give the rest of you your names. I'm gonna have to follow up.
We're gonna have our informal open forum now. If Madam Clerk could call the names of people who signed up for open forum.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Called.
It's going to be so nice because this has been the worst.
Can I just call the names really fast? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Miss Asada Olabala, Black Homeless Advocate. Blair Beekman, Kevin Daly, excuse me, Shamar, John Brockett, Ali Obad, Andres Mariquez, Miss Mary Forte, Samuel Ramsey, Mr. Hazard, John Brockett, Doja Devorty, I'm sorry if I said that incorrectly, Dafilala M., Ernestine Wilson, Gary Darnell Franklin, Harry Williams. Go ahead, Mr. Hazard.
This has been the worst 4 to 6 years under this president. She restricted public comment. And, you know, to recommend Kaplan, they blindsided Kaplan on Measure X. Because the vice mayor was supposed to succeed to a vacancy in the mayor's office, not the president. They coordinated to lock you out. Yes, they locked you out because the movement was for you to see. That was in 303 of the charter. The vacancy is filled by the vice mayor, but you switched it under the illegal ballot measure in 2022 to have the president of the council. Shame on you. You're going to sit there and soak up all this crap, and it is crap. Under your administration,
Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Your time is up.
so take that.
I was going to say thank you before you begin pull the mic down.
Good evening, council members, President, Council, and City Administrator. My name is Ernestine Wilson. I'm a leader with Faith in Action East Bay, Illegal Dumping Local Organizing Committee. On September 19, 2022, the LOC held a virtual action calling attention to the chronic health and safety crisis caused by illegal dumping and abandoned cars here in Oakland. December 7, 2023, a second action was held to ask city officials to get the trash out of Oakland. Both events were well attended, yet our demands have been ignored. Today, I'm here to ask why legislation has not moved forward declaring a public health and safety emergency here in Oakland. Trash and abandoned cars have increased exponentially since 2022. Clean and safe streets is as much a priority to us as the council is solving the city's budget crisis. City officials have a responsibility to keep the city clean and safe. So stop pushing this problem down the road. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Brockett. I've been a resident of Oakland since 1975. I've seen a lot in Oakland. What Ms. Wilson was talking about, the public health state of emergency, the whole point of that is to do it and then go to the county and the state and ask for money because it is an emergency, and the county and the state may be able to get some money from them. That's revenue generating. Other things you can do for revenue generating are some enforcement against illegal dumping. Raise the fines. San Jose has a $10,000 fine. You can start an awards program where people can receive part of the fine if they submit videos. That'll put a lot more people out there. They'll be able to, you'll be able to catch more people. And another thing is to impound vehicles until that fine is paid. So I would urge the City Council and the next one to consider that. Thanks.
Hello, my name's Doa Devruda, and I'm an Oakland resident, and I'm a member of the same illegal dumping local organizing committee as the people that just came before me. Originally placed on tonight's agenda was a resolution that declared illegal dumping a public health crisis. For some reason, this item was removed from the agenda, and I speak for all members of my local organizing committee when I say that this is a very disappointing and upsetting choice. Illegal dumping in the city has gotten out of control. Children must walk through heaping mounds of trash to get to school. Cars must swerve dangerously into other lanes to avoid debris. Rats are seen all around these hotspots, which could cause this issue to explode into an even more severe and dangerous crisis, for rats carry viral diseases. These hotspots are mainly in Black, brown, and low-income communities. To neglect this crisis is to perpetuate an obvious racial and class injustice. Due to this crisis, these communities face emotional distress, dangerous conditions, and an increasingly toxic environment to work, play, and learn in. In an agenda report published on January 6, 2022, Director Duffy himself stated, "Illegal dumping is an epidemic in Oakland. If this is an epidemic, why would you not declare this a public health emergency?" We asked for this resolution in October of 2021. That was over 3 years ago.
So President Obama said the worst mistake he made during his presidency was to order the killing of Omar Gaddafi. Gaddafi was pursuing an agenda for self-determination and uniting all African countries. That banner has been taken up by this brother, Ibrahim Traoré, and this is what he's been able to accomplish. They have paid off 80% of their $4.7 million loan without going to any Western countries, including the World Bank and IMF. They have built their own nuclear plant. They are building the biggest hospital in Africa. They have built roads, schools, factories, and they have a $12 million tomato factory employing over 10 million people in the different factories throughout the country. They are providing jobs so people do not have to leave Burkina Faso, and they are also have people joining them. Ghana has joined, Chad has gone, Botswana and Somalia. I might not be able to accomplish anything in this city, but my African brothers, they are doing it. And they're going to kill this brother. They're going to kill him. But things are happening in Africa that are not happening in this city for Black people.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Moving to the Zoom speakers, starting with Ms. Forte. Ms. Forte, please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Again, if your name was called and you still wish to speak, please raise your hand. All names have been called at this time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Forte.
Thank you. My name is Mary Forte. I'm also known as the Fontaine Lady for all the calls I make for illegal dumping on Fontaine. I'm an Oakland native, District 6, District 7. Number 1, Councilmember Reed, I'm gonna miss you. Number 2, I keep hearing that the number 1 priority is safety. Well, according to the late, that's the name, can't get the name, Frank Rose, crime breeds crime. They're connected. Safety's connected to crime. Regarding the resolution that we have been asking for since 2023 to declare.
Thank you, Ms. Forte, for your comments. Moving to the next speaker. Dafalala, please unmute yourself and begin your comment. Or is it Daifala?
Yes, my name is Daifallah. I was at the city council meeting this evening. I have to leave. Just want to say something. We encourage the new city council and the current city council to continue doing safety in the city, supporting the youth. Yesterday, there is a couple businesses got broken inside, and we encourage the city council to continue work on safety and make the city safe, and also do everything for the youth.
Thank you for your comments. Moving to Black Homeless Advocate. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Black Homeless Advocate. Once again, I think the budget that we have should certainly be something that works for all people. And I see a lot of programs that are being budgeted that are just really skipping over Black folks. And one of the things that I think is important is to retain the diversity of Oakland, and that means all of the diversity it has. And it seems as though there's one certain demographic that's being left out, and that's Black folks. We really need to make sure that this budget doesn't push the last and the remaining Black population out of Oakland slowly, but
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chair. All names have been called. Who submitted a speaker's card?
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, there's one more.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one more. Almost, thank you very much.
Go ahead and begin your comments. Shamar.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, in closing, brings me some joy to imagine future city council meetings without the destructive influence of Bass, Kaplan, and now eventually, Bass, Kalb, and now eventually Kaplan. I look forward to seeing our city recover from their decades of misguided leadership. Bass, you're a fascist. Your unilateral appointment of Kaplan is just proof of your authoritarian tendencies. Way to not consider any other people in your incredible district, which hopefully will soon have real leadership behind them. I only wish that you have some luck in resisting the urge to embroil yourselves in any scandals before you're able to retire comfortably into obscurity as just another feckless, self-serving supervisor. Fun fact, Frederick DeVries is Old English for incompetent, overpaid, closeted racist bureaucrat. Find it on a city.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, all names have been called.
Okay, thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. Last meeting of the year. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you, President Kalb.
There will be no pardons.